Again tonight. I was off for a bit. Tired myself out going back and forth. Fucking trying to do some grocery shopping and finding some deals and so forth. I'm just kind of like, thinking about a lot. But then again, I come across some new discoveries quite a bit too. I bought more beer, but I had this one. I'm drinking Camo tonight, Camo Black Extra. It's going to be the drink of tonight. Ah, man. I'll do you one better. This has more alcohol in it than Steel Reserve. That's got 12.2%. 12.2% alcohol right here. Camo Black. Ultra premium, high gravity lager. This is more than Steel Reserve even. Wow. Get over how many people still go out. Like, how many times can you see the same thing? But yet everyone's out crowded the streets. Like in the immediate downtown area. It's like, how many times can you see the same thing? You know? Imagine assuming these people do it every day or close to every day, and they walk in the same spots, and they go here, they go there, but they're doing reruns of their life pretty much every friggin' day. How do you crowd up an area every single day? I have a feeling there are people who, the same people, go someplace every single friggin' day. They park in the same spots every single fucking day. Like, they don't get out and go a whole lot of different places, you know? Like, I don't know. That explains the concentration of people in one area. And if it's like this every day, just about, then it's got to be the same people, right? Or it's got to be a bunch of people who've at least seen an area so much. That's just kind of what I'm thinking about. Like, we're still in COVID. It's like, why do all these motherfuckers gotta be out? You know? They should cut it in half, you know, so there's at least plenty of parking spaces, plenty of this, so you can enjoy the city for what it is, right? Even on a Saturday. Even on a Saturday. It should be cut in half. There's no reason one road should be backed up for 10 minutes because there's no spaces available. I mean, by that logic, you might as well just park far away and walk. You might as well, because you're not getting any further in the traffic, it don't seem like. I go and I check out the cigar bar. It happened to be in a very crowded area. I couldn't even get a parking space over there. Crazy. And then it's backed up for 10 minutes. I swear. Even on a Saturday, that is still crazy. I don't care. That is still crazy. I mean, really. same clothes as restaurant. Get the fuck out of here. I don't bathe. I'm comfortable being a slob who doesn't bathe, okay? If I don't want to bathe, that's my fucking prerogative. Okay, if I want to smell, that's my prerogative. Alright, dipshit. Just like Bobby Brown. It's my prerogative. Everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Why don't they just let me live? Tell me why I don't need permission. Make my own decisions. It's my prerogative. They say I'm crazy. I really don't care. That's my prerogative. They say I'm nasty, and I don't give a damn. This is how I live. So I'm asking questions. Why can't I settle it? They don't understand me. They really don't know the deal about my brother. Trying hard to make it right. There's nothing wrong. Sing a song. Say, everybody's talking all this stuff about me. Why don't they just let me live? Tell me why I don't need permission. Make my own decisions. That's my prerogative. It's my prerogative. It's the way that I want to live. My prerogative. I'll live my life. I'm doing it just for you. It's my prerogative. So tell me why, yet I live my life of the things that people say. So yeah, trying to think. Play some music. Yeah, play some music. Move it all over. Rock it all over. By the way, someone did tell me I was pretty earlier when I was out. To those of you out there who think you can get one over on me. You know, fucking people can be unreal a lot of damn times. But anyways, Mike Lindell rants about forks in an anonymous time.
MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell continues to battle
That's just
technology
the
in his mind.
narration. I want to see the actual clip. I don't want to see these video narrators. We'll play a song. We're gonna play "Good Lovin'." I got I got this shit stuck in my head.
One, two, three.
Run! Run!
I just what I had.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Really need good love. I need is love, good love.
Don't you want your baby to be alright? Be alright. I said, baby. For sure, I got the fever, yeah. You got the cure, got the cure. Everybody, yeah.
Sammy Tucker, how you doing? So on. Sammy Tucker has arrived. I'll talk to you in a second. I have something to tell you, alright? With Camo Black. 12% alcohol. Right there. Love. Good lovely. Good lovely. It's already giving me a fucking buzz. That's right. Exactly. 24 ounces. Almost like Inferno in a can right here, you know? Friggin' bunch of... This has just as much alcohol as that ramen noodles had as much spice in it. If that's any idea. Yeah, this is more than Steel Reserve right here. This stuff's more than Steel Reserve. Camo Black. You know what it actually tastes like? I'll tell you what it tastes like. It's like a dessert drink on the cheap end. You know how you got the framboise, you got the lambic, you know how you got all that fancy dessert drink type stuff? Okay? This is like a more rotten smelling grapes. It smells like rotten grapes when you smell it. Kind of like a more rotten grape smell. It's not a bad smell. You can bear it, I think. But if you're offended by the smell of rotten grapes, you might not like the aroma. If that makes sense. This is like an alcohol powerhouse with like, pretty much like with rotten fruit is the aroma. That's why I say it's like a cheaper version of a lambic or something. Something with higher alcohol. It's like a dessert drink, you know? Like fruit, like sour fruit. Kinda, like a bunch of, like grapes. Yeah, well, there's different ones, but I only found this one over here. But when I was in Oregon, they had more varieties of this Camo. They sold this out there, too. When I was living there, they go for like $2 a can, maybe. That's really all. It's inexpensive. See, look, it's fruity. It's kind of like a fruity texture. It's not even much fizz. It doesn't even have much fizz. It's like a dessert drink, almost. Yes, they do, and that's why they got this high. They have more high volume alcohol. Look at Bergs, Washington State. He drinks all that high Steel Reserve, but they tend to like to drink, so they have the highest percentages for the people who like to drink, and sometimes it helps them bear the cold weather or the depression. The higher the percentage, I know because my tolerance went up when I was in that environment. In Florida, I wasn't drinking as many of these. I wasn't. South Carolina, though, I was drinking quite a bit. I was feeding off the vibe of the locals, like what people generally like to do. I'll drink if I'm feeding off the vibe of the locals, you know. I'll drink more, even. If I feel a vibe that everyone else drinks, that prompts me to drink, is what it does. Like Indianapolis, I was drinking a beer for breakfast, it seemed like, every morning. I was drinking a beer for breakfast instead of coffee over there. Because I was feeding off the local energy, you know? And I was told there's a lot of alcoholism over there. So there you go. If you're getting to the point where you're drinking one for breakfast, you know, over a coffee. I had a Steel Reserve for breakfast when I was in Indianapolis. It's the first thing I had when I woke up. See, there's not much fizz to this. It just goes away. It's like a fruity drink, really. But it's a lager. It's a high gravity lager, but it's like a bad fruity drink. If that makes sense. But yet it manages to be smooth, too. At the same time. So if you got Cambo Black, try it out. It's a definite experience. I'll say that right now. Zambuca. I found, when I was in my travels today, I found the Stack. A 9.9% beer. It's called the Stack. It's like it's really smooth. This stuff, 9.9%. It's something like $1.90 for a 24 ounce. It's really smooth, though. The Stack, they call it. I like it. Whenever I can find it, I try to get it. If I can get this, I might sing a rendition for you. Okay? You want to hear something? I'll do a rendition. Look at the shop and know where we are going. Look at these tools. I still think we've got this. I don't know much, but I know we've got to be safe. That may be all I need to know. I got the whole lot of tools. I'll be giving them for Christmas. But you got to be safe in order to own them. I don't know much, but I know we've got to be safe. That may be all I need to know. No, the shop provides safety, so don't go back and get zero. The shop provides safety, so don't go back and get zeros. I missed the line. It's supposed to be this line that I did that, wasn't it? I don't know much, but we know we've got to be safe. The inspiration of the tools in the shop. Don't know much, but I know we've got to be safe. That may be all I need to know. I don't know much. I know it's got to be said. That may be all I need to know. I don't know much, but I know it's got to be said. I got it fucking around. They're not really doing a serious singing voice right in there. Alright, see, Linda Ronstadt having them. In shop. Just like a dream there would be. Feel like we're frozen in time. Cause anyone the shop is. Hey, I spent all my life in the shop. The tools are here. The tools are here. Hey, I thought it was going to be an instrumental. In shop, the tools are here. Never really knew how to love. Till the shop came down on me. Whoa. This isn't easy. I thought I was going to do an easier job with this one. Because I wrote a song when I was there. I did renditions of songs. Like I had a woodshop teacher. He talked kind of like how Aaron Neville sang. So I tried to do renditions of Aaron Neville songs like I was the shop teacher singing. He's like, we're going to go to the shop. We're going to be safe. We're going to go to the shop. We're going to be safe. Okay, good. 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 You'll get your finger cut off. If you don't, watch what you're doing. You'll get your finger cut off. He had an Israeli accent. His name was Peter. Okay, my shop teacher's name was Peter. One time I asked him though, hey Peter, I got a question for you. Are you Jewish by chance? He's like, I'm Peter. I know your name is Peter, but are you Jewish? My name is Peter. Like, look, we can talk about ethnicity some other time. Now's not the time. That's what he said. We can talk about ethnicity some other time. Now's not the time. He obviously knew a lot about ethnicities and race. He was like a liberal shop teacher, if that makes sense. He's more like a folk type of shop teacher. kind of marched to the beat of his own drum. He was a hippie, but he was like he taught shop, though. He knew what he was doing with woodworking, kind of like Jesus. He didn't own any firearms, but he owned all the tools in the world to cut wood, you know what I'm saying? This guy didn't own firearms, I could tell you right now, but he owned a lot of equipment for wood and tools and saws and all that stuff. He figured he had so much of that, you know what I mean, at that point, like in a gun control environment, and you can have all these tools and this machinery, it's like a bunch of weapons within itself, so you're more secure in that. And then it's like, why am I going to own a gun when I got so much of these tools and these machineries and these... It's kind of like some of the mentality, you know. And plus, if I really want a gun, I could probably make one out of a tool, out of a nail gun. I could have a nail gun or something, and it could do just as much damage as a regular gun or semi-automatic or whatever. So, there were a lot of gun laws, but they had staple guns, they had nail guns, though, and all that. So I figured, hey, that could do just as much damage if you get stuck with one of those, you know. There was all kinds of tool guns people used. Glue guns, staple guns, nail guns. So many people had so many of them, they didn't own one firearm because they just had so many weapons and tools just within what they used to put things together or whatever. That you could still get hurt really bad going into their house. You know what I'm saying? They never carried, some of these people never carried knives on them even going out, except maybe a pocket knife, maybe like a box cutter or something. But yet, meanwhile, their home would be full of tool weapons, you know? But they didn't have one AR-15 or even a handgun or whatever. They didn't have any of that. But they had a bunch of weapons just in their garage all by itself. But that's growing up in Massachusetts, really, for the most part. People have so much other shit, it's like they figure, hey, kind of like that. Clamps. There's so many dangerous things already. Imagine someone's clamps and they friggin' reel the clamp right on your wrist. They could friggin' hurt you really badly just sticking your wrist in a clamp or something and turning the doily or whatever on it. And then you could break someone's wrist in one of those. Like that kind of a thing, you know? So people were resilient. They had their own kinds of weapons within their garage. Like, so that just gave me an idea because I was talking about the shop teacher, you know, and all that. This guy didn't know one gun, I can tell you right now. But he had a whole bunch of weapons in the carpentry arena. And saws and all this kind of stuff. I know it's an interesting conversation, isn't it? Hey, Sammy Tucker, are you still in here watching? Are you still in here watching? Because I'm going to tell you a little something, all right? If anyone wants to email me at meltonjohn@gmail.com. If you want to talk to me in private, you want to talk to me, you want to set up a meeting or something like that, or you want to talk in private, let's arrange that in my email right now. or if you even have a donation you want to give me, you could talk about it or whatever. Just anything you want to talk about, put it in meltonjohn@gmail.com. I don't check it very often, but when I do, I'll probably be surprised with certain messages in there. So again, meltonjohn@gmail.com. Email me over there. And I'll probably check it within the next day or two. Actually, I'm fixing to check it probably in a day or two. So right there. What am I going to do here? I think this stemmed the idea of Iggy and the Stooges. I think they listened to this stuff prior to forming their band. There's nothing to lose. It says peppermint love in the song. Tell you, Iggy and the Stooges had to listen to this before they formed. They had to have been influenced by Strawberry. They had to have. There's a day to choose, better to win, and nothing to lose. Sense of the kind. Little to win and nothing to lose. To peppermint, incense and peppermint. My favorite Grassroots song from the Golden Grassroots. Ed Sullivan Show. Anyone remember the Ed Sullivan Show?
Back to the early 70s for one of
I was
the biggest
little.
and best top 40 hit-making machines.
It was before I was born, but when I was little, they were still talking. People were still talking about it around me.
Called Sooner or Later. Here's the Grassroots on Flashback Favorites.
Look at the classic.
Just keep on coming.
KHJ, Los Angeles. Los Angeles, KHJ, I guess. Sooner or later, love is gonna get you. Sooner or later, love is gonna get you. Sooner or later, love is gonna get you. Sooner or later. Happy music, you know, back in the old. What's up, Hermit? Love is gonna get you sooner or later. That's what I'm drinking today. 12.2% Tamil Black. Sooner or later, love is gonna get you sooner or later. The time. Love is gonna get you sooner or later. This is the Grassroots. Got a nice color into it though. Look at the color into that. It's very nice, thick, like almost like an amberish type color to it. This stuff. It turns out a crappy lambic tastes pretty good for the money, even though it smells like rotten grapes. This beer I'm drinking, Hermit, smells like rotten grapes. It's like a cheap knockoff of a dessert drink, but it's got more alcohol in it. So excited, I want it all for myself. All temptation eyes let me through on my soul. Temptation eyes rob me of me. Can't be so excited. I want it all for myself. Oh, temptation eyes deep on my soul. Temptation eyes, you got me. You are my soul. Temptation eyes. You gonna love me. Love me tonight. Can't you know? It's not that simple. And Liz, you fucked with me before. Do you apologize for that? I demand an apology from you for that. Caught from way inside. I walk down the aisle like some stupid bride. Please don't ask me why. Email me. Just a little see. Don't ask me why. Pull answers from the sky. There's nothing I can say to make it go away. What makes baby get so high? What makes baby get so high? What makes baby get so high? What makes baby get so high?
Watching from my roof for that special sign. They finally give the signal, and we all get in line.
Every time I try to hide, I get caught from way inside. I walk down the aisle like some stupid bride. Please don't ask me why. Baby gets so high. There's nothing under me. It's just a little seed. Please don't let me try. Pull answers from the sky. There's nothing I can say to make it go away. What? So am I. Look, Liz. I'm drinking Camo Black Extra 12%. Look at that. It's so high. I'm on the process of fucking getting fucked up. This one can will fuck you up. This shit all by itself will fuck you up. 12.2%. And that clear, 24 ounces. Special reserve. It's got more than Steel Reserve, actually. but it's more like a fruity drink. It's like a rotten fruit type of aroma to it. It smells like rotten fruit, but it's really not bad when you drink it. I mean, for Christ's sakes, like for $2, you can get fucked up all this stuff right here. I mean, Christ. Hey, really, does it get any better than that? I mean, really. Besides Mad Dog 2020, this is probably the highest alcohol content for the price that you can probably get. Right there. So. It'll make your nose run, too. They'll do a bad job with that, I'll say. Lay it down just to raise it up, but you ain't doing it right. Out from bloody hell. I but you gotta go. Devil says so. Tell him no. Tell him no. To the floor. Calico, you have to go anymore. You wanna go, devil says so, tell him no, tell him no. Said go back to tell him no. Just raise it up when you ain't doing it right. Take me out from bloody hell.
Girl, you gotta go.
Never said so. Tell him. The lessons stand tall and fall to the wayside. And whatever is my release, my listen to your screams. I know a face across the road with the summer has oh God, who gives a fuck? On the water, on the water, on the water, on the road like a trampoline rose, like a trampoline rose. Camo Black. Hey, Ouija, you ever have Camo Black? 12.2%. Heavy duty. You ever heard of it? Wow, I thought it'd be a Juggalo drink. I thought it would have been. Well, something other than Fago, they would get this if they were drinking something alcoholic, you know what I mean? Shoot to the guy, shoot you, shoot to me, I shoot to you. Summertime blows me away. Summertime can't stay. It's invincible. But a restaurant. I'm a part of it. What fun. Takes me away. What fun. I can't stay. It's invincible. What's up, kid? We're just playing music and singing and drinking. That's what we're doing tonight. Let's get the best of me. September, too hot to say. To the hospital, burning for you.
Summertime does me away, and summertime leaves me astray. These hopeless trains of this endless thing I may not achieve. What a thing I don't
Know what's killing me.
I can't see why everything was, and I won't let it be.
Oh, baby, liars always get the best of me. September, cause we're out, too hard to say. And my heart's been burning for you. Nothing's gonna change. He's gonna be there. Nothing's gonna change. Smack down the middle in ridiculous places. Smack down the middle where I shouldn't have been. Smack down the middle where I know what it kisses. Baby, if you know what it is, you can kill me too. So it needs to be love. And you think you gotta know but enough is enough. Well, I'll be fine just losing my mind. I'll be fine just losing my time. And I've been smacked down the middle of ridiculous places. Smack down the middle where I shouldn't have been. Smack down the middle where I know where the kiss is. Baby, if you know what it is, you can kill me. Down the middle of ridiculous places. Smack down the middle where I shouldn't have gone. Smack down the middle of ridiculous places. Maybe if you know how to win, you can get it all alone. Jigsaw puzzle. Jigsaw puzzle. Very underrated. You think the Breeders when you think of music. This isn't the Breeders, but it's a very close affiliate that didn't get a lot of attention. They've been around since 1992. 1992. So one of my favorite Sonic Youth songs. It's on Rather Ripped. Rather Ripped is a pretty mature album. It's like it was made later, but it is a pretty mature album for everything I've heard from it. Incinerate. Efficient scratch. If you're gonna scratch your arm, look, you just move your arm and leave your hand in one spot. You see that right there? Do that, you know. On the left side also. You see that right there? Look. Look. Look at that right there. My sharp elbows. Right there. You don't want to get hit with that. That is a very sharp elbow. As well as this friggin' side. I get very sharp elbows. Imagine if I was a dirty player, they'd all be outraged over me. I could throw one of these and someone would be done. If I threw one of them right in someone's fucking grill, you know? I just gotta take this shit right here. Underwashed, underrated, underviewed, but not underperforming whatsoever. That's what sums up my channel in 2022. Underwatched, underrated, but not underperformed. There's never an underperformance on this channel per view that I get. I've always been above. I've always been in the high ratings per view for the content you're getting. With very few views, I provide a shit ton of content. Like, I'm probably one of the most underviewed, underwatched channels for someone who has the entertainment level per pound, per view, with the amount of entertainment there is. With the views being so low, I have to be setting a record. Like an all-time record on YouTube, I'm telling you. With the amount of entertainment that I bring, it's usually not in the underviewed department, is what I'm saying to you. YouTube has shadow banned me. I still have my, listen, YouTube still has my channel up. I'm not going nowhere. But I'm shadow banned. People can't see me. People can't really find me unless it's through word of mouth. I got a report that I'm shadow banned on YouTube. People are not featuring my videos. Even if I have a catchy title, YouTube is not featuring my videos. Even if I put the most catchiest title in there, even revolving to the political events that are happening today, I've put Ron DeSantis in the tags. That didn't get many views. I'm telling you right now, unless it's through word of mouth, I have an underwatched YouTube channel. I have an underwatched, undervalued YouTube channel with content far above my watch levels. With superior content, considering not a lot of people watch me. This kind of a show should have 100 people in here right now. But instead I only got 6. How is that happening? How the fuck is that happening? I'm getting shadow banned from YouTube. And well, at least one thing I will say is the wrong kinds of people are not coming to my channel anymore. That's good. So that will put me more in the YouTube mainstream arena. But still, I might be in the YouTube mainstream arena, but I'm still shadow banned. Nobody will see my videos fresh from another community. It has to be from this gutter community that has found my channel. Because the mainstream of YouTube cannot find my stuff. Because I have an account in good standing. I got a strike on it maybe about 7 months ago, maybe 8 months ago. I'm not sure. I got a strike on my account. But I don't have any strikes anymore. Okay? And I'm in good standing. I'm going to keep my account. But they still shadow banned my account that I've had for 11 years. I've had this account for like 11 years. 11 years. You can see my beginnings if you want. I just have a lot of videos privatized. But you can see my beginnings. I might even put them on. I might even unprivatize all my videos. I've been contemplating unprivatizing my videos so you could see my old stuff. I have all my videos up still from years and years ago. I still have them. I didn't delete them. But they're all on private. I might unprivate them. I'm contemplating unprivating my stuff so you can see my evolution over the years, what has come of me, and what direction that I have chose to go in. You'll see it. You'll see it. But I have to contemplate it. I'm probably going to do it. But by all means, I'm just weighing everything out. And I believe I picked the best place I possibly could to relocate to. I get that indication every time I go out that Omaha, Nebraska is the place for me. I get that indication every time I go out. Or I just do my errands, or I do my stuff. Or at least this general area. This general area. Wherever my permanent address is going to be, I don't know. It's a fucked up time. It's very tough to get housing right now. I still got some of my belongings in my back bed of my truck, taped up with plastic on them. So to say that I'm not a committed person in some way, that's false. I'm a very committed person. I'm just not as fortunate as some people. I had the pleasure of running across somebody last night, though, who says, hey, I'm blonde hair, blue eyes, or hazelish, whatever, turquoise eyes, blonde hair person who decided I have too much white privilege. I have to do more for other people. Whether it be trans people, whether it be black people, whether it be going to Africa. She says, I have to do more for other people. Because people objectify me. People treat me like I'm the standard. Or because I look a certain way and because my family has money, I'm treated a lot better. And I'm objectified. But these same people who she says these same people who cozy up to me, like the Cathay family or the Chick-fil-A or something like that. Chick-fil-A, I guess the Cathay's own it or something. She knows the Cathay family, and when they were being nice to her because she was white, she gave him like a big fuck you. Like, don't fucking talk to me. When you really think about it, the truth is this, because I'm very far left, right? I believe that if a white woman goes to Africa, she's a very genuine person. If she gives her time and energy to go to Africa and help those people, even if I wouldn't do it myself totally, still, when you think of it like this, someone who's willing to give up their white privilege, but they still hang on to some things to make themselves comfortable, but they pretty much give up much of their white privilege. That's admirable. When you think about it, that is admirable. You know? When someone's willing to help out somewhere where they're not, where they don't live, in a total alternate universe to what they've grown up with. And because this particular person is white, people have objectified them and said, and they've been extra nice to them. They've been held up like a token citizen in a sense. Like, you know, you have the token black people, where you have the token, like, white people in a way, where they have the perfect look, so everyone's nice to them, kind of thing. I can kind of see why black men hook up with white women. I really can. Because they're almost like polar opposites that end up being the same. But then the brown people face a lot of discrimination. Like, I consider myself brown. I don't consider myself white. I consider myself brown, or closer to the Native American type DNA. Like, I'm from Italy, but I come from an indigenous people of Italy. You know what I'm saying? We were farmers. We pretty much grew everything we could, all the crops that we could for the Italian civilization. I come from farmers, hard-working people. My grandfather went to Korea to fight. My grandfather went to Korea. My other great uncles or great aunts or whatever, they worked in shoe factories. I come from a very poor people. We worked in shoe factories. So me being poor in the modern day, I'm kind of like my elderly greatest generation types. Even though I might be on the millennial Generation X border, I feel that I resemble some of the greatest generation who has been through hard times, because I've been through more than enough hard times in this civilization we're living in to try to get by. Even Noodles had to admit it, that I'm screwed more than anyone that he's ever known. Now, if that isn't on par with how they lived in the Great Depression, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. And plus, I'm a trans person, openly and out in this day and age. In this day and age. It's just amazing how you can be on opposite sides of the spectrum, and then when you really realize what's what, you end up being on the total opposite side of that. You know, the person that I was an unhappy person. When I was living as a man, I was an unhappy person. People saw a sweet person deep down inside, even through all the right-wing propaganda and all the stuff I used to tell people, and what I thought about a race war and all this shit, and how the fucking niggas have to die or whatever. That's what I used to talk like. I used to sound just like that when I was a male. That's why I just started to realize, wait a minute, is this really who I'm supposed to be? No. I had the IQ at least. I had the sense to at least question everything, because I was going down a dark path at one time. I used to look at every fucking black person funny every time I walked down the street. You know what? And plus, all the people around me were like, oh, if a white woman is around all black people, they're a race traitor. Their value diminishes automatically because they will date a nigger. Yeah, I felt that was in line with what I thought. But once I decided to open my eyes, I dropped all that shit. And I'm like, wait a minute, what am I doing here? I was really a feminine, female kind of person. Even though I was born male, it's like I've been in the closet all this time. And that's why I supported ultra-masculine causes. MGTOW. White nationalism. A potential Donald Trump supporter in 2016. But people gave me their reason why I was crazy for wanting to vote for Donald Trump. I was going to be a loyal Donald Trump supporter in 2016. I didn't end up voting, but people, even Ted Cruz supporters, tried to tell me not to support Donald Trump. That's how crazy Donald Trump was. Even Ted Cruz supporters, before Trump won, tried to tell me, you need to be educated. It's like you go to liberal college, your professors, they saw me as far left because I voted Donald Trump. Or that I wanted to vote Donald Trump in 16. Ted Cruz supporters saw me like as a leftist who had professors and all that kind of shit. But then they ended up supporting Donald Trump. It was kind of funny. They're like, yeah, I support Trump now because that's all there really is, you know? I support him because he's willing to do it now. But before, those same people were trying to tell me not to support Donald Trump. And they were loyal to Ted Cruz, and they didn't like what Donald Trump was saying about Ted Cruz. But then Ted Cruz, it's like he ended up siding with Donald Trump, so then Ted Cruz supporters ended up being Trump supporters. It ended up being crazy. But I was trying to, people who voted Ted Cruz even, when I was at a cigar bar in Florida, tried to convince me not to vote for Donald Trump. And they were loyal to Ted Cruz. And that made me think all the more. The liberals are against Trump, but the Republicans are against Trump too. So I was thinking Trump was the guy to vote for. But then Trump was being shown on all the stations, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, Bernie Sanders isn't getting enough coverage here. Such and such isn't getting, it's like they're pushing Donald Trump. So Donald Trump could say he's controlled, he's not controlled by the establishment or whatever. Okay? But he was on every station, and that's what I'm like, wait a minute. These people telling me this shit, they might actually be right. Why am I supporting Donald Trump? Why am I contemplating voting for Republicans because Donald Trump is in there? And I didn't end up casting my vote for Donald Trump. But I made people think that I might have. Or that Donald Trump was being enough of a comedian to win the election, which he was being a comedian, like Crooked Hillary. It's like he tried to use that. But then I started to see, wait, he's on every single channel. He has to be controlled. Wait a minute. And then I started using my brain. I didn't end up being a brain-dead Trump supporter. That's what it came down to. It's kind of like when Joe Rogan ran into a roadblock with the left, but then he decided to still not totally abandon his principles. Kind of thing. Because he knew that the money was still coming in from his side, so he just figured, hey, I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry. Sometimes you have to say, I'm sorry. You know? Sometimes you have to. The idea of never ever saying sorry no matter what in this ultra-masculine society that we live in. It doesn't work. If you're misguided, it works, maybe. You think it works, but it doesn't really work. You know what I'm saying? Just like when I was so far right, you never apologize. The golden rule is you never apologize. If you say anything offensive, if you do anything offensive, you never apologize. Right? 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 But sometimes you have to have a little humility. And you gotta step back. You gotta say, wait, maybe I said something bad. Maybe I said something bad about a certain people. about certain people. I don't know, just some food for thought. Food for thought, you know? Just something to think about. I don't know. But you don't find yourself fully until you go to the depths of society. To the parts unknown that nobody goes to, or very few have historically gone to. You have to go to those depths sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You will be changed. You got to go to the deep south. If you're from the East Coast, you have to go to the deep south. You have to go to the Midwest. You have to go there to get a greater education of what things are like. Otherwise, you're going to be pretty narrow in your worldview. You know? Most people who come from where I come from, they've never left. Most of my classmates have never left Massachusetts. Maybe a few of them went to New Hampshire. But most of them have never left Massachusetts. That's the friggin' truth of the matter. Not many of them have left. They stayed there. They might have went to college, and they came back, and then they just never did anything else. I've been to so many states. I might be low income, but I've still been to so many states, so many areas. I know about so many areas. But I'm telling you, shit happens. And it's gonna happen. It's gonna continue to happen. But people out there that I went to school with, they never left where they're from. Most of them never left. They never traveled. All they know is their hometown. And where I'm from is not the deep south either. But you would be fooled sometimes. Depending on where you go, you'd be fooled. Where I grew up was like the Kentucky of Massachusetts. It was the butt of all jokes of all radio stations. I was from the Kentucky of Massachusetts. With needles around the lake, lowlifes, swing sets in the front yard, businesses on residential streets, their own version of a good old boy system. Trust me, we got them up north too. We got good old boy systems up north. It's just not talked about a whole lot, but we have them. It's just upsetting that people want to say it's just the South. While it happens in the South, it's not just the South. It happens up where I'm from in Massachusetts. It was all projection, because the real good old boy type thing, it's in the South, but as far as connections and who's connected in town and who has enough power to pay for a street name to be changed, that's all New England. That's New England to a T. If you have enough money, you can still pay the town to have the street changed to be named after your surname if you're a powerful enough family. You can still buy a street name. And that happens where I come from. A powerful family, even if they're working class, if they have enough money, if they raised enough money, they could buy a street name and put their surname on the sign. That's the definition of nepotism. You know, they might not appear rich and wealthy in blue blood, they're working class, but they still accumulated so much money, they still gained power in their immediate environment. So you can say the working class can't do stuff. They can do stuff just fine. They can do stuff just fine and advance themselves just fine. But when it gets to the point where they can name a street after their surname, if they have enough money to pay off the town and they can get a surname on a street, or if a business gained enough money where they could buy off the city and say, hey, we want to make this Mechanics Way because a car business on a residential street made enough money to call themselves Mechanics Way. Even though other houses lived there, they had a business on a residential street, and because they earned enough money, they could go to the city and say, hey, we want to rename Beacon Street to Mechanics Way. And it happened. It happened. Where I grew up was 15 Beacon Street. That was my home address years ago. 15 Beacon Street. I'm doxing my home address out from years ago. And there was a mechanic who had a business on a residential street. He just earned enough money. He's like, hey, he went to the town. He's like, hey, I want this name Mechanics Way. I'll pay. And it will be called Mechanics Way. That's what happened where I'm from. That's what happened where I'm from. The street where I grew up, where I was racing other kids on bicycles, or going through the woods and getting into fights on my street too with other kids. That's the other thing. It might have been a suburban town from Lowell, but it was pretty tough too at the same time. It's almost like an urban area, even though it was a suburban town. Like, I fought other kids on my street. They weren't slouches either. I was told I would get beat up if I went on this kid's property. He's like, I'll beat you up if you come on my property. If you don't come on my property, I won't. But if you come on my property, I will beat you up. Or I will fight you. But he was pretty much fighting in the name of his father owning property. But he was a kid, you know what I'm saying? And I was a kid. But it was very territorial where I grew up. I remember I had a kid, he lived behind me. His last name was DeStefano. Brian DeStefano, that was his name. And when I was a kid or whatever, something happened. I don't know what the hell it was. But when I was like in a dispute or something, I was like a 6-7-year-old kid, to felt that they had to stop me in a certain way. I was such a terror by myself that I got my neighbors from the next street over throwing rocks at me on my property where my parents lived. They were chucking rocks at me from their yard onto mine. I mean, it felt like a battle. It felt like I was in Vietnam. Or some people talk about Vietnam, because those rocks hurt. If they would have hit you, they would have hurt. But despite all that, I guess I didn't get a ton of damage because I'm not scarred on my face, really. I guess I might have dodged them better than I thought. But there was a time I remember my backyard neighbors, like my neighbors from the backyard, they weren't like on the side to side on my street. They were in the back from another street. But I recalled, I don't know what I did. I don't know what the hell happened, but I got them throwing rocks at me from the other side, whatever the hell happened. And it was like a war. They were throwing rocks at me, and I was trying to throw some at them, but there's like 2 or 3 people throwing rocks at me from the backyard. My backyard neighbors, I'd like to say. That's how badly I incited some people. I got into fights on the schoolyard, and sometimes I don't remember what caused the fight. But next thing I know, I was in a fight. It must have been just my natural personality, pissing people off and doing what I do. But I remember there was one time I got backyard neighbors throwing rocks. There was one kid and then another kid, I think. So even though I didn't know what trans was, I was still my natural personality, and I felt like I was still the subject of a lot of hate. Or I got into fights, or people didn't understand me. There was just something going on. I don't know what. I didn't know what to call it back then, because we didn't have education on it. There was no LGBT when I was a kid. There was no trans. There was really, people said queer or gay if something was different. Or if a group of people acted so outlandish, they were called gay, they were called queer, they were called retarded, but that's all there really was. There was no trans, there was no LGBT. Back when I was coming up, there was none of that. And it turns out I was fighting Trump supporters all my life because my town ended up being majority Trump when they voted. But when I was a kid, and I got in all these conflicts, those kids in later years ended up being Trump supporters. So I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't the side I should be on. You know what I'm saying? All the types I had problems with in school ended up being Trump supporters. Even though I contemplated being a Trump supporter myself, I still had to take a look and take a step back and think about everything from the past up until that moment. I had to do that. I had to do that. Honestly. But I had a personality on me where I pissed a lot of people off that I was around. No question. But I was trolling in real life. A lot of you assholes who like to troll are behind your computers. Difference is I did it in real life when I was young. I did it in real life. Whatever the case may be. And I pissed a lot of people off. I got them going. I knew how to grind their gears. And then when I started playing basketball, I ended up becoming like Dennis Rodman. It's all so fitting, ain't it? It's all so fitting that people would compare me to Dennis Rodman when I started playing basketball. I played mostly defense, I rebounded, and I blocked. And I shot the occasional outside shot, and I scored some games, but I was mostly like a Dennis Rodman when I started playing basketball. So everything's just so fitting to what happened, the way it happened, and all that. I'm a personality. I've always been a personality. I've never meant any harm, but I've always been myself. And since I was a kid, I had people so pissed off at me at times. And back then, people didn't hold back. They weren't politically correct, so if they had an issue with me, they'd punch me in the face. And then I'd have to fight back and do whatever I fucking had to do. Whether I had to claw their eye, whether I had to karate kick them, whatever I had to do. You know, but I still myself, I might not have attacked someone physically, but I annoyed them enough where they wanted to punch me. So that I was on the defense and I had to fight back however I had to. At that point. So, you know, it's just the nature of the game, I guess you say. It's the nature of the game. At some point. But it's good to talk about. It's good to think about it. Who is your real enemy is what you gotta think. Have some of those people since the rule can change. I think some of them might have, yeah. But others, probably not. Probably not, you know. It's like anything. Growing up, I dealt with a lot of assholes. But they were open about being an asshole. Because they were younger. And plus it was less politically correct by then. So I ran across a lot of assholes. Face to face. Now they hide who they are. Which makes it frustrating. Back then, they didn't hide who they were. Today they do, though. Today they do. If a kid was being an asshole back then, he was being an asshole out in the open. I had a classmate or a campmate by the name of Lonnie Burns. Irish name, Burns. Okay, Lonnie Burns. Okay, he used to play Guns N' Roses, GNLI's You're Crazy. Okay? He played You're Fucking Crazy. Oh my. And I looked at him like, hey, yeah, you're expressing yourself, but at the same time, hey, wait a minute, you could be an asshole too. But you're expressing yourself, you're singing Guns N' Roses, you're crazy. Because you want to be a badass, right? That's what I was thinking in my head. You want to be a badass, Lonnie. You're playing GNLI's You're Crazy, right? You're fucking crazy. Oh, child. I'm going to play that now, actually, because as I'm thinking about this. So I'm going to play it, and I'm going to live into this moment when this kid by the name of Lonnie Burns, and I was a classmate of, loved You're Crazy by Guns N' Roses. And this person, he had shoulder length hair at the time. He was like a younger kid. I was younger. He had like about shoulder length hair. He was good looking, I think. Because I used to think like that as a kid, but we didn't know what it was back then. I didn't know I was trans back then or whatever. But he was playing this badass kid who was handsome. He was playing You're Crazy. He might have looked a little like John Bender, maybe, from the Breakfast Club. But I was about 8 years old, maybe. Maybe 10, maybe 9. Because I'm inquisitive. I used to ask a lot of questions to people. This is one of the best Guns N' Roses songs. It really is. I've been looking for a place. Looking for a world that's much love because you don't want my love. Oh yeah. You don't need my love. You got to find yourself another piece of the action, yeah. Where you going? What you gonna do? I've been looking everywhere, but I've been looking for you. Oh yeah. Another piece of the action, okay. I'm fucking crazy, oh child. Hey, ah. Oh yeah, hiya. Oh no. Whoa. I knew a motherfucker like you. Satisfaction. Oh yeah. You don't need my love. Yourself another piece of the action. Crazy. Want to see me become a crazy maniac? I can be a crazy maniac. Anytime. I'm possessed by voices. I'm possessed by anything. And I can continue up. Go, God. Oh my God. Let me get my ass, motherfucker, you ever know. But I can't to be the greatest motherfucker you ever know, huh? 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 Who's the little baby? 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 Yeah. I didn't know. I don't know. Can you answer the question for me? I don't know. No. Never mind. If I could say something. There's a lot of things that you can accomplish. There's things about me you couldn't understand. Things you wouldn't understand. I'm alone. A rebel. You don't want to mix up with someone like me. I'm alone. A rebel. You don't want to get mixed up with someone like me. I'm alone and I'm a rebel. Okay. To go to sleep. Good night. Go to sleep. I don't want to hear anymore. Okay. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I don't want to hear anymore. You still want to get mixed up with someone like me. I'm alone. I'm a rebel. Alright. Alright, good. You don't want it. Alright, good. Trying to gear up for the summer. Trying to gear up for the summer. Trying to gear up for the moments. You know, I love Hoku. Hoku is a good thing. I remember there was a single. Just another dumb blonde. She did a song, Hoku. If anyone remembers Hoku, if anyone remember her. She had a good singing voice, I thought. Legally Blonde. For myself. Perfect day, nothing standing in my way. Well, I'm never gonna own a Mercedes Benz unless I get extremely wealthy. I probably won't own one of them. It feels like I do because I can cop whatever I do drive across the country just for God sake. Perfect day. I'm a punk rock pop queen. Favorite magazine. Hotter than you've ever seen. Everything in between. Take it for a ride. Don't you wanna come inside? Oh, that's triple back. And 5 long days till all your lies have come undone. Small words are way too late. You can't see that I'm the one. Take my head rush. Take my for a flush. Red velvet orange crush. But you don't just impress me much. Red. Let it up inside your head. But it's not bad. 6 long hours and 5 long days till all your lies have come undone. Small words are way too late. You can't see that I'm the one. Six long hours and 5 long days till all your lies have come undone. 3 small words are way too late. You can't see that I'm the one. And 5 long days till all your lies have come undone. This is one of my favorite all-time albums. Whether anyone does it or not, it is this.
1, 2, 3.
At me, innocent eyes, like some kind of disguise. And the hair slick up, night. Heard I say you're sweat on my face. You sound a joke, you sound anymore. I don't think that I can take anymore. Why do you do what you do to me, baby? My confidence driving me crazy. I did anything for you. Ignore me cause you know I don't. Just pretend to be nice. You at least pretend to be nice. Just pretend to be nice. Everything in my life will be alright. Do it out. You want to think about fall asleep on the room couch. Song. Just a very good time. You do what you do to me, baby. Taking my confidence, driving me crazy. I do anything for you. Just don't ignore me, cause I know I adore you. At least pretend to be nice. You at least pretend to be nice. At least pretend to be nice. Everything in my life will be alright. Just pretend. Everything in my life will be alright. Just pretend to be nice. You at least pretend to be nice. Everything in my life will be alright, alright. Come on, I know you want. Sorry. No worries. Absolutely no worries. So, is your dog barking? Oh! 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 Now the dog shut up. I howl at the dog and it shuts up. What do you know? Ow! Ow! Really? 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 Did I scare the fuck out of the pooch? Did I? Or did I not? Let's take a vote on it, huh? Shall we? Let's take a vote on it, huh? Hey, this is the anthem of Noodles and Pete. This is Noodles and Pete, or Seasons. Again, I'm going to tell you how metaphysically things happened. There was a song, a duet, between the Bouncing Souls and I don't know who. But it was called Wish Me Well, You Can Go to Hell. And years later, Pete was manifested. Noodles was manifested in a relationship. But I'm telling you, years ago, I thought of the exact scenario that Noodles and Seasons became. You want to hear the proof? I'll show you the evidence. I'll show you the proof. Okay, but tell me this isn't like Noodles and Seasons. In case you're watching, Noodles, so know you're watching. Did you ever hear this? This is just like Seasons. This is like you. Ever hear this? Tell me Seasons Clayton is not in this song right here. Behavior, I gotta be you. It isn't right, but I know I love you. I only want what's best. Some kind of test. You're failing. All we do is bicker. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. You wish me well. You can go to hell. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. Wish me well. You can go to hell. The girl sounds like Seasons. I swear to God, Seasons. This chick sounds like you. And this is out of New Jersey, by the way. Gotta go. You make us grow. Punch you in the face. Oh yeah, I said you get some space. Another time in another place. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. Wish me well. You can go to hell. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. It's kind of like a mix between Bergs and Jill and Noodles and Seasons. But with Pete's voice, 100%. Doesn't that sound like Seasons? That's Seasons, Clayton!
You're stupid. Fine then, I don't care. I'm leaving. Okay, whatever, bye.
That's her!
Alright, I'm out the door. Okay, bye. Alright. I'm gone.
I used to listen to this song all the time, and I think I manifested it on the boy. Seasons Clayton, at least. And Noodles. Is that not Seasons right there? Is that not fucking Seasons?
God, go already.
God, go already.
God, go already. Okay, bye. God, go already.
Seasons. I listened to this song long ago. The idea of Noodles and Seasons, or Bergs and Jill, is in this song. This song. And then I come to the boy. But I used to listen to this song a lot. And I always had the idea in the back of my head. Wish me well. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. You can wish me well. You can go to hell. And sure enough, someone with that voice comes along. Pete sounds just like that female. I'm telling you right now. I'll play it again. Listen. This is like Noodles and Pete right here. And this band's out of New Jersey. What are the chances? Me, ABS, you gotta be you. Something isn't right. This is like Seasons. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. That either sounds like Gwen Stefani or it sounds like Pete. Is that not Noodles and Seasons right there? I mean, for real. Punch you.
I love you. Like I said,
You needed some space. Another time in another place. That sounds just like Seasons.
say goodbye.
That's like I called this because I used to listen to this song all the time.
Wish me well.
Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die.
Wish me well. You can go to hell.
By the way, they did an awesome cover of Don't You Forget About Me on The Breakfast Club. This is an awesome fucking cover. Bouncing Souls is one of the best punk rock bands of all time. I love the Bouncing Souls. They're one of the few things about New Jersey that I like. The Bouncing Souls. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh. Don't you forget me. I'll be alone. Can't take you home. Tell me your troubles are gone. Here's everything inside in the heart. Don't you? Don't. Look at this. 42 ounces, Milwaukee's best. Ice. $2.39 for that. 42 ounces. 42 now. They give you 2 extra. Milwaukee's Best Ice. I like Milwaukee's Best. We're gonna have a music night tonight. We're gonna have fun. I don't care who watches, who doesn't. Alright. Cause I know this is the socks. Till we're done, Bowie in the jukebox. Because we roll songs we like, pretty cool. They're like, pretty cool. Until we're not. Because it's fun, you can't get near it until we're done. Bowie in the jukebox, because we wrote all the songs we like, pretty cool. Because it's fun, whoa, until we're done. Whoa. In the jukebox, because it's fun. Can't get near it until we're done. Bowie in the jukebox because we roll. Until we're done. I'm here. I'm not going nowhere. To all you who want to think they're going to punk me out, you're not. You're not. You know, I would have called you Woody Joe. I'm going to call you Woody Joe. You know the song? Woody Joe. Does that ring a bell? I love this song. Gaslight Anthem, Woody Joe. This is the only thing about New Jersey I really like, you know. And maybe Noodles soon. Now. But Woody Joe, I'm telling you. It's a fucking good song. It flirts with Bruce Springsteen type. It's like if Bruce Springsteen was punk rock. That's what this is. It's out of my brain. starting to rain.
The walls of my bedroom were trembling around me. This ramshackle voice over attack of a were telling me it's only
Fine. The sound of the very last gig in town. Let the rock on hold on. This is a cold dark night. Like you live it up, live it up, live it up. You do it all right. I heard it from the gang song. I listen to a strange sad song. Say let it out, let it out, let it out. You do it all right. Hey, you do it all right. Do it all right.
And I carry these songs like a comfort wherever I go. And they was there when my summers was high. There when she left me alone. Saying the soul is hard to find. And I never can tell someone just what it's around. And I let it come out. The walls of my bedroom
Tremble around me.
This ramshackle voice over attack of a beat and a girl on the excitement and gang. And this was
The sound of the very last gig in town.
as heard by my wild young heart. Directions on the
Oh, God, night. Say let it out, let it out, let it out. You do it all right.
and I heard it in his chain gang soul. It wasn't just a sad, sad song. Saying let it out, let it out, let it out. You do it all right.
Yeah, you do it all right.
Are you doing all right? As heard by my wild young heart. Directions on the
Dark night. Say let it out, let it out, let it out. You do it all right. Heard the gang song. Now this is just the same sad song.
saying let it out, let it out, let it out. You do it all right. And are you doing all right? That was the sound. You hear the sound. I hear the sound of the very
More thumbs up, everybody. Let's get some thumbs up in here, everybody. Thumbs up the chat. What the fuck, 8 in 2 hours? I should have 27 or 28 at least. Thumb up the goddamn chat. Even if you can't type, for Christ's sakes, listen and just hit the thumbs up. Even if you're not typing. Are you sleeping? Are some of you sleeping? What the fuck? Noodles, what's going on? You just get in here? What's going on? I've been live for 2 hours and 15 minutes already. What time is it? 11:58. Alright. Hey, my house, Treehouse. Hey, Sneer, what's going on with you? I haven't seen your ass around. Have you been snooping around in places you shouldn't be snooping around in? Huh? Huh? You doing well? Okay, good. 'Cause I've been hearing all kinds of shit lately around your neck of the woods. I've been hearing about a lot of shit. I've been hearing about how motels are pretty cheap on the Sunset Strip right now. That's what I've been hearing about. And I know you live in that area. Okay? Never mind all that, though. Alright, so. Yeah, what's going on with it? That's so strange because there's motels in Florida that are going for $1,400, $1,500 a month and not a very good area. Okay, but yet the Sunset Strip has places for $975 a month, so I'm hearing. So I'm hearing. It has to do with new policies to tackle homelessness problem by homeless. So they're making the motels affordable for homeless people, yes? Is that what they're doing there? At least they're doing something over there. At least they're doing something. Yeah, supposedly on the Sunset Strip, they have places under 1,000 in motels. Dude, that's less than what I paid in Columbia, South Carolina. That's less than what I paid there. I'll say that right now. That's crazy. 975 to live on the Sunset Strip. If I absolutely have to live in motels, I'm gonna friggin' move over there. I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna move to the Sunset Strip. I'm gonna live for 975 a month. I'm already halfway across the country right now. I mean, I don't want to live in motels, don't get me wrong, but if I absolutely have to, I might take that 975 a month over there. $2,400? $2,400? Is that really what you're paying at the end of it all? $2,400? You'll be right next to West Hollywood too, which is one of the most trans-friendly spots in the country. Oh my God, things are pulling me. Shit is pulling me. While I want to stay where I'm at, oh my God, that temptation is just too great. Will Melton John go to L.A. and make the most of herself, or will I stay in Omaha, Nebraska? That's what it comes down to. I'm in Omaha, Nebraska right now. Yes, I am, my hush. I'm in Omaha. I'm halfway. It's not a bad place at all. This place is pretty good. I'll tell you right now. But if I have to live in motels, $975 is cheaper than anything I'm getting here. I'll tell you that. If I can pay $975 on the Sunset Strip, I might just go for it. But we'll see what happens. I'm looking to at least get a roommate or two here and pay a little less. I'm hoping that's going to happen. But if not, what's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that can happen at this point? I got my leopard on. That's right. I got that on. And someone said that I didn't shower. I'm wearing the same fucking shirt as yesterday. Well, guess what? I won't bathe just for you. No, motel life is not for me, but I've had no choice. I've been trying to get a home. I've been trying to get at least a house share of some kind. With one roommate, two roommates. I don't want to be Craig. Trust me, I don't want to be Craig. But I've had no choice. It sounds like Craig's had more opportunities than me, and he squandered them all. And that's why he's in a motel. And I don't get why he's in Punta Gorda all this time paying $1,400. Punta Gorda is a shitty community. I've been there. I didn't like it. Honestly. Who flipped his kayak into a boathouse, somehow unpacked for free. Yeah, I guess London for England. I guess there's people out there. London's expensive, but here and there could be people who offer their places up for a very low amount, even in London. Because I think I looked at Craigslist in London. I think it was really cheap sometimes. Some people just didn't have anything else to do, and they had a little extra space. They're like, hey, you can live with me with $500 a month. So think in London, I looked at that or something. Overseas in Craigslist, London. Yeah, I think some people, like $500 English dollars or something. They were charging $500 English dollars, I think, to live in London or something like that. Craig is infested with fleas. Why is Craig infested with fleas? Has he had sex with prostitutes? Does Craig rent prostitutes on the regular? You've known this person for a long time, Noodles, David. Is Craig Does he rent out prostitutes? Is that a habit of his? Are you certain he has fleas because he dated a lot of prostitutes? Well, my house, I can't see why. I mean, I could see why maybe you would. Oh my God, that's actually something a black nationalist would say. That people with blonde hair or dirty blonde hair are infested with fleas. Carrie Bridges, right? Carrie Bridges, correct? Because I'll tell you something right now. As dirty as I have gotten, I've never gotten fleas. I've had classmates who've gotten fleas. Okay, they've been dirty, or they've been the types that would have get fleas in their hair or whatever. But even when I was dirty, I've never gotten hairs. I never gotten fleas in my hair or anything. Even if I was dirty. You know what I'm saying? I never really did. I had this classmate. He was French. Okay, his name was Peter Laprade. Okay, Peter Laprade was his name. Okay, and he didn't shower. He only showered once a month, and it was a disaster. His asshole smelled. His hair smelled. His body smelled. And at a sleepover, we pulled down his pants because we wanted to see how bad it really was, because we were concerned. So me and my friends and him, we would just pull down his pants and just try to take a sniff just to see how bad it was, because this kid never showered. He showered like once a month. Peter Laprade. Yeah, once a month. Yeah. So we were all pulling down his pants. Oh, what's it smell like? Let's take a look. Oh, let's pull it. Peter, come on. We got to see what you smell like. Why are you doing this to me? We got to see what you smell like. Pretty close. Pretty close. And it was like, oh my God, it smelled. He didn't even take Peter Laprade. He was French. Laprade. Laprade. Okay? But it was just rumored he smelled so bad, so we just had to pull down his pants to see how bad he smelled. Okay? Now that's a story people are going to want to hear, and you want to hear it too. All right? His hair smelled like dirty baked macaroni because he didn't shower for a month. He showered once a month. He told the class, like, how often do you shower, Peter? Once a month. He kind of reminded me of Templeton. He reminded me of Templeton the rat from Charlotte's Web. Once a month. Once a month. So we had a sleepover, and we had to just pull his pants down because his hair smelled like dirty baked macaroni as it was. So we had to pull his, and it was pretty bad. And he was like, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Oh my God. It was so funny. When I mentioned, you know how I've been compared to Weird Al Yankovic? I've been compared to Weird Al Yankovic. As a kid, I used to say, hey, I like Weird Al Yankovic. I'm a fan. And Peter Laprade was in the room, right? And he's like, oh, you like Weird Al? Jill hates him. My teacher's name was Jill, and she said how she hated Weird Al. And she's like, oh, he was like, oh, Jill hates him. I'm like, so? I like Weird Al Yankovic. So he hated Weird Al Yankovic. It's just so funny. When I used to like sing Weird Al Yankovic, him and a couple other classmates got annoyed with me. And even his friend's name was Robert. I don't know what he's up to. I haven't even checked, to be honest with you. He might be clean now because so many people picked on him for being dirty. Maybe he's the cleanest person now. I have no idea, but I'd find it hard to believe. He never showered. He was like a French frog who never showered. I'm telling you. Another one rides the bus. Another one bites the dust. It was like a takeout off of Another One Bites the Dust. Yeah, it had to have been. It had to have been. Maybe. I mean, Weird Al. Weird Al might have a sense of humor. And he's Polish. I mean, his people were oppressed, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have thoughts, you know? I mean, look at. Do you know anyone who's Polish who's racist, Noodles? Michelle K? I don't know. That's to be determined, I guess. Her father, to be determined. But Weird Al Yankovic was Polish. And Polish people suffered under Nazi Germany, so maybe Weird Al figured, hey, I can make jokes about it because I'm oppressed too. But she said she had a black boyfriend, and she said he was the best guy she ever dated. Noodles. She said he was the best guy she ever dated. So is Michelle K racist or not? She hates Mexicans, probably, right? Who does she hate? Tell me who she hates, because she said she dated a black guy and he was the best guy that she ever dated. So who is she really racist to if it isn't black men? Who? She might. I don't know. She might. I'm not certain. Her eyeballs, I could do with eyeballs too. But then again, mine isn't as extreme as hers. Hers was like so like round. They were like really round. They were like really round. You know. She hates sexy. Oh yeah, you. Okay, I gotcha. She doesn't like Italians at all. She really. Do you think her father hates Italians too? Even though Polish people were oppressed, right? Do you think she hates Italians? Do you really think she hates, or her father at least hates Italians, even though Polish people were oppressed, mind you? And even though Polish and Italians aren't really that alike, you'd think because Polish were oppressed, Italians were oppressed, you'd think they'd be all right with each other to some point, right? For real? Because I think her father's funny. My father is kind of like Papa K Noodles. My father is kind of like Papa K. What the hell are you doing on the internet? You've been on the internet 9 hours, John. You've been on the internet 9 hours. That's what my father said to me when he saw that I was on the internet. Even in the living area. For 9 hours, you've been on the internet 9 hours. There's a rule of thumb in Europe. Poles hating on Italy, probably because out of jealousy. I don't know. Some Polish people have good beer, like that Lomza beer. Lydia is Polish. She knows of Lomza and all those, like Okashim, like those Polish beers. I've had Polish beer. It's actually pretty good. Polish beer is pretty good, I think. Rosie made a video. Hey, listen, Kayla, listen. Every time Rosie goes live, I'm not going to be around. Because you want to know why? Rosie has no fucking life. So I can't count when Rosie's going to be live that I'm going to watch it, all right? I know you said, hey, stand up for me. Rosie's talking shit about me. But Kayla, I'm not always going to catch her live streams. Because she goes on in the days that people are doing shit. The hours that people are doing things. Rosie has no job. Rosie doesn't have a fucking life. She likes to talk about people. She spends all her days talking about people, Kayla. Rosie Wren is an autistic piece of shit who mentions people's parents. She's more intelligent than you think, even though she's autistic. Some Polish food is good. Like, I'm not going to lie. I like stuffed cabbage, pierogies with sour cream. I love it. Trust me. I've had Polish food like that. It's great. Gołąbkis, stuffed cabbage, pierogies. It's good. I like it. But borscht is Russian. I don't think borscht is Russian, from what I know. Rosie Wren has a messed up jaw. It ruins her looks. Yeah, there's something about Rosie because she's a natural-born female, but people think she's trans. People actually think she's trans. Rosie Wren Can't get off YouTube. Rosie Ren, for her own fucking good, should just take a fucking break from YouTube. Rosie Ren is just she was fighting with White Tupac, and now they're friends all of a sudden. I had her back and she turned on me. I had her back and she still turned on me. She's disloyal. Rosie Ren is so disloyal. So yeah, when she's live and I pop up in her backstage, you know what I did, Noodles? I called myself the Diddler, and I showed up in her backstage, and I called myself the Diddler, and I was like, Melton John, you're just trying to start drama with me, Melton John. And I was just in the backstage. I wasn't let up. I was like, yeah, Rosie is just she might be autistic, but she's smarter than people think. I mean, she can edit videos. I mean, she can still show videos and clip screenshots. She's not stupid. She's probably quicker to that stuff than I am. I'll be honest with you. She plays into her disability is what I think, but I think she's a lot smarter than people think. But listen to this, my Hosh and Noodles. Listen to this. She lives in Texas, right? You would think that she would be getting some authentic Texas barbecue, right? You would be thinking that she would be getting the most authentic Texas barbecue, right? Or having some of the best Chinese food, assuming she's in Houston, Texas, which has pretty good Chinese food, from what I hear. Houston, Texas has an Asian population. She doesn't get any of that. She gets Panda Express. She gets Taco Bell. So how do you explain that? Living in Texas, where supposedly the best Mexican food and the best barbecue food is, why does she eat McRibs? And why does she eat Panda Express? Christ, I would be hitting up the best barbecue places if I lived in Texas. I'm telling you right now, I would. Because I grew up with good food. I grew up in the Northeast, but I still grew up with good food. And if I had bad food, I knew it wasn't that good. I mean, I'm Italian. I grew up around food. I had decent Chinese food. I've had all different things, growing up. Yeah, because she eats and she doesn't wipe her mouth, right? When I first had Mexican food, you know where I first had Mexican food, Noodles, Mejosh? New Hampshire. They had a real good Mexican place. It wasn't authentic, but it was gringo Mexican food, but it was still good. Gringo Mexican food. But it still kind of came close to the Mexican food recipe. It was just gringo, and it kind of had like a jam band kind of feel, like a whiter Mexican food. But it was still decent. It just wasn't authentic 100%. It was more like Tex-Mex. But it was a place called Shorty's, and it was in Nashua, New Hampshire. It was where Carolyn lives. It's mostly like white owned. I don't think it's Hispanic owned at all. But they have pretty decent Mexican food for gringo Mexican food. That's pretty much what I'm saying. And that's what I had before I had authentic Mexican food. I had Shorty's. And it kind of flirted with the skateboarding company Shorty's, if everyone remembers that. Some people could get them confused. Shorty's restaurant, like if they had a Shorty's t-shirt, and then they had Shorty's skateboard. People got them confused sometimes. But there was a Shorty's Mexican restaurant, and there was a Shorty's skateboarding company also. And the logos didn't look all that much different from one another, which was also coincidental. You're fading on you guys. We're going to hit the sack. Okay, Mejosh, okay. Conway, New Hampshire? North Conway? Is that what you're saying, Noodles? North Conway? Have you been there? That's not far from where Witty Widow is. I don't know. There's a place called North Conway, New Hampshire. Okay, and you had pretty good Mexican food up there? That's what you were saying? Interesting. What was the place called? It wasn't Shorty's, was it? Or was it another place? Because that's the first place I ever had authentic Mexican food around the Boston area. Because that stuff didn't go to the East Coast until later. Mexican food just wasn't a thing. The first time I've ever had it was when I had Shorty's when I was like 10 years old or something. In the Mexican food revolution just didn't go across the country at that time, you know. It just wasn't all over the place. So we were kind of new to Mexican food like in the 80s, and that's like when Shorty's came. And then we had another authentic Mexican restaurant in Nashville. It was like where Carolyn lives, and I lived around there too. But no, I didn't grow up with Mexican food around me, like in the early 80s. That kind of started in the 90s. At least in the East Coast, it didn't start till the 90s. Did lots of drinking. You did drinking and driving in North Conway? How did you get up to North Conway to begin with? Who did you know up there? Because I was in New England, and I've only been in North Conway like 2 times in my life. But you drove up from New Jersey, you went to North Conway? Woody Widow lives there, and she happens to be your cousin, or so she says. But let me guess. Was it kind of an old house? Was it in the woods? And was it near a town center? You might have rented the same house that I stayed in, because my mom and her friend, we all rented a house. It might have been the same house that you stayed in. It was like it was like kind of like a roundhouse, wasn't it? And it was very dated. It might have had a trucker hat in there. It was old, right? And it was in the woods, right? And it was advertised where if you wanted to take a vacation, you could take a vacation there, right? It was like in the advertisements. We didn't have internet back then, but it was probably in the advertisements, right? Or if you wanted to rent the house in North Conway, it's probably an old house in the woods, right? And it was near the Kangabangas, and it was like kind of near downtown, but it was in the woods. And there was an upstairs and a downstairs, right? And it was like a spacious kind of a vacation house, and you rented it for like a couple weeks, right? Think it was the same house? Wouldn't that be crazy if you stayed in the same house I stayed in? You rented it, my family rented it also, if that be the case? Because I remember I was up in North Conway. I would, because it's salt and pepper. It's not going to be it doesn't need to be disinfected if it's salt and pepper, in my opinion. I'd probably use it. But tell me something. Do you think it was the same house? It was in the woods, right? It was kind of near a town center in North Conway, right? It was near the Kangabangas, yes? Was that house that you rented in that area? It was kind of dated. It was all wood paneling inside, kind of like a trailer, maybe. It was wood paneling, right? Was it wood paneling? And was it very old? And it was in North Conway. It was in the woods. It was kind of near a downtown, right? Oh my God, you stayed in the same house my mom rented with her best friend and her son and me and her boyfriend, my mom's friend's boyfriend, and all of us stayed in that same house? It kind of smelled funky, didn't it? Like it was a skier's house, right? The owners were into skiing, weren't they? You found skis in the closet, didn't you? You found skis in the closet, right? I think the people who owned it were into skiing, and there was like some trucker hat behind the bar, right? Or behind wherever they were. Oh my God, that might be the same house. I rented in that house, if that's the case. Oh my God, small world. Like Huey Lewis says, small world. My God. Small world. Jesus. That might be the same place. It was a rental for a week or two at a time, right? A rental. I remember it well. I love Huey Lewis, by the way.
All around the world, there are people like you and me. From the poorest beggar in the streets to the richest king and queen.
You never know what you're gonna find.
Some people
Never know.
take, and then they never give. Gotta learn to give and take if you wanna learn to live in a small world. Small, small world. Now we can find one another like we do on TV. Or we can help one another the way it's supposed to be. If we all give a little, it can really mean a lot. It's a small, small world, but it's the only one we got. Small world. Small,
Small world.
small world. Small, small world. Small world. Small world. Small, small world. I wonder if it's small world. Got to learn to live.
Yeah.
All right.
Probably not. There's a couple days off. Yeah, yeah. Can't wait for the weekend. Rosie Red, you fucking bitch. Why are you stealing from Kayla? Rosie Red, I'm coming for you now. I don't care who holds me back or who tells you to leave you alone. Rosie Wren, you've crossed the line. Rosie Wren, I'm after you. I don't care if you're autistic or not. You got me mad now. Rosie Wren. You think you own everybody, but you don't. Rosie Wren, you're gonna get yourself in a world of fucking trouble right now. I gotta catch my breath. Oh. Hold on one sec. I'll tell you what, Kayla. Hold that thought for a minute. Hold that thought. What's that link? I'm not gonna click on that link, but it's a couple days off. I'm gonna do it to this bitch, and I gotta do Tupac also. We're new to the two of them. Wait a minute. Is he really? Sleazy, are you fucking serious? Your uncle is friends with Huey Lewis? Tell me all about it. So you have insight on Huey Lewis and your uncle in a relationship. You need to tell me about this. Because in 1983, I first heard of Huey Lewis. I listened to his music in my childhood growing up. Huey Lewis is a big part of my childhood. Just answer me first, then I'm going to go to what I'm going to do next here. Rosie Wren, you're done. Rosie Wren, you better be watching right now. Because Rosie Wren, I'm going to end your YouTube career. And I'm just going to do it simply. I don't have to call your parents. I don't have to talk to your parents. Although if I had their numbers, God only knows I probably would talk to them. Because you're an autistic. You're an autistic. And you're on here obsessively. You're on here religiously. Okay, Rosie? And you like to cause trouble. You're on here. People might be fooled by your sweet act. You know what? And I took up for you, Rosie, and you backstabbed me. You told Park to get me off your panel, but I didn't even talk shit to you. You were just up there, and me and Park were going at it. All you had to do was just keep your mouth shut. And just watch, and just laugh, or whatever, you know? But you were like, Park, no, don't let Melton up. But I wasn't even talking shit to you, Rosie. And you were like, don't let Melton up. And I had your back. Rosie, it's over, Rosie. And I have power around here. So I'm gonna put your lights out, Rosie, right now. So you will not be going live every fucking day like you're going live, okay? I'm gonna have to put a good, because you got that retard strength, Rosie. Rosie has that retard strength for a female. And I have to put Rosie in check because Rosie is stronger than you all think. Rosie's not easy. But Rosie will also mention people's mothers and fathers when she's losing in a battle. But it's because Rosie has this kind of pull where she can manipulate people into taking up for her. because she's retarded or whatever she is. Alright, well, Rosie, that comes to an end right now, Rosie. You've been bothering enough people. Rosie Ren, I'm gonna curse you. Rosie Ren, you've been traveling all the things you shouldn't have been handling, Rosie. Rosie Ren, you try to gain sympathy at people's expense. Rosie Ren, look at me now. I don't need tarot cards. I have the power. I can use it on you, Rosie. Rosie Red, you better listen and you better be looking right now. Because if you're sleeping, you're going to have several nightmares. I'm telling you right now, Rosie Red. Rosie Red, you're going to have several nightmares. Rosie Red. Rosie Red. You just said to the world of hurt. You just said to the world of hurt, Rosie. Rosie, you should not be stealing anybody's subscribers. Especially somebody who you should be friends with, but you're not friends with them. And you're bullying them yourself. I would know, Rosie, you would be a bully if you didn't have a disability. Because you already try to be a bully now with your disability. And you're not stupid, Rosie. I see through you. You're not stupid, but I'm going to make you submit to me. Rosie, you are over. Rosie Ren, you have crossed the line. You have crossed the line. Because you're a fucking retard. Or if you weren't retarded, you would be a mean bitch. So I can call you a fucking retard all day. Because you would be mean if you weren't retarded. You understand what I'm saying to you? You're gonna be brought down, Rosie. You're gonna be brought down to size. And I don't care who clips it. I don't care if Stewie clips it. I don't care if anyone clips it. The bottom line is it needs to be said this bitch has been trying to run amok around here lately, and it's not gonna work. White Tupac is one of the biggest bullies around here, and Rosie, he bothered you, and you sided with him because you want to be a bully, so you actually gave in to him. You gave in to him. And now you're bullying Kayla. Well, Rosie, enough is enough. I'm gonna put your lights out. If nobody does, Rosie Ren. Tell me how Rosie bullied you, Seasons. Tell me. I'm in the middle of a curse, but I can still answer questions. How did she bully you, Seasons? What happened? Because I am about to go off. If I haven't already gone off already. Rosie Ren. Rosie Ren. Although, to be fair, it's going to be tougher to curse you. Because you don't drive a car. You don't leave the house. You don't do anything. It's going to be tougher to do that. Jill lives about 2 hours from where I am, Season. She lives about 2. I'm trying to set up a meeting with Jill. And I want to make that happen. She's only 2 hours from where I'm at. I'm trying to make that happen. Bobby Girl's a pretty good person, I'll tell you something. Lydia and Bobby hate each other. I don't have anything against Lydia or Bobby, though. But they happen to hate each other. I mean, Lydia's been polite to me. I mean, Lydia, I have no reason to hate Lydia. But Bobby Girl at the same time, I think, is pretty cool, too, you know. White Tupac is a loser as well. He needs to make fun of special needs. He makes fun. Yeah, well, White Tupac, guess what, White Tupac? I played in the Special Olympics. It was my rookie team. When I didn't play basketball yet, the Special Olympics gave me a shot. So, White Tupac, you suck. You suck ass. White Tupac, I'm on to you. You better not think about doing another thing. Next time you go live, I'll tell you what. White Tupac, all you're gonna do is you're gonna drink yourself to death anyway, bitch. White Tupac, you might as well be a bitch. You might as well be. Fuck you. He is a bully. He bullied you. He bullied her. But she's siding with him now. And Rosie wants to be a bully if she sided with him. That's what it comes down to. Rosie Wren's using her disability as a crutch. But that's going to stop right now. Rosie Wren, you better be watching. And you better make a video about it. You better mention me in your next live stream to notice that I cursed you. You better do that. You better do that, Rosie. Poon Handler, I tried to keep my hands off of her. I tried to do it for you. But I've been getting too many complaints lately about her. I've been getting too many complaints lately about her. And this is it. This is final. You might want to protect her because she's autistic, Poon Handler. But I'm going to tell you something. I can't make excuses for her anymore. Period. I can't. And me being drunk and off the rails myself, it will have more power to go through to her. Rosie Wren. Rosie Wren, I'm sick of hearing about you. I'm sick of hearing about you. You know, it's tough to pick between them. They're having a feud, but I can't hate the two of them. You know what? They're sisters in my eyes. Barbie Girl is a good-hearted person, and so is Lydia. I don't know why they're hating each other, personally. I like them both. Barbie Girl and Lydia are good with me. Both of them are good with me. Okay? They might hate each other, but Barbie Girl and Lydia are both good with me. Okay? I'm going to say that right now. Barbie Girl wants to come to this channel. She'll never be blocked. Barbie Girl, you're welcome on this channel. You will not be blocked. And neither will you, Lydia. So if you want to fight in my... If you want to... Listen to me for a second. If you want to fight in my side chat, you're welcome to duke it out over here. I'm not going to block either of you. Lydia or Barbie Girl. Both of you are cool with me. If you have to go at it, use my channel if I'm live. And go at it in the comment section. I might tell you to cool it, but I'm welcoming you to at least have a discourse over here in my side chat, and nobody will time you out. Okay? Nobody will time either of you out as long as I'm here. Lydia and Barbie Girl, you can fight it out on the side chat of my live stream. I want to see Bunny Cha Cha too. I've never met Bunny Cha Cha, but I have talked to Bunny Cha Cha several times. And Sleazes, let me tell you something. I have pictures of Bunny Cha Cha. I have pictures of her, but I never released them. Buddy Cha Cha in confidence send me pictures. And even though I was on bad terms with her at times, I never shared her pictures with anybody. But I have her pictures in my database. Buddy Cha Cha sent me pictures. But you never seen them anywhere. Because I never released them. But I have pictures of Buddy Cha Cha. Even nudies of her too. But I never showed them to anybody. I haven't seen Buddy Cha Cha lately, but if she comes back, I'm telling you something right now. Buddy Cha Cha is another one. She's never going to be blocked on my channel ever again. If Buddy Cha Cha comes back. I don't know if you're watching. If you're one of those 6 viewers, it's kind of like the lottery. If you're one of those 7 viewers right now, Buddy Cha Cha, and you're just not commenting, you will not be blocked on this channel again. I've had some disagreements with you in the past, but I've also had some very good conversations with you as well. But if you ever come back, Buddy Cha Cha, you're welcome to stay on this channel. I won't block you. Alright, you stayed in Freiburg, Maine. How about Freeport? Noodles, have you ever been to Freeport, Maine? Freeport is like the toy emporium. There's a lot of toys in Freeport, Maine. A lot of toy stores. A lot of shopping. Freeport, Maine. I remember there was a gentrified town center at Freeport, Maine, and I was renting a house with my family. Again, we rented houses when I was young. My family and me, my mom and me, we would rent houses for the summer in Maine or in New York or in North Conway, okay? And there was a house. It was like on a hill or something. It was like in a lower class neighborhood. It was in Freeport, but it was like a lower class neighborhood, but it was near the shops. It was near the shops, the toy shops, the clothing shops, and it was in Maine. So I saw all the shopping centers. Have you ever been to Freeport, Maine, by chance, Noodles? Freeport? It's where the shopping is. A lot of shops. A lot of toys, a lot of clothing. LL Bean. I think one of the original LL Beans was actually in Freeport. I'm not positive, but I think so. Because LL Bean is out of Maine. And Columbia Sportswear is out of Oregon. But LL Bean is out of Maine. 11:47 in Colorado. Right, we're an hour difference. We're about an hour difference because I'm 1 hour difference from the East Coast. So I'm about 2 hours from Pacific time. And you're about 1 hour from Pacific time. You're 2 hours and I'm 1 hour in. So I still went pretty damn west because I'm still an hour. I'm in Central Time right now. I'm in Central Time. Once you hit Chicago, you're in Central Time. Or anything west of Chicago, it's Central Time. It's no longer Eastern Standard. But you're about 1 hour from Los Angeles time, Kayla, if you're in Colorado. Yeah. They're thinking about making a universal one time for the entire nation. We're going to be the same time all over. They're trying to pass that. We're going to be the same time from East Coast to West. We'll be the same time zone. I don't know if it will happen. Imagine I'm still drinking this. No, never mind. Never mind. I drank it. But I opened up another one. My bad. How much do I have left on the phone? I got 36%. I can probably do this live for a little bit more. Then I'm going to shut it off for a bit. All right. Wait a minute. on a sec. Alright. You want to kiss Bunny Cha Cha's face? Well, that's your lesbian tendency coming up. Bunny Cha Cha is cute. She's hot as hell. I'm going to tell you right now, Bunny Cha Cha is very good looking. She has like the typical body of someone who's meaty and very attractive. Bunny Cha Cha is definitely attractive. I will definitely say that. She's got a killer body. She definitely is, yeah. Because I have her pictures. I never showed them, but I have her pictures. She showed them in confidence to me. But yes, she is. She's got what you would call a meaty body. She's not obese, but she's definitely got a hefty body, but she's sexy as hell, too. You know what I'm saying? She's got like that really, like if there was a plus size model that would outdo the competition, it would more than likely be Bunny Cha Cha. I will agree with that highly. Yeah. I'm not going to get graphic like you do, Noodles, on your channel. I'm going to talk to you about that sometime if I ever talk to you like that. But about getting graphic on a live stream, it's not a good idea. But I will say Bunny Cha Cha is very attractive. All the best companies come out of Oregon. That's not always true, though. Tillamook is debatable. There's some people who hate Tillamook ice cream. The best companies come out of the Northeast, Massachusetts. Why are you bragging about Oregon right now? It's not the time for that. Why are you bragging about Oregon? Brigham's ice cream is much better than Tillamook ice cream. And Brigham's is from Boston. Brigham's is the best ice cream around. And Friendly's. Brigham's and Friendly's. And LL Bean is superior to Columbia. Okay? Out of Maine, LL Bean is superior to Columbia. I don't know why you're boasting up Nike and all these companies. Jensen Swimwear, I've never heard of that. Adidas. Adidas isn't from Oregon, is it? Adidas? Is Adidas from Oregon, Pete? I only heard Nike was from Beaverton. That's about it. Well, it is. Well, there's a lot of Chinese in Portland, Noodles. You know that. There's a lot of Asians in Portland. So that doesn't surprise me, actually. That doesn't surprise me. In Japanese, too. New England has the best companies. That's the truth. Brigham's ice cream, if you've never had Brigham's ice cream, it's the best ice cream. Plus, we have a lot of the best soft serve places, and some of the best homemade ice cream you're ever going to have in your life is in New England. Pricey, but it's very good. I'll tell you that right now. We have Gary's ice cream. We have Richardson's ice cream. We have Brigham's. We have so many. We have Seal. I think Seal Test. We have so many of them. Edie's. No, I don't know about Edie's, but Friendly's is from New England. We have a lot of good ice cream up in New England. I'm telling you. Nothing out there. Tillamook doesn't have anything on Brigham's. I'm telling you right now. It doesn't. Noodles, you know Brigham's ice cream, right? Brigham's, it's in the blue container. Have you ever seen that? That's the best ice cream around. Yeah, well, New England, the best ice cream is in New England. Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, mostly Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. Maine, Vermont, Mass, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, they're not really known for ice cream so much. Well, the thing is, all you know is Oregon. You have to travel, Pete. You've never traveled in your whole life. Okay? Portland has food carts. A lot of good food carts internationally, but they're in certain sections of Portland. Not everyone can get to them too easily. But Portland does not really have too many good things. It's very overrated. Portland's overrated. That's just the truth. You may have grown up there, but you haven't been other places, also seasons. But I'm telling you, Portland is overrated. Start traveling, exactly. I thought Portland was going to be the best thing since sliced bread, but it doesn't matter. It's still Oregon. The state of Oregon still produces Tillamook. And it's compared to Brigham's because it's the West Coast Brigham's, but it's still not as good as Brigham's by a long shot. Brigham's ice cream is way superior to Tillamook. I'm telling you right now, because Tillamook, even though it's not in Portland, it's still in Oregon, and it's the main ice cream center for the people of Oregon. It has no candle to Brigham's, though. It doesn't hold a candle to Brigham's. I'm telling you. Brigham's is some of the best ice cream you're going to have besides Friendly's. Brigham's and Friendly's are the main two. I'm telling you. Plus Friendly's, they're mostly going out of business. There's not many Brigham's and not many Friendly's left, but they sell most of their products in the supermarkets. And they make a lot of money through the supermarkets because they sell them like $4.99 a pop, you figure, for an ice cream, like a gallon of ice cream. Brigham's probably went up to $5.99 or $6.99, I'm thinking. With inflation, it probably went up to that much. But Brigham's, they don't sell it everywhere nationally. It's mostly going to be in New England. Maybe select places in New York might have it. But it's mostly going to be in New England. And plus, don't forget, Papa Gino's Pizza is awesome for a chain pizza place, and that's up in New England also. The Northwest has Papa Murphy's. They're take and bake home pizza. They're all right, but they're not great. Papa Gino's is far superior to Papa Murphy's, I'm telling you. Papa Gino's is where chain pizza is at its best, and that comes from Massachusetts, right there. So, why did Anderson go to jail? He supposedly, someone said he went to jail. How the hell do people know he went to jail? Tell me. Did Anderson go to jail? And tell me the details. How did he get arrested? Because I'll tell you how he got arrested. He probably pushed his limits with the wrong person. That security guard in that, wherever the hell that area was too nice. But I bet you he went somewhere and he caused more trouble. And I bet he fucked up their shit enough to where they said, hey, we're going to call the police and we're going to make sure he's arrested. He's out of line. He's totally out of line. He stalked somebody. He stalked somebody, didn't he? I heard a rumor that he stalked somebody. I don't know who it was, but didn't he stalk somebody? He became like an Abby, but just on somebody else. He stalked a 12-year-old? Anderson. Noodles, brother, noodles. This is serious. He stalked a 12-year-old? That's a sin in America, to be going after underage girls like that. Even if you believe in it, You got to be the nicest you could be if you're around a 12-year-old girl. But you can't be stalking a 12-year-old girl. What the fuck? It wasn't sexual? What was it then? Why did he stalk a 12-year-old girl? He had to have had motivations. For an interview, what 12-year-old girl was running around Huntington, West Virginia? What 12-year-old girl was running around West Virginia, Huntington? How did they hear about it, though? How did they even hear? If he got arrested, he wouldn't even be able to go on YouTube. So how did people hear this? Is this a fake? Did this really happen? Or is this just a fake that some people are pulling? Because if you get arrested, Abby disappeared and we didn't know what was going on. So how did people find out about Anderson? Liz called the police, so Liz was live streaming and she got Anderson arrested on her live stream? Thanks for not reporting Abby. What are you talking about? I didn't report Abby, but what do you mean thanks for not reporting her? I wasn't even talking about reporting her. What do you mean? It has to be, because why would anybody know? If he was in jail, he wouldn't be able to get on YouTube, right? So how would people know? Liz called the police and asked about the arrest. Can I see Liz's live streams? What channel did Liz do live streams on earlier? Because I got to catch up. Liz did a live stream between today and yesterday, right? I got to look at this. Maybe it's still online. Because I got to catch up. I got to watch Liz's live stream if she actually did something. Liz, what the fuck? Why do you take your live streams down? I needed to see this. Not Legeno somehow knows about this? How does he know about all this crap? That's stupid as fuck. I wasn't there. Was it today or was it yesterday? Was it today or was it yesterday? Because I was not around. I was probably out. I was probably doing my errands. I was probably doing my shit. So this all happened, and I somehow didn't know about it until now. Huh. Well, I don't know what to say. It's like, yeah, proof for it never happened. Exactly. It has to be a big troll, because if Anderson was arrested, he wouldn't be talking about it. No one would have known. Abby got arrested, supposedly. No one ever known, but she came back. That's probably how people knew, because she returned. But the whole time, I had no clue where Abby was. Have I ever actually been to jail? Yeah. For 45 minutes, I've been to jail. Why? I had $40 to bail myself out. It was over a car insurance dispute when I was in the state of New Hampshire. I canceled my Florida license because I thought I wouldn't get caught in New Hampshire. Because New Hampshire, you don't have to have car insurance. But it turns out I didn't have car insurance, but I have Florida plates, so they still locked me up. It's only if you have New Hampshire plates, you don't have to have car insurance. But if you have another state plate and you don't have car insurance, you can get arrested in New Hampshire. So I ended up in jail for that. Because I had Florida plates with no car insurance in New Hampshire. You were at that live stream, it's true, but it's hearsay at this point. It's hearsay unless someone clipped the audio or the video. Seasons. Hey, Seasons, I gotta play a song for you. Listen. Hey, listen to a song. You were not here earlier. I gotta play a song for you, okay? This is you and Noodles, okay? Look. There's a song. I called you and Noodles a long time ago. Your relationship, I listened to a song endlessly when I was young, okay? It was about a couple, and this was out of New Jersey, too. Listen to the song. Listen. Seasons. The female in this song is your voice, totally. Listen. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Listen.
I gotta be me,
Baby, and
you gotta be good. Nothing isn't right, but I know I love you.
that's you, Seasons. The woman is you.
I only want what's best. I don't know.
It's you and Noodles. It's them bickering.
Feel it. All we do is get
Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. She's kind of talking now, too. She's not singing. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. Noodles, you know the Bouncing Souls, don't you? This is the Bouncing Souls. You know who they are? You must know who they are. Make us happy, make us grow. That sounds like you, Pete. She's got a high-pitched voice. That's my... I like them, though. Noodles, are you holding that against them? I love the Bouncing Souls. What are you talking about? Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. Say goodbye. Kiss my ass. I hope you die. It sounds like you, Seasons, and it sounds like the relationship you guys have. This song sounds just like it to me. What part of Get Out did you understand? Did you not understand? That's Pete. Seasons, that's you. Yes, Pete.
Fine, then. I don't care. I'm leaving.
Okay, whatever, bye.
Whatever, bye.
See ya.
All right,
See ya.
I'm out the door.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
I'm gone. This is me leaving right now.
Okay,
Okay.
bye.
Here I am. I'm gone. Goodbye.
See ya.
Isn't that Pete to a T? That female is Pete.
What are
That
you
sounds
laughing
just
at,
like-
stupid?
Sounds just like it.
Out the door. See ya.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
God, go already.
That's Pete. Come on, you gotta admit it. That's your relationship in that song summed up. How about Gaslight Anthem? Noodles, do you think Gaslight Anthem a communist by chance? Because I love Woody Joe. I love that song, Woody Joe. I love to call you Woody Joe. I had to call you Woody Joe. You know that song, don't you? You gotta know this stuff. A lot of music came from your area. You gotta know some of this, right?
I was crawling around in my head in the haze of the dream.
But do you like them though? Are you a fan of them or not?
I'ma turn you on to the sound.
Because I know all this music. You know Converge? You know One King Down? You know any of them? I know them all.
And then I heard it like a shot from my skull to my brain. I felt my fingertips tingle and it started to rain. When the walls of my bedroom were trembling around me, this ramshackle voice over a tackle beat and telling me he's only looking for fun. And this was the sound
From the very last day of time.
as I
till the dark night. Say let it out, let it out, let it out, you do it alright. Playing a gang song, this is just a sad song. Say let it out, let it out, let it out, you do it alright.
And you do it alright. Are you
Do it alright.
And I carry these songs like a comfort wherever I go. And they was there when my summers was high.
You know when 20 Summers Passed? You know that one by Shelter? Shit. Fuck. I have this in an odd angle right here. Should be alright. Gag was in a band called he's a New Jersey person. Is Gag really from New Jersey? I thought he was from California or Florida. What the hell? John Jacobs, if I am, what does it matter? It's a blouse, but what does it matter? Noodles, you know Shelter by chance? You recognize this song? Recognize this? I used to listen to this in my youth. Just look away. Just look away. Just look away. You ever read Shelter? You ever know who they were? That's it, yeah, Mustard Plug? I liked Mustard Plug. I didn't listen to the Queers, but I liked the Mustard Plug. I'm hopeless. I like Mustard Plug and J.J. Melvin. Not really. I like Down by Law, though. Down by Law, Millen Collins. I like those. The Screeching Weasel. I had a girlfriend in the Screeching Weasel, but I wasn't really into them much. I like Mike Park. I like the Chinkies. Stuff like that. Mike Park. The Bruce Lee band. I like him. Wait, what did they stop? What are you talking about? Hopeless Records. They have a Hopelessly Devoted to You sampler. I know that the Queers were on Hopeless Records. I just didn't listen to them really that much. You know Down by Law, Dave Smalley. Nothing Good on the Radio. You know that one? Gruesome Gary. You know that one? This was one of my favorite songs growing up. Nothing Good on the Radio. Down by Law. Backstreet Boys, Boys Tonight. I never want to hear that crap again. It's nothing good on the radio. Nothing good on the radio. Junk, giving me a head. Nothing good on the radio. There's nothing good on the radio. Rock your place, red. Green, gold, green, and Think you got looking for the cash, and all you hear is worthless trash. And there's nothing good on the radio. And there's nothing good on the radio. For sure, almost as bad as Tupac Shakur. There's nothing good. There's nothing good. Cruel to Mariah Carey. It's also horrible, also scary. Everything in the dial sounds so lame. Everything's just sad to say. Down by Law. You have to know who Down by Law is. You have to know who they are. Dave Smalley. He was in All. I know the Swinging Ass. I know of them. I've never listened to them really, but I've heard of them. You know who Gob is? From, you know, Fearless Records, right? You know Beefcake? They came out of New Jersey, okay? Beefcake, okay? You must know who Beefcake is. You never heard of Beefcake? They had an album called Rejected, I believe. It was on Fearless Records, okay? My dominatrix. She beats the shit out of me. She spanks me on my ass until it's as red as could be. It turns her on. Can't say I like it too much, but whatever she wants is fine with me. This is a Blink 182 takeoff. That's what this is. They're from New Jersey. I love this song. My dominatrix needs to show me. She spanks me on my ass until it's as red as can be. She says it turns on. Can't say I like it too much, but whatever she wants is fine with me. Now that she beats up on me. You ever heard of this one? It was like 2099 maybe, just came out. 2000. My dominatrix. It was as light as a feather. She said it hurts for her. I was a cowboy. Be together. She beats me. And then she beats up on me. You don't know this? Really? That's a you know the Travoltas by chance? Turns out a punk band out of the Netherlands, the Travoltas, right? Did a song about Liv Tyler. They were out of the Netherlands, the Travoltas, right? I used to listen to all kinds of shit from overseas. All different punk rock from everywhere. Sweden, the Netherlands, New York. I've listened to everything. What are you doing late at night? To make out under the sun is the sun. Sure, you won't know why. Just listen to this song. Hey, retarded, you wanna go out with me? Cause I can't stop thinking about you, can't you see? I know I'm not like those stupid movie stars you're used to. Cause I really good stuff. And this is like a takeoff of the Beach Boys too. You know, it's like a punk rock type of version. It's like if Lisa was more cool, I guess you could say. Pretty close to Lisa in the Beach Boys. I'll say it's a combination of the two. Hey, retard, if you wanna go out with me, cause I can't stop thinking about you, can't you see? Like the stupid movie stars we're used to. Live, 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 ah. Live, 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 ah. See, when I listen to music, I wanted to laugh too at the same time. Is it sure you wonder why? Just listen to this song. Hey, it's time you wanna go out with me. Cause I can't stop thinking about you, can't you see? And I wanna like those stupid movie stars you're used to. Then we had like a total, like Beach Boys style surf punk. Wow, for real? I did a channel where I actually had a 1.3K views. I uploaded this video. How about Thug Murder? You know who Thug Murder is? TKO Records, Thug Murder. I know it. And the weekend's here. It's a beautiful night for a ritual on the beach. Kind of like Karate Kid, you know? This is a Japanese punk band. No, Gob is the best punk band. Gob. G-O-B. This is Japan, by the way. A Japanese band. Doug Marley, you know who they are? Corn, huh? Adidas. Doug Murder. Then there's another one. Who is? There's some other punk band in Japan. But Doug Murder is the name of it. No, I don't know them. You know International Noise Conspiracy? The Fuse, you know them? The Fuse, International Noise. Same band, kind of. Sweden, they're from Sweden. But the best of Canada, I'll tell you right now, Canada's best punk band, one of them, I don't know if Propaganda is from Canada or not, but you ever hear this one? It was on NHL 2002, I think. It was on the NHL 2002 soundtrack. This song here, right here. It's not me when you know you have nothing to say. Hey, Jason, someone else comes from Florida too. I forget who. Someone else is from Florida. Hot Water Music. Hot Water Music is from Florida. I like Hot Water Music. You calling, calling for me out in the night. This time, you know, I got nothing to say. If you try to look on your face, and realize you can't something I just can't do now. Little round, just to shut the light on my day. Cause you can't see the man on the way. Anytime you have a new sensation. Calling for the out in the night, and it's all bad. You don't know that. I don't know who they are. Tennessee, huh? You know the Parasites? You like Go-Kart Records, right? I know you know who Go-Kart Records is, right? You know the Parasites, by chance? If you played the Candy Snatchers on there before, so I know that sample. The Parasites, Anti-Flag was on it too. I used to listen to all that. I know. Parasites are good, aren't they? I like their music. Run Away. Off Rat Ass Pie. I remember that. Big time. A New Kind of Holly by Anti-Flag. I also know Boris the Sprinkler too. I saw you play that one. I know them. Yeah. You know Doc Hopper is from Boston? Lookout. Green Day was on Lookout. I know that, yeah. You know this one? They're from Boston. This one, Doc Hopper is from Boston. Have you heard that song Loner on that sampler? More than it ever did. See it noisy. You remember this, right? When you're feeling down, I'll show you the way. Maybe you're alone. I'll just wait around while you're gone. The main name is on to Epitaph, Hopeless, Go-Kart, and Victory Records. Those four. I listened to samplers and discovered bands from those. Equal Vision Records also. I know Equal Vision. Of course, Roadrunner too. They have more metal bands on it. Remember Hatebreed? Great Earth Crisis? You know Earth Crisis? I love Earth Crisis, actually. What band? Tell me what band. What band on Rover? Is it Downer by chance? Dog Eat Dog? Hold on. That was a Warrant album. But they had a band, a punk rock band called Dog Eat Dog. Wait a sec. No Fronts? Is No Fronts one of their songs by chance? Because that's the one I found. Amped? Dog Eat Dog Amped? 1999? What's it sound like? Let's see. Does this sound familiar? Sounds like the Beastie Boys if they were punk. Sounds like if the Beasties did punk rock. It sounds like hardcore. It sounds like New York hardcore, actually. New York hardcore. That's what it sounds like. You never liked them? They're alright. Ska. They got a little ska in their music. It's not bad. Your friends are a little more liberal, right? They're a little more liberal. They sound like the Boss Stones mixed with 311. That's what they sound like. And 311 and the Mighty Mighty Boss Stones collaborate. That's what it sounds like. I like it. I like it. I guess I'm a Jew because I like it. No, this is pretty good. It sounds like 311 and the Mighty Mighty Boss Band. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like Snapcase. You know Snapcase? The vocalist sounds like Snapcase, kind of. Actually. Modulator, typecast, modulator, Snapcase. I'm a geek with pop music. Yeah, I know a lot of pop. For real. It's not bad. I kind of like it, actually. You do an interview, Garrett? And tell him I like his music. He's got a pretty eclectic kind of sounds like 311 and the Mighty Mighty Boss Band. Tell him I sound like that. Tell him he sounds like that. And Snapcase. Tell him he sounds like Snapcase, 311, and the Mighty Mighty Boss Band. He sounds like all three of them. Okay? My opinion. He sounds like all three of them. Okay? No, they didn't. Did they really? MTV Music Awards when? When did they win MTV? 82,000 views. They got 82,000 views within the last year, I think. So they're doing pretty good. No, 7 years. Their video's been up a while, but they still got 82,000 views on it. I guess they don't do too badly. Oh, they were? Is that right? Crazy. They were on Beavis and Butthead. Huh. Then they had an album called Breed. Dog Eat Dog Breed. Have you ever heard of that one? 2018. Brand New Breed. So Frankenstein, like all. That's what he ripped off all. That's what he did with the Frankenstein. I don't like this. This song. This album song. This isn't too good. This was Dog Eat Dog on the 18 one. Yeah. Okay, not great, maybe. This is good. You're trying to sound a little like POD kind of with the rap thing. POD. Yeah. Oh shit, they sound like OC Supertones over here. Kind of like the OC Supertones. They sound kind of like that. I know them too. They sound like POD, OC Supertones, a little bit. This is okay, this one's not that great. The other one was a little better, I think. You know Old School 101? Tell me if you know this one here. This is pretty good, this reggae-ish kind of stuff. This is pretty good, actually, by Johnny Depp. And this one's pretty good. You know who Skip School is in Johnny Miami by chance? You know who they are? You know this song? You must know it, Noodles. Does this sound familiar to you? Tell me. Because I enjoyed this when I was like 20 or something. "41. Activate. You're locked on the freeway. Have to say. You stay. I lead to your soul. So just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. You don't know this? They're out of New Jersey. Back in the day, shake your hands with her. Sunday night night, the hardcore kids TV. Right in the day. So true to me, so true to me. You don't know Old School 101 though? You never heard of them? OS 101. I've been into hearing them. And they're probably in your backyard right now. Or within an hour away from you or something. They're New Jersey, totally. Like Jersey Shore, punk rock, I think they're on there too. Back in the day, Sunday night night. Hey Noodles, let me ask you something. You ever hear of Blood for Blood by chance? They're from Boston. You know, Living in Exile? I knew that song. Living in Exile. I knew it. Did Craig know who Blood for Blood was? Did you listen to that or no? These are real good songs from Blood for Blood, I think. You got lost out there. Everybody's dropped out and got to cook the road. What's the opposite process? Oh, he listened to Vanilla Ice. I'm in exile. I've been living in exile. I'm in exile. When you call out, speaking in God, man, watch when the cars drive by. This day, my whole life I'm in exile. Now I got fucking hope inside of me. I'm in exile. You never thought I liked this, did you? You didn't know I was into Blood for Blood, huh? I knew that. I've been running for my whole life in exile. I'm in exile. I'm in exile. For my whole life. I never heard of him. You know who Pinkerton Thugs are? You know Pinkerton Thugs? They're from Lowell. Right in my backyard, Lowell. Pinkerton Thugs are from Lowell. You know Tree? Sam Black Church also? You know them? I'm in exile. They're more than this. I'm in exile. I'm in exile. You thought Massachusetts had some real aggressive energy, huh? You know Toxic Narcotic? They're from Boston. Toxic Narcotic. And Sam Black Church, Tree. You've heard of Tree, right? There's a song called Asshole by Toxic Narcotic. It's so fucking good. Out of Boston. Well, Gigi Allen's from New Hampshire. Rob Zombie is from like an hour from me. Always looking to fight. Yeah. Yeah. Asshole, asshole, everywhere you go. Asshole, asshole. Asshole, asshole. You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole. You suck. asshole, everywhere you go. Asshole, asshole. I'm not Irish, but some of the culture does rub off on you when you live in New England. People are just assholes in general in New England, okay? And it just rubs off on you when you're living there. You've just seen the fights that I've been involved with as a child. I've been into several fights as a child. And this wasn't even right in Boston. This was kind of in the suburbs. And yes, you're right. Boston has a hardcore image. They do. Merle who? Who's Merle? Not Merle Haggard, obviously. Not him. Merle who? I don't know Merle other than Merle Haggard. Merle Allen. Huh. Gigi Allen? Oh, Gigi Allen's brother? Is he a relative of Gigi Allen?
Gigi, good lord. We'd have to
Huh.
after, somebody would flatten
Merle
the tires
Allen
or
of the
smash
Murder
the
Junkies?
windows or whatever, we'd turn it in and be,
Huh.
oh, great. It smells so good again.
Not for nothing. If you idolize Gigi Allen, you're pretty fucking sick. Gigi Allen was a sick son of a bitch. Nobody can take that away. People went away on stretches. There was scat. There was urine. There was all kinds of brutality at his concerts.
I was wondering what you think about New England.
New England. I love New England. It's the fucking East Coast that I hate. I mean, New England, when I think of New England, I
Gigi
think
Allen
of,
was
like,
a sick
New
fuck.
Hampshire. And
I don't think he was a show. You think he was mostly show, really?
Yes.
I don't know.
Massachusetts.
He
and
was pretty fucking
Connecticut,
sick.
New York and New Jersey, all those friggin'
Let's listen to this
infested
interview.
shitholes of fucking
It's about
sewer
13 minutes to
slime. I hate it all, man. I can't wait to get back to California. This is just a fucking rat. I fucking hate this shit, man. I can't fucking believe I'm in Connecticut. Well, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, it's all just one big shithole. There's nothing going on here, so, I mean, that's the only reason I lived here for as long as I did back in, the 90s and stuff, but now it's just dead everywhere.
What do you think about the idea of like danger being in music or in art? Like, do you think that's a necessary part of it? There's something that makes you like excited about art?
I mean, it makes me excited, danger in music and art. I mean, that's, for me, that's the exciting, I mean, it still has to be good, but, and I'm not saying that, there isn't good art and good music that's not dangerous, but for me, it's more exciting. I love the whole thrill of not really knowing what to expect, and for our shows and for what we do, it's like every night is different. A lot of bands go on stage and they play the same
Let's
show.
have this
and they have
tonight, the
same
Mama
little
Seafood
moves,
Flavor
they
ramen
choreograph this
noodle.
and that. Our shit is like, last night some
Yeah,
asshole
this.
sucker punched our singer, and our singer fucking took him down and bit him in the face. It's like shit like that happens. And then the next show will just be a crazy show where there won't be any kind of confrontation. But then, a couple nights later, it could be, it's just anything can happen with our shows. And especially back in the day with Gigi, it was like, it was like being on stage with Gigi back in those days was like a war zone.
Yeah.
It's like you had to watch every fucking side of you, and in front of you, and in back of you, and there would be bottles flying at you, and people, that was pretty. It was scary at times, but it was still exciting. It was like there was so much like adrenaline. It was like so many emotions going on in the club. It was like fear and anger and hatred and love, and everybody loved us while we were playing. And by the time the show was over, they were fucking chasing us out of town, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you heard the song by the Drive-By Truckers about you guys playing in Memphis?
Yeah, yeah. That was Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the whole gist of the song, but I remember that we were running out of the club and we were like trying to get away before the cops showed up, and we were peddling merch out of the back of the van and shit, and everybody's like, "Hurry up! They called the fucking cops! The cops are on their ways!" So we closed up the fucking shop and got in the van and drove off before the cops actually got us that time. People still talk about there's certain shows that Gigi did back in the day that people.
Oh yeah.
It's just,
What's one of your like most surreal kind of memories from? Not even necessarily.
Hey,
performing, but
let me
just
tell you
kinda, like,
something. When I was
living,
shopping earlier, right, and I was looking at the
those
tobacco
times.
section, I was in a grocery
Or were you,
store,
like,
right?
even-
And there was a cashier who told me she thinks you're pretty. Like the girl working with her or something, right? She's like, she actually thinks you're pretty
money or anything,
and stuff. So she actually complimented me when I was
Yeah.
We were like,
looking at the tobacco section in the supermarket. This was when I was on the Iowa state line.
I mean, he was basically homeless.
And I was in the supermarket.
Whatever,
And she actually told me that I was pretty, but someone else told me through her. And then she ended up talking to me after and stuff like that a little bit. So I do get compliments in the real world, here at least. Every now and then I do. Believe it or not. I just figured I would share that.
Come to New York and stay with me. We'd go to Chicago and stay with our friend.
I've actually had situations when I was looking for clothes and stuff, and some people, mainly the women working there, were extra helpful to me actually, and said they thought certain things would look good on me or whatever. So that's pretty cool. So all the haters out there that are watching, you know what I'm saying?
Do you think that Hated shows
It's like,
the
hey.
whole scene pretty well?
Hated was cool for the time
I
period.
go out in real life and people compliment me sometimes.
Todd did a pretty good job.
Oh, I do. And sometimes little kids look at me. You know, little girls look at me when I'm out. They're actually two talking amongst them. Look at that tall girl over there.
Like what?
Growing
There were
up,
two black girls. I'm like,
You're in your
yeah.
teens, basically,
I'm
like,
right
obviously
here.
got you into-
But they were like, yeah. Look at
yeah,
that tall
when
girl over there.
when,
Look at that.
when my mom and dad divorced,
I was like in Ross yesterday looking around, and two little girls were looking at me. Look at that tall girl over there. Like, hey, I get people's attention when I go out, whether it be kids, whether it be adults sometimes.
moved us, into the
I
next
do.
town. Then we
And
were
that's no surprise to anyone who knows the story, of course, but
my mom was friends with
I just figured I'd mention it,
had a teenage
you know?
daughter. We were like 10 years old.
There's many times in the past I've gone out. No one said anything. When it first started happening, though, I was in Columbia, South Carolina. And I was like in a woman's store or something. And then someone started a conversation with me. Someone black actually started a conversation with me. And stuff like that. And said I looked really good. I would look good in this dress or something. Like when I was in the hood and I used to go to those stores, in the mall or whatever. And stuff like that. I remember I getting a conversation like that before even. Surgery? At this time, no. I've had nothing done. I don't take hormones. I don't do anything like that. I'm just myself, and I pretty much just mentally change myself. I don't take hormones. I haven't gotten surgery. I don't consider surgery as of right now. I'm not going to do it probably for a while. If I'm ever going to even do it, I don't know. It's up in the air. He's gender fluid. He actually told you that for real? Well, wasn't that your private conversation? You just said what you told him in private right now. Unless he doesn't care or whatever, and it's just... But he's gender fluid, really? Yeah, I'm not going to get it, to be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to get it. I think the people who get it... Here's what I think. You can pretty much be yourself. You can be a female. You don't have to get that done. In my opinion, you don't have to get that done. I mean, if I do, it'll be a long time from now. But I don't think I'm going to get it done. I mean, I really don't. I don't think I'm going to get it done, honestly. I mean, My mind, it's not a priority right now. I got other priorities. That isn't my priority. I can't make that a priority right now. There's something else. I'm trying to think. What did someone say to me recently that could, I forget, but okay, what I have right now is I have this ramen noodle, this seafood flavor, mama. Seafood flavor. Androgynous, yes. He likes some real butchie. Who likes some real butchie? What do you mean? Am I looking for love? It depends. Sure. I am. Wherever I can get it, or even friends with benefits, whatever. Play friends. I'm looking for play friends. I'm looking for something at least to start before a relationship builds, maybe. I'm looking for that. Greer with some model. He likes some real butchie. Who likes what real butchie? He was on... Noodles likes Ellen. You have a crush on Ellen DeGeneres, Noodles? I never knew that about you. Is Pete talking bullshit there, or is that really true? I wanted to be real butchy too. Also, it's kind of confusing. I'm trying to just kind of, whatever. Right now, the camera's going to be focused on eating this ramen noodle right here. Mama seafood flavor. Comes with one packet in it. It doesn't really come with oil in it or whatever. See, these come with the fork already in it. These come with the fork already in it. Stuff like that. Just like I knew it would be, this would be the best one. I predicted this was going to be the best one of them all. There's shrimp, there's freeze-dried shrimp in it, I would say. This is good. This is very good thus far. There's some freeze-dried shrimp. Like, this is what it looks like right here. There's corn. Like the vegetables, the freeze-dried vegetables, they still got a decent corn kernel or two in there, you know? It looks like there's some in here. I don't know. It looks like there's some pieces of something. Carrot, seafood, I guess, shrimp. I mean, there is some stuff in here, I think. This is a pretty good tasting one right here, I'll tell you. This is good. This is a good tasting one right here. And it is just where the wind blows. I'm probably gonna stay here. I'm trying to stay where I'm at, actually. In the center of both my parents. In Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah. I like it here better than I like Portland, actually. I actually do. Believe it or not. See, the theme stays true. You come to the middle of the country, you come to a place like this to relax. You know, you want to get away from the coastal areas, this is where to come. You know who had to come here when he fled the mafia? Henry Hill. He came to Nebraska. He even went more further than I did. He went to North Platte, it turns out. Henry Hill. Well, seasons. Yeah, I like it pretty well, actually. Yeah. I was going to go to Nigeria. And I was going to go to... Yeah, see, in 2008, I thought Portland was great. Because I saw all the food carts. I was an outsider. People were promoting Portland at that time. I'm like, oh, yeah, the food carts and all the funky people here. This seems great. You know, the coffee shops, the vintage stores, all this. I thought it was great when I visited there, but it sucked when I finally started to move there. I didn't like living there. It's more a visiting kind of a place. Like if someone never been there before and they visit, it's like, wow, this is great. But then they end up moving there. And then everyone moves there because they have a nice visit, I guess you could say. And that's how Portland blew up, I guess you could say. Portland tends to suck people into thinking it's great. And then they go there and they live there for us like, oh, shit. Then they run into some curveballs, you know, about living there and stuff. So... well, because there's nothing really here. You know, you don't ever hear about it. People don't really come here. And it's in between everywhere else. It's like, you don't really hear much about this place, really. I heard some things about, there was an indie rock scene here. And that's why I liked Omaha, because I used to listen to Rilo Kiley and Bright Eyes. I'm into indie rock too, you know. Why did my parents move to Oregon? My stepfather. It wasn't my mother. My stepfather had ties to Oregon. My mother did not. He lived in this place called Oak Grove. You know, like around Milwaukee, Oak Grove. That's where my stepdad lived for many years. And then my mom hooked up back with him on Facebook because they went to school together around Boston. But it turned out he moved to Oregon. That's what happened. Talk about a freak thing. And I happened to visit there before I knew him. And it's like I brought this whole thing together, and I'm sorry that I did. Because I was obsessing on Portland. And then that brought my mom to meet her high school sweetheart who lived in Oregon for 20-something years with no knowledge of my own about it. He happened to be living there, and I had no clue when I visited there in '08 that he lived there because I didn't really know about him. You know? My mom's friend encouraged her to look him up on Facebook, and that's how they got remarried. Because my mom's friend said, look up Bob, look up your high school sweetheart on Facebook and see if he's there. And it turned out he lived in Portland, Oregon. And I visited Portland. I'm like, holy shit. Well, if I want to move to Portland, I guess I can now because he's lived there. It was my creation. My creation. And it just turned out she ran into him. But I had the idea of going to Portland before she even knew that he lived in Portland. How the fuck did that happen? It's like I cursed myself. I cursed myself by doing that. I swear to God, because now my mom's stuck in Oregon and she's not leaving. It's like, wow, what the fuck? I did all that. I felt I had to go to Portland. Because I was told enough about it. And I went there. I really don't miss Saw Ukraine. Because I knew what my life was when I was there. And I saw Bergs live in his parents' house there. This is a life of depression. You know, I lived it. And then I had to see Bergs living it. It's not for me. It's not for me. Mr. Save Ukraine, or whatever you call yourself. Exactly. That's right. Well, within my power I am. I mean, if I don't get housing and I don't get a job, the money is going to run out. But right now, I'm all right. But eventually, the money is going to run out. If I don't find something. But we're going to just wait and see, you know. That's what's going to happen at this point. I situated myself between both my parents, my dad in Massachusetts and my mom in Oregon, in case I have to go either way. I situated myself in the center. This way there's no second guessing. I'm not moving back to Oregon. That's not happening. Just because I moved closer. The whole world before it died. Well, seasons. I guess now is the time to do it, especially if you're 60 years old, right? Or 55. As I know you're up there, seasons. Are you not 55 years old, at the very least? Never mind. Never mind. You're probably, what, 45? I don't know. Oh, like 60? 70? Like about 60 years old, for real? Pete is 60 years old. I didn't think Pete was that friggin' old, but Christ. same. So you're 41. I'm 41. Noodle is 42, I think. Something like that. Christ, that's old. To think you're 55 years old. You're 5 years older than Bergs. Oh my God, that's crazy. It's not going to be in Oregon. Where do you think it's going to be? Tennessee? Where do you think you're going to go if you get a house and settle down? I thought you actually owned a house, but then again, I heard you lived with your parents too. I don't know. Or you were married to somebody, actually, when you met Noodles. You were married to somebody, I thought, but I don't 100% know if that's true or not. Per se. So seasons, is Oregon getting worse lately? What's been going on around Portland lately? Is it getting worse over there? I haven't been over there in a long time, so I don't really know. What's going on over there? As of recent. This is the best tasting Mama noodle one. The seafood flavor from Mama is actually the best one. This one tastes the best in my opinion. Out of all the ones I had from Mama, I think these taste the best. The seafood flavor tastes the best. Actually. So what does that say to you? That it's quality. If it's taking me a long time to eat, I'm not hurrying through it, right? It's lasting me a while. I mean, the cup is still hot up to here. It's pretty hot. Like right here, it's pretty hot up to here. I had to hold it from here so I don't burn my hand. I gotta hold it up here. I'm still eating it. You pay more for these ones, but they're better. They're better quality usually. Where do you get these ones? Again, my experience. These are like the real Japanese ones right here. These are the real Japanese ones. Mama. This is better than Marukan or Ramp or Nissan. These are better. These ones are better. In my eyes. They just have better flavor. They got more stuff in them usually. And it just makes the other ones look more mediocre. Doesn't make them look terrible, but it just makes them look a little more mediocre, you know? There's more variation. Like if you taste these, you know, like when you get battered shrimp, okay, you taste that batter. Like when you get that butterfly shrimp, it's like a nice, clean batter taste to it, but you're tasting the seafood. Well, this tastes just like that butterfly shrimp batter. The broth in this tastes kind of like that fresh, clean butterfly shrimp batter. Is what it kind of tastes like, which is pretty good. Has that taste to it, kind of. They're good too. I like coconut shrimp to a point. A fried shrimp, maybe. Go to a Chinese restaurant, okay? The thing that I get on the menu every time, if I don't go to a buffet, say, and I get like a lunch with one thing you can pick, I usually get egg foo young or I get kung pao shrimp. Kung pao shrimp or egg foo young. Those two things are my favorites. Yeah, well, the prawns are the big one. You sound kind of like my mom's cat. He won't eat anything but the giant shrimp. The giant shrimp. He's spoiled. He only eats the giant shrimp. That's about all. You sound like that. You only eat the giant shrimp, right? The ones that are like a lobster tail or something. Or a half of a lobster tail. They're like huge. You only eat those ones. My mom spoiled her cat's noodles. Get a load of this. My mom spoiled her oldest cat so much and gave him the best shrimp that now that he doesn't want the little shrimp, he wants the jumbo shrimp. He recognizes the taste because she spoiled him. And he recognizes the taste. He likes the taste of the biggest shrimp. He won't eat the little ones anymore because he's spoiled. He only knows the taste of the big ones. And he only wants those now. Because my mother gave him those. She spoiled that cat so much to where he doesn't even eat the little shrimp anymore. They're better, I guess you could say that, sure, but it might be a tie in some people's eyes. I don't know. How about Tino and Wishbone? What about them? Do they know only the best shrimp, or do they eat any shrimp? Of course, depending on what you give them. But do they recognize when they're eating jumbo shrimp or little shrimp or no? Do they recognize that? You don't eat shellfish ever? You're actually not a shellfish person, huh? You're not? So you just do steaks? Oh, for real? Wow. My mom's allergic to crab. My mom is actually allergic to crab. My father eats lobster all the time, whatever he can. He'll have gout and he'll still eat lobster. You know? 20 years ago? Really? I never saw you eat shellfish. I see you eat steak, but that's about it. So you don't like lobster seasons? I like scallops the best. Scallops are one of the best. And lobster's good too. But I like lobster a certain way too. Like I cannot eat grilled lobster. I have to have it boiled, or I have to have it pretty much cooked smoothly in something. You know, I can't really eat grilled lobster because then it gets all dried out and it doesn't even taste like lobster when it's grilled. You know. Oh, would you really? Yeah, crabs are good. I like crab. I love crab claws, where the meat's kind of stringy. When you pull at it and it's kind of stringy, but it's really good. Like at the crab claws, they don't feel the same as lobster, obviously. And more crab meat claws are kind of stringy. Because if you. Oh, yes, it does. That's right. You gotta boil them outside or something, yeah. My father used to boil lobsters outside because inside it would stink up. That's why he boiled them outside. And plus, and plus my stepmother was sensitive to lobster. And if I cooked lamb, she would get sick. Lobster and lamb were like two things that she would get sick on. When I was cooking lamb in the house, it turns out she was getting sick when I used to live over there. Okay? And my father was giving me shit about it because he responded to his wife's wishes, right? He was like, Karen, your stepmother can't eat lamb. I'm like, you like lamb though? Yeah, I like it, but she gets sick off of it and it can't be cooked in the house because she gets sick off of it. So I had to bring back lamb that I bought. I didn't cook it yet. So I brought it back to the supermarket that I worked at and got a credit on it because I couldn't cook it at home, it turned out. So what I did was I turned it back for a credit and I ate it out at a Greek restaurant where they made a better lamb than I could have made at home. So I just got the credit and I just ate it at the best Greek restaurant close to home. That's what ended up happening with that. I couldn't cook it in the house, it turned out. When I lived with my father and my stepmom, it was like when Bergs lives with his parents. It's just he's 46 years old or 50 years old. I was doing what Bergs was doing at like 28 years old, you know. But living with my dad and stepmom, it was like Bergs' situation. He had a garage, an entertainment type garage out there. And Bergs plays in the garage. It was very similar, actually, living at my dad's house. Very similar to Bergs. But I saw Bergs live the way he's living at 50, and I was thinking, I don't want to live like that, you know, being 50 years old and having to live at your parents, you know, like that. I didn't want to do it like that. But when I was younger and I was living at my dad's, what Bergs is living in reminds me exactly like what I lived at my dad's. He has an entertainment garage, a TV in there, whatever else. And it would be a place where if I was... And I used to do videos in there, actually. I still got them on my channel, but they're privatized. So you can see exactly like what I was living like before Bergs started doing videos in the garage. I did it first before Bergs. I was doing videos in my dad's garage drinking before Bergs started doing it. And I don't know if Bergs watched me or not to copy that idea, but I'm telling you something. I lived in my dad's garage. I was drinking beer and I was writing songs not too far from that time period. So I could have been the first one in the garage entertaining. And Bergs could have got that idea from me because we're talking a long time ago, but Bergs might have watched me back then. I don't know. He could have, and he didn't comment. So that's another thing. That's another thing. My dad has a garage very similar to the Bergs' father's garage. He might have ripped me off, but I didn't see him back then. He never wrote comments, but he was also an OG. He probably had to have come across me at some point back then. Because he was always watching certain people. He was doing mostly music covers, but who knows if he came across the dark corner of YouTube at that time. But he just never really commented. Maybe he was watching at that time. But I sat in my dad's garage. I used to entertain, I used to smoke cigars, and I'd write songs not too far from that time period. And I was also in my mother's garage as well. I was in my mother's garage, also making videos when she lived in Florida with my other stepdad before she had her third marriage. This was her second marriage. And I did videos in the garage, and I think it was actually on this same channel. I'm going to have to go back in my old videos, but I used to do videos in the garage. Before I even knew who Bergs was. It would be crazy if he was watching back then, wouldn't it have? Because I've suspected Rosie watched me and copied me too. And she told Elvis to do what I do. He used to eat on camera like a pig. I used to do that too. Everybody copied me. I seem to be the one with the original ideas around here for many years because it seems like people have ripped me off. It seems just like people have ripped me off over the years. Like Rosie shows up in 2013, 2014. I have a feeling Rosie watched my channel because I talked to Jim Riley, this guy called Riley the Roofer, who ended up befriending Rosie O'Kelly, but I knew who he was, and I used to do videos, and when she came to the community, she probably saw my videos through Jim Riley, and probably told Elvis, hey, do these kind of videos. It's very possible. I don't know what it is, but I feel like a lot of my stuff was ripped off by people. I really feel that I've been ripped off the most out of everybody. Rosie, I think, ripped me off or told Elvis to be like me in his videos when she was mentoring him. Because I used to do the same eating videos that Elvis did. Eating the ribs and chomping your lips and all that kind of thing. I used to do that years ago. I used to do that. And I think Rosie probably told Elvis, hey, there's this person doing this kind of thing. That's what you got to do. And then she acted kind of ignorant when she came across me. But she acted like she sort of knew, but she was trying to conceal it. Oh, this person, yeah, I think I know now. Yeah. Melton John is like the 7-year locust who comes out after 7 years of being missing and all this nonsense. Rosie watched me too when she came into the community. I know this because my ideas have been ripped off over the years by people. I really think they have. Because I see so much of my content. When I first got introduced to Elvis, I was thinking, geez, I used to eat like this. What the hell? This guy's eating like this? Shit, that's just like what I used to do. When I met Elvis, I'm thinking Rosie coached him to do that because she saw me first. Like, you got to eat like this. There's someone who actually ate like this on camera, Elvis. You got to do that. So then he started chomping his lips and eating ribs and chicken and all this kind of stuff on camera and whatnot. Unless it's pure coincidence, I have a feeling that I've been ripped off, though. So that's what I'm going to say for the time being. How long have I been going now? 4:54, huh? Yeah, they look at Rosie like she's a normie. Is that what you were trying to say? They look at Rosie Sleazens like she's a normie? There's nothing wrong with doing it, but they look at her as some kind of total normal norm. Yeah, when she's not. Rosie definitely got her ideas from other people when trying to build her channel on here. She did, and I feel that I was one of them, and I got ripped off by her at some point in the past, sometime. And she told Elvis that that's what I used to do or something when Elvis started putting that content out. I think he started putting that content out because it looked just like my stuff when he would eat something, when he got it at a restaurant or something, and he would eat it like chomp it. Yeah, it's very good. Like that kind of stuff. You know? And Noodles, you followed me, so you know that's what I do typically. For all the time that you've been here, you've seen me eat. That's my pattern. And I think years ago, I think Rosie saw that and told Elvis to do that, is what I think. But okay, well, you gotta go. It's late for you. All right. I'm probably going to shut down myself. I know she doesn't ever give people props from back in the day. You know, she always ignores it and just kind of goes about her content, but she never gives credit to anyone who was here years ago. You notice that? It's almost like she's in the world of bottom of YouTube from 2015 on. Before that, nothing matters. That's kind of like how she thinks. Before that, nothing matters. Like she never talked about Penny. She never talked about Anderson really too much, or me, or Abby. She never talked about the people who were here before, but she has watched. I know she has watched. That much I know for sure. She has watched, and she's taken my ideas and told Elvis to act them out, and she's even done what I've done herself. So, Rosie's the thing is, she can be nice to people, and that's why people think she's so nice. But I've seen another side to Rosie, and that's why I'm never over on Rosie's channel, if that's any idea, because I know the real story with what's going on over here. She may have some people fooled, but Rosie doesn't have me fooled. And that's the thing. That's right. Absolutely, Brian's Lucky Scratch Ticket. Whoever you are, you got that right. She took the limelight and knows how to work the system. Absolutely. Absolutely, positively. Missy Jen left her. Exactly. And I referenced that last night when I said the Boyd is a place where a lot of relationships come to die. And very few of them come together. And I referenced Rosie O'Kelly and Missy Jen. I referenced that yesterday when I was live, actually. And plus, Missy Jen seemed like she was kind of autistic also. And maybe Rosie took advantage of that also. Because Missy Jen was autistic. She didn't just have an accent. I think she was a little bit autistic also. To be honest with you. At least that's what I see from my set of eyes. And Rosie will use people. I think she used Elvis. I'm glad we're talking about this because that stuff gets swept under the rug often. Like Rosie wants to continue on like Rosie never did any of this, and it may seem like now it's all forgotten and good, but the fact is she did do that to get big on here. She watched other people and ripped off ideas and told other people to rip off ideas. So that's definitely not good. Yeah, Missy Jen had problems. I'm not going to say that she did. She did. I think she was autistic, and I think she had an accent, and she was somebody, Rosie, who could prey off. I will say that right now. I think Rosie felt that she could prey off of her more than anything. And that's why she moved her all the way into California from Germany. But then Missy Jen ended up leaving and going back to Germany or something. So I never watched Rosie O'Kelly. And that's really the reason why. It's not anything I haven't seen before. It's not like when I watch a Rosie O'Kelly video, it's going to be some totally original thing. I mean, it's really not going to be every time I watch. I mean, I wonder where she got the idea to making whiskey came from. Because Rosie does make her own moonshine. I don't know if that idea got ripped off, but if that's what Rosie does and say it was an original idea, then fine. But she's still ripped off a lot of people out here for content and stuff like that. Missy Jen's health was compromised, and when Rosie was running all things, yeah, well, Rosie does things for Rosie. That's the bottom line. Rosie does things for Rosie. You know, and even if you stay at Rosie's house, there's no privacy. You have to be on stream when she goes live. There's no private time like, hey, Rosie, I'd rather not be on camera if I'm here. That's not an option. Rosie's going to turn the camera on every single day, 24/7, 365 days a year at least. She's going to have the camera on. There's really no hiding, I don't think, from that. And anyone that's been at Rosie's house has been on camera all the time when they've been at her house. She's never taken a day off since 2014. Is that normal? Rosie has not taken one day off from YouTube since 2013-14. Not one day off. Unless something changed as of late, I haven't watched her channel, but I would imagine Rosie is live streaming every day and not taking a day off, right? Right, Karen? Because every time I followed Rosie, it seems to me like there was never a day off, ever. And if company was over the house, they would be subjected to be on live stream every time Rosie was on live. Yeah, she had the original addiction to live streaming. Absolutely. That's the most addicted person that I think I've ever seen to live streaming. When YouTube became monetized, left everyone and followed the money. So, but people still know Rosie O'Kelly live streams, correct? But no one pays attention. Like Carlos won't do any extra marketing for Rosie, correct? Nobody even really pays attention to Rosie anymore. Is that right? It's just her and her bot audience, yes? Because I never hear Rosie O'Kelly's name come up anymore. But I know that she goes live every day more than likely. Rosie O'Kelly alienated everyone from her channel, right? Rosie has alienated everyone from her channel, I think, in this community, correct? It's got to the point now where Carlos doesn't even cover anything on there. Not that that's a bad thing if Carlos leaves you, but I'm just saying. I don't even think Carlos goes over there anymore, does he? Does he even watch her? I never hear her name anymore in the Boyd. No one even mentions her, correct? It doesn't seem to me like anyone even mentions her anymore. She does her lives every day, but she never makes headlines. Yeah, it's just like she's got a lot of people kissing her ass, right? Yeah, no one even mentions her. It's true. She's like being forgot about. Little by little by little by little. I haven't watched a Rosie live stream in 5 months. I don't think I've even looked for her. And plus, when I first found her, I didn't think Rosie was that exciting anyway. In fact, I thought Rosie had Elvis, and Rosie was trying to chase me for content and wanted to get into what I was doing because I made such headlines in my attack videos to Elvis. Rosie wanted in on it. You know what I told Rosie? Get fucked. I told her, fuck no, get fucked. I'm not going to meet you. Get fucked. You're just using me. I told Rosie I have no desire to meet you. Get fucked. That's literally what I told her. I'm probably one of the few people who probably told her that, too. Honestly. Then she was like talking to her audience. Oh, I could introduce my bikini to Melton. If Melton comes over, I could introduce my bikini to Melton. Just stupid shit like that, I guess. You know? In fact, I didn't become trans because of Rosie. You know who sort of inspired me to become trans? Someone who I think's pretty troubled, who I don't like to really watch because she's so troubled right now. But you know who really inspired me to come out with my trans, at least to be out with it? Tasha. Tasha inspired me to come out with it. As much as I think she's fucked up, as much as I think she talks too much about her family for content, it is really destroying herself. Tasha is the one who kind of convinced me to come out. It wasn't Rosie. You got no problem with Rosie. Rosie is a pretty slick operator. Yeah, you're right. Knows how to work the system for donos without sounding like a begging bum like Bergs and Materi. But she is the same damn thing as them. It's just she doesn't act like it ever. Rosie is like, has mastered the art of looking perfect without being perfect and having many flaws. Rosie's very insecure. Rosie is extremely insecure. If Rosie didn't have any audience, Rosie would put a gun to herself and kill herself. But Rosie hides that very well from her audience because she's always managed to have an audience. But if Rosie couldn't get an audience on here, it would destroy her. Because Rosie thinks she's a superstar when she's anything but. Rosie thinks she's a superstar and she has to have gratification. Rosie told us years ago she used to be... Yeah, well, she probably told you that because she probably thought you were a troll. But she's married to a Chinese woman, so who the fuck knows? You're being sarcastic, Sleazens, right? Tasha Thielen has so many problems. I didn't want to meet Tasha when I was driving through her county. I literally said no. I'm like, I don't want to get mixed up in your bullshit. I'm doing my own thing today. Meeting you isn't on the agenda. But some time ago, Tasha did talk about things in regards to me being trans, and Tasha kind of did play a little bit of a role in me wanting to be more out with it, if that makes sense. But Tasha gets in so much trouble. It's like she's always into some drama, or she's talking about her family, or she's not doing that, she's getting arrested or something. So many demons, exactly. Tasha's never met anyone right for her. That's the problem. Tasha is left alone to herself. No one's ever really met her or took her out or done anything with her. And now she's just so far gone. She might as well be Carrie Bridges. She might as well be Carrie Bridges, technically. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And years ago, I remember I said how Tasha and Carrie Bridges seem to have a lot in common in their own way. Remember some time ago I said that, and that can't be more true. That can't be more true, really. When you think about it, you want to feel bad, but then people like that pull on your strings, your heartstrings. But then you realize when you listen to them long enough time, it's like all they talk about, they just drum up their family for drama. They talk shit about their family because they got nothing else going on. Yeah, it's true. I agree with you, Karen's old man. Yeah. So it's just a shame. Noodles, your best friend, is in love with Carrie. What are you talking about, Seasons? Me? Carrie Bridges. The thing about Carrie Bridges is there might be certain people Carrie Bridges wants to support her kids, okay? But she never asked me or expected me to support her kids, you know? When I talked to her, it was never in the motivation of her wanting me to give her money to pay for her kids. No. There was never anything like that going on when I talked to Carrie. But Carrie's very deep into this trolling game, as she was for a bit anyway. But she can be so nice too. But then Carrie's so wrapped up in this that this world has often absorbed her as well. Tasha seems it's a problem with her. Yes, Brian's Lucky Scratch. You're right. Tasha has a grudge against the whole world. You're right. And if it's not her family, it's going to be somebody else. It's going to be the police if it's not her family. She has to drum up content. Even if she's not calling out a specific person, she's going to think of something. It'll be the police. It'll be her family as a collective. It's usually collectives that she starts drama with, I've noticed. It's usually a collective. If it's not the police, it's her family. If it's not our family or the police, it's probably going to be the judicial system. If it's not that, it's going to be the cows in the field probably shitting everywhere she walks. It's kind of like that with Tasha. If it's going to be nothing, she'll think of something, sort of thing, you know? You just seek your safe manage and try to enjoy life. Bipolar crippling. I have a feeling. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. You were threatening to kill Carrie? Yeah, show that. I've never seen that. Why did you threaten to kill Carrie? Was it over David? Was it over him? Or was it just for your own personal reason? What was it for, Season? Yeah, Tasha's fucked up. I learned long ago that if I hang with that person, she'd get me into trouble. She'd keep me up late at night. She would be drinking Fireball, and she would probably be encouraging me to have some, even if she was still sharing her liquor with me. It's just the fact that it's trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's just the fact that it's still trouble. And I thought of that whenever meeting her in person. When she was so eager to meet me when I went to Pinellas County. I'm like, I can't do that. Tasha, I can't do that. That's just going to be too much trouble. Chances are the night I meet you would be the night a bunch of trouble would happen. I've seen it on live stream before with you. What makes me think it's going to be any different if you meet me? That's ultimately what it came down to. You know, so I just refused. I'm like, I wouldn't give you anywhere I'm going. I mean, because anytime you've been on a live stream with anyone like that, you've tried getting them in trouble, you know? And start drama out of thin air. Yeah, and I think Tasha would do that, honestly. And she's doing it with her family because that seems to be the easy scapegoat. She's talking about her mother nonstop. She's talking about so. And I don't really like Lori Taylor. I don't really like her that much, I've learned. Magical. But she came out because Tasha doxed her. That's the reason why she's here. And she's the only one to come forward out of the whole Taylor family. Magical came forward because Tasha doxed her. That's the main reason why she's even in this community. Just nobody else really had any desire to, so that just says Magical's the fool, because nobody else in the family wanted to buy into her game. But Magical took the bait and introduced herself, is what happened. I know, because I was the first person to talk to Magical. And I told her, if you start talking to these people, if you start getting mixed up into these people, I'm warning you, do not do it. Do not do it. But you know what she did? She didn't listen to me. She went against me, and she decided to go to every live stream possible. That went against my wish. So I'm like, Lori, you don't listen to me. I told you to listen to me. I've been around here a long time. You didn't listen to me, so I'm gonna have to cut you off. You seem to go against everything I try to tell you. You know, some people want to stay sick, save this love of Carrie, but I cannot compete with her. Why can't you compete with Carrie? Why can't you? Carrie is in Texas. Carrie had Reckington. I guess she don't have Reckington no more. Is Carrie really gonna meet? Does Noodles want to meet Carrie? Is that really gonna happen? Because last I heard, he wanted to meet Jill, right? So you can't compete with either Jill or Carrie, apparently, right? Seasons, or at least Carrie, because we're talking about Carrie. I don't know. Maybe it isn't meant to be. That could be true too. But with someone like Seasons who thought she had a thing with them or whatever, and then he's talking about Carrie, who the hell knows? Carrie is very fertile. That's one thing I've gathered from talking to Carrie. You know, that Carrie has had a lot of kids, yes. Yep. And Carrie could still be fertile right now. Who the hell knows? But I never really talked about this. When I talked to Carrie, I talked to her regularly. There was never anything sexual whenever I talked to Carrie. Never. I mean, but I haven't talked to Carrie in a long time either. Yeah, well, the thing is, he has a roommate. He goes to work at that place. You see him go to and from work all the time, obviously. He shows that. He's got Johnny What. He's got those dogs. But he's got an absolute vivid imagination. An absolute vivid imagination. I will say that about him. But other than Johnny What and the dogs, it's pretty much a lonely life. And I think that's why he does YouTube, because he has a lonely life other than Johnny and the dogs and his job or Spider or whoever and the commute that he makes. I think that it's been a lonely life for him, so he's come on here. That's what I honest to God think. This was an outlet, an easy outlet to be seen by other people, considering you're not really talking to your old friends anymore, or you're just kind of bored. You go to a job, you got dogs, you got this, you got that here and there, you got a roommate, you got whatever. But I think he just got bored with his life and found YouTube. He happened to find this community of all things, which is something that he found it, honestly. Because I never knew who he was back in the day. I never knew who Noodles was back in the day. I heard that he was in prison, but it has to be made up. Because if he was in prison, how would he get on YouTube? How would he get on YouTube if he was in prison to tell anybody? How would they know this? And they wouldn't find Edison Henderson's name in the paper that he got arrested this soon. Would they have heard that? I don't think so, honestly. I think it's made up. He might be in jail, but it's just the fact they're making it up. Who the hell knows? I have no idea. No idea. I really don't. And I gotta charge up. You can talk in the side chat if you want. I'll check the comments as I go. I've been going a while on these streams. I've actually been pretty amazed at it. Timmy, hold on a sec. What about Vlogger Puppets? Tell me. Arizona Man says it seems like Groundhog Day with him. Well, Vlogger Puppets advises people that want to live stream to not ever show their whole face, to like wear shades of disguise or something. Must be reason to advise. So he encourages all the trolls to do nefarious things. That's what you're saying, Carol's old man. He's the reason why all these trolls are here hiding their faces. So every troll that comes into my chat that doesn't show their face, I should blame Vlogger Puppets for that, correct? Is that technically what that means, Kara's old man? Okay, anyone clarify that to me? The Vlogger Puppets recommended to people to not show their face, and people took his advice. So those are the people coming in saying crazy things on everybody's channel, yes? He's behind that whole idea, right? Because he watched an old YouTuber also by the name of Tasco who wore shades. Joe Petrucci, a.k.a. Carlos Martinez, who is Joe Petrucci in real life, wore sunglasses. This other guy, Tasco, wore sunglasses. So, Vlogger Puppets, all he did was encourage all the nefarious trolls. He might even be behind the idea of barter. Even if he didn't create barter, he was more than likely behind the idea of it, and then barter happened to show up. Good possibility, right, Karen Zolbid? Yes. Possibility, everything you see now was his mental creation, like the Barters, the Carlos, and all them can be traced back to Vlogger Puppets. It was his idea. Timmy113. He used to be a joke on here. Timmy113. I always saw him as a joke. He played with his puppets. He didn't really... That's all he was known as. And then it took Money Cha-Cha to tell me to check out Vlogger Puppets. I'm like, I know that guy, but he's always been someone who played with his puppets. That's all he ever friggin' did on here. I never watched. He played with his puppets. That's all he did. Just an old dude alone playing with puppets. But Buddy Chacha was like, no, but Vlogger Puppets is really good, though. I'm like, well... Wait, so, but he was behind the idea of all these nefarious trolls who don't show their face, correct? Because that's what I'm getting out of this. I mean, that only makes sense, doesn't it? That he's behind the reason that a lot of these trolls exist, because he told them to do all that. He told them to hide themselves. What did he do in Hollywood? Tell me what he did. I need to know this crap. What did he do in Hollywood? How is he known in Hollywood? He must have been like a little guy, right? Was he well known in Hollywood? Because I never heard him or seen him unless maybe he was a certain name and he looked like someone famous. So maybe they passed him off as somebody related to someone famous. So therefore he was famous, but no one really knew his name. What's the deal? I don't know. Jeff T. Rowe wouldn't have it right anyway. But it's Joe Petrucci. It's Joe Petrucci. Because Carlos reacted like he never saw it coming. Like, come on, Casey Nunez had to have told you that. But Karen's old man, let me ask you this. Do you think Vlogger Puppets is evil? Do you think he's had a master plan down here the whole time to corrupt people? Or do you think he's just someone who's like a free spirit doing his own thing? And do you think Vlogger Puppets is more evil than people give him credit for? Do you think he's evil? What do you think about him? It's very interesting from someone who might know the scoop. That's why I'm asking you. Is Vlogger Puppet someone who is not to be trusted? Is he a real scumbag, or is he just into himself? What's the deal? I'm kind of trying to find out. I kind of know about him, but at the same time, there could be someone who knows more about him than I do. There could be somebody who knows about him more than me. I mean, for all I know. You know, yeah, that sounds kind of like the truth. Yeah, I mean, he's eccentric, extremely eccentric. That's what I have known about him since I've known Vlogger Puppets. He won't meet anyone on YouTube. It's off limits, he said. He doesn't believe in meeting people on YouTube. I know that. I got this garlic bread yesterday, and I also got some pasta here too. And my final meal. I'm very hungry. Got my meal for the night. Over the weekend, I just ate this nearly expired garlic bread that I bought on discount. And over the weekend, I've been eating it kind of. $1.46 for a loaf of garlic bread, almost expired. He was a lot for. Well, Vlogger Puppets has never done a live stream. Is it true he's never done a live stream in history? He just does videos. He's never done a live stream, correct? He's never done a live stream. He was a fluffer. What do you mean by a fluffer? He fluffed views? Is that what you're saying? What do you mean by a fluffer? What is the definition of fluffer in your very eyes? It gets grumpy, like an old man should, and also just around high school. Well, that's why people like him, I think. That's the reason why. For many years, I'd say I wasn't a fan of him. But over time, I think that I know he's one of the originators of everything, though. At the same time. But he's never really liked me, because you want to know why he's never liked me? That's exactly what I think. He thinks he's way more important than the reason he says he coined the term boy. He was a fuck all pianos back then. He used to sit there and say fuck all. For someone who created the boy, he's never done a live stream. That's the thing. He might have coined boy. It may have became what he predicted, but then when it got out of hand, he was like, I'm sorry I created this. That's what happened to him. But I think this guy, he always had it out for me. He never liked me. He always saw me as one of the Pickle Park boys. Ask him about the Pickle Park boys, okay? He used to think I was one of the Pickle Park boys seasons. Jim Riley's fan base, who hung out at the Pickle Park. You know, the Pickle Park. You pay as you go, and everyone calls Jim Riley Daddy. Everyone called him Daddy. You know, a bunch of grown men calling this guy Daddy, and Vlogger Puppets thought I was part of that community. So he's always had it in for me. He thought I was one of the Pickle Park boys. Seasons, ask him who the Pickle Park boys are. Okay, that's who he thought I was a part of. Like I was simple-minded or something. He definitely thinks he's better than people, because he thought I was simple-minded. He thought that I hung out with the Pickle Park boys of all people. Okay? That's who he thought. He's grumpy, no question. You know the Pickle Park, right? Jim Riley. He thought I was part of the Pickle Park boys, and he held it against me for years, I guess. Because he didn't like Riley that much. So he saw me as one of them, which was crazy because it's like I used to comment on videos. But it's like I don't see myself as one of the Pickle Park boys of all people. Just because I used to joke around or I hung over there every now and then. He thought I was one of the Pickle Park boys. Like I was a simpleton who followed this guy around. So Vlogger Puppets is not really that kind, really. The bottom of side chat, that's a new one. I never was able to figure that guy out, though. I was never able to figure him out that good. Never was able to. You know? Never really was able to figure him out that well. Ooh. So, all right. That's right. I see. Okay. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know. It's a mystery. It's very deep because I don't know the whole story. So I don't know what's to be said or who thinks what or what happened. I don't know. I guess you'll have to ask them personally because I really have no idea. You'll have to ask them personally, I guess. This is what I'm eating right now. I'm eating ziti with chicken parm right here. And I have garlic bread. I got this day old garlic bread that they put on discount. And if you eat it pretty quickly, it doesn't go bad. But this garlic bread here I'm eating, and I got this chicken parm meal right here that I'm eating also. Tell ya, I get hungry pretty damn quick sometimes. One thing people don't know about me sometimes, if I haven't ever emphasized it before, I have enough. But I'm a very big eater. I really am. I require a lot of calories per day. This is like chicken palm nuggets right here. This is what these are. Like a frozen dinner. Turns out I need more than that soup. All right. Well, I may have been born male. I don't identify like that, though. But yeah, I see. Yeah. It takes more to feed me. And if I don't eat a lot, then I just get very thin. That's what happens if I don't meet my calorie intake. I'm not going to die, but I just get thin. More thin. Well, actually, when I'm 54, I don't know how I'm going to be. Probably old as shit. Probably like 100. 100 or more. If I live till 54, I might look pretty young, but my mind will be like 120. It will be like double how old I am. As it is, I already feel like I'm 75 now, even though I'm 41. I feel like I've lived like a 75-year-old. I've aged very badly. Because I've had a poor life to some extent. So I've aged double my age. And if not double, it's pretty close. It's about probably, I feel like I'm 75. Even though I'm 41. I feel 75. And when I'm 54, I'll probably feel like 108. I don't know. It's really, the age is like doubling with me, you know. The older I get almost. I might look young. It may not have any impact on my look, but my mind will feel it. My mind will be double. Which means I'm not going to be any fun by that time. Think I'm bad now. I'll be worse then. Is that right? Yeah, well, at 41, I feel like I'm in my 70s, so that might be a good thing. Some people wish they might have had that, but who knows? To some people, it might be a bad thing. So you would say I'm not a young 41, is that correct? I definitely seem older than I am, yeah? Because that's what I would say, too. And I'm definitely older than I am, mentally. Physically, I don't think so as much, but mentally, yes. I think I'm so old that I don't want to do anything anymore. I don't have a desire to go to a zoo. I don't have a real desire to, no. I just feel so old. I can't see myself ever going to a concert again in my life. I see. I get you. I'm the kind of person where the city can wear me out, but I'm also afraid to go too far from the city because then I won't be near anything. So I'm kind of in that mode where I can't travel far out of the city, even if it wears me out. I'd have to be like in a suburb or something that's slower, where I can enjoy the city at certain times, but I'm not living in the city really. Unless I can walk everywhere, I don't have to worry about driving and parking and all that. Then I can live in the city. I can walk to every club that I ever wanted to walk to. Then I could do it. I could actually be energized by that, but there's not many situations like that. How many times do people end up in situations where they have everything in walking distance and they live downtown? Not very often. I could do that very well. It's just very expensive to do it. But I could do it very well if I was in that kind of environment. I could absolutely take walks. If everything was so close, I could do it every freaking day. I could walk every day and make the most of everything if everything was right there. Gay bars, drinking holes of some kind, smoke shop. If everything was like right there. But that gets expensive. Well, there's no availability in those areas. But I could do that very well if I got the opportunity. Hey Joe, what's happening? I got complimented today. Someone told me I was pretty, actually. Someone working behind the counter somewhere. Someone's like, oh, she actually thinks you're pretty. And I'm like, thanks so much, really. So I did get complimented when I was at the grocery store today. I did. I was in Iowa, Joe. I was in Iowa today. That's why I dig Riverside and Palm Springs, because I can get into LA if I really need to, but not until we have. Well, do you think I would like Palm Springs? Do you think that's a place that I would like? Karen's old man. Whether I can afford it or not, it doesn't matter. But you think that's the kind of place that I would like? Oh, really? Is it really? Oh, great. That's good to know. I went to Council Bluffs, yeah, Joe. I was in Council Bluffs, just next to Omaha. I didn't go near you, but I went to Council Bluffs, yeah. Yeah. I did some shopping over there. A little bit. Alright. I mean, really? I don't know. You seem to be the information person. You know a hell of a lot about it, everything over there. Des Moines is better than Council Bluffs, but is Des Moines better than Omaha? That's the question. It might be a tie, right? It might be a tie. Ice cream with bacon. Is that true, Joe? Ice cream with bacon? Oh, well, how do you manage to know that? Huh. There was a fair where I came from called the Topsfield Fair. And it was all fried food and prizes such as Rocky dolls if you won some kind of a contest. Those are the fairs I grew up around. Fried food and prizes pretty much was the theme of a lot of them. Joe, come on, you've never fucking ate deep fried butter, have you? Have you really? Gross. Terribly bad for you, I'd imagine. Deep fried butter. Oh my God. They made that over there? That was a southern thing. Iowa, they have deep fried butter over there? For real? I could never eat that. Fried ice cream's fine, but deep fried butter, I don't know. Can't do that one. Chi-Chi's is long out of business. There's not any more of those. You're like so full of information. I can't even keep up with you, Arizona. You got so much information. You worked there a long time ago? Yeah, close. California is so overwhelming. There's just so much stuff over there. There's so many people willing to give information about it. Is it just the natural thing of Californians that they like people moving there and they don't go against people from other places moving there? Because you seem to really be encouraging me to move there. I mean, beyond normal expectations. And you're willing to give me so much information about it. Like, I don't even know if I should be doing it, to be honest with you. Oh, all right, I see. Oh, so you like me, so you're telling me about it because you want someone like me to move there. Is that correct? Because anyone I know who won't be moving there, I'll tell you that. Anyone I know won't be moving there, so you're pretty safe. Well, that's awesome. If you think I'm the type who should move there, that's great. I'm kind of honored by that. So you won't recommend it to just anyone then? Okay. That would be great to live in an LA reality where everyone is actually cool, because Portland can't achieve that. They've tried. They can't do it. No. Elvis Travels? Did you mean Elvis Travels or Elvis Presley? Who'd you mean? Okay. Which one? Would you want Elvis Travels moving there? That's my question. Do you think Elvis Travels should move to the new LA? Okay. So you pretty much see me on a Hollywood level if you're actually welcoming me there. That's pretty honorable then, if that be the case. Oh, really? Would you? Who else would you recommend? Would you recommend Anderson Henderson to move to LA? Or no? Would you want someone like Anderson Henderson to move there? That's where this gets interesting. The best grad, Sam. I have the maturity, huh? Well, do you know anyone there? Hook me up if you know anyone there. Or do you think I could get hooked up? Then by all means, I might give it a look, you know? I gotta charge this again. Hold on a minute. Yeah, if you know anyone, hook me up with them. Put me in contact, maybe. Then I can. All right. I'll continue this. Just read everything here. Gotta move over here a little bit. All right. So, he could. He could. I could. So you picked me and McHenry, huh? You're not going to get yourself in trouble. What do you mean? Yeah, well, that's a smart move. Well, at least you're going to get a big break, I guess. Maybe move to California. But besides that, it's good to know that you see me as someone who could be in Hollywood, but at the end of the day, I don't know if it's something that I want to do or not. It still has to be up to me, too, you know. I have so many different forces pulling me here, pulling me there, and I don't know what's going on right now. So whatever. Do you happen to know that guy named Ziggy by chance in IP2? Do you happen to know him? Because I'm not saying you're him, but you kind of talk a little bit like him. I will say. Do you happen to know anybody by the name of Ziggy? Oh, you don't? Really? Because he tried to get me motivated for IP2, and a lot of those people live in Los Angeles, okay? And he tried to talk to me like get your ass in gear and let's go or something like that. And he was trying to get me into IP2, and I think he lived in LA too. So I'm just trying to. Are you looking at to bring Miss Wonderful to LA? Do you think Miss Wonderful would come to LA, or do you think she'll stay in Indiana where she's at? What do you think about her? Have you How far do you think they will go, though? That's my question, to move from where they're living to go there. Miss fucking Wonderful, do you think she will leave where she is? Is that a concern for you or not? Even if you see star quality in her, she may not leave where she's at. How about Black Bigelow? What about him? So I guess you don't look at view counts or anything. You look at who has potential. Truly, it doesn't matter their view counts, if they're overwatched, if they're underwatched, or what. It doesn't seem like you look at that, or other people in Hollywood look at that. You look at true talent. Who's Lamont? I have no idea who that is. No idea who Lamont is. All right. Well, yeah, he gets the views and he happens to fit. I don't get the views like he gets, but I guess if you see talent, you see talent. It doesn't matter the views at that point. Who else do you see in? Is he really from LA for real? He's from Compton, isn't he? If I had to guess, he's from Compton, right? It's just a guess. I don't know. Hollywood? You're fucking kidding me, dude. Shit. He stopped where I currently am, but he made it sound like a hood. Have you ever seen that video where he went through Omaha, Nebraska? Have you ever seen that? He made it look like a much worse place than it really is. He went through there and he's like, this place looks horrible. Oh my God. He was like going through there and driving through the hood there and stuff. You live in Hollywood? You're lucky then. If you manage to live fine out there and not have any issues, I guess you're pretty damn lucky. I don't know what else to say. A lot of people want to live in Hollywood, you know? A lot of people would give to live there or around it. So in the bottom of YouTube, you don't see a whole lot of talent then, right? How do you think Rosie O'Kelly compares? Since you have an expert opinion, right? Since you have an expert opinion, am I more qualified than Rosie O'Kelly to be in Hollywood? Or anyone in the boy? Okay. All right then. Who have you followed then? And who isn't cutting it? Yes to what? What do you mean? Who do you think is here and who do you think isn't cutting it is my question. Based on everyone you watched, who definitely does not have the talent? Who definitely doesn't? So I'm pretty much in a top 3 right now. That's what you're saying. I'm in a top 3. How about Truthfully Trisha? Is Truthfully Trisha or Rich Life anywhere in the mix? Is Gucci's in the mix or no? Mr. T, how about the Bergs? How about the Bergs? Mr. T, I knew did not. How about the Bergs? Or I knew she did. I totally knew she did. How about Anderson Henderson? How do you rank Anderson Henderson? This is the big question. Is Anderson Henderson anywhere in a top 6 or a top 5? Because I know you know who that is, don't you? Where does Anderson Henderson rank on your list? Vice looked at him, but Vice didn't end up taking him either. Vice looked at him. He was on a Vice commercial briefly because he was in a video they were looking at. I definitely think Hollywood looked at this guy, but they just ended up passing on him because he's unreliable. He's just too much of a train wreck, I think, maybe for Hollywood. But they've definitely looked him over. I know this. They've looked him over. Now, does Vlogger Puppets have Hollywood quality to him? Well, who managed to find me, MFW, and Cruiser? How about Real Stream News? Could Real Stream News be an underrated actor of some kind? What do you think of him? Do you think Real Stream News has a shot? Assuming he could act or whatever. Yeah, I had a feeling maybe you'd put him on the list. I just didn't know where. How about Shaney for Christ? Well, he's unreliable. They couldn't employ him, Brian. He would not be reliable, and they see him as someone who's so poor, I think, he couldn't get out of his situation and he wouldn't want to better himself. I think that's what they would see when they look at him. He's a severe case. He's just, they'll see him picking fights with people in his town. I don't think they would look at him. I think they have looked at him, but they determined that he's not who they want. That's what I think's going on with Anderson. They've looked at him. I'm confident they've more than looked at him. But they don't want anything to do with him, is really what I think. They probably don't want anything to do with him. Exactly, because I know they looked at this guy, but they also determined Anderson's not mature. Because I know they've looked at him. He appeared on Vice, for Christ's sakes. They probably saw him and be like, yeah, he might have talent, but we don't want him. He's very boring. And plus, they look at someone, if they're so boring and monotone, they probably use that to decide against someone too, don't they? They watch regardless of how many views someone gets. Like, I've been very underwatched lately, okay? But that doesn't matter to them. It matters if someone has talent, not if they're underwatched, right? And do you think they see someone underwatched and someone who has talent that's much better than the views they're getting? That gets their attention, possibly? If here you are, someone they see as entertaining, but you're not getting the views, I wonder if they'd want to give you the views at that point and make you famous. That's what I'm wondering. That's a good sign to them if they see that you're not getting a lot of views, but you have content. Kind of like they want to make you bigger, maybe, at that point. They see you as the perfect person to bring in because nobody's really watching you, but yet you have all this good content. It's just a thought. I don't know. But I think that they think Anderson Henderson, that's what it is. They want that. I'm aware they want that. It's good to know if I qualify. It looks like I'm close to qualifying, which is something. Now, by looking at me, right? Do you think if I was alive in an older time, let's say if I was born in a different year, would I have a pretty decent shot to be in Hollywood, say if I was in 1965 or 1970? Like, say around the time the De Niro's were getting in the business, or the Kirstie Alleys, or the whoever. You think I would have blended with them 2 years ago? You think I would have actually made it with all that competition? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, we're talking like I would have fit in with them too, you think? Wow. So it's not because the pool is running weak now? Even if I was stacked up against them back then, I would have actually competed, huh? If I was against Sylvester Stallone, Arnold, De Niro, Kirstie Alley, whoever is a good actor out there who's been around. Diane Cannon, if you want to go way back. But I am. I'm a Generation X, but I'm also a millennial also. I'm in between Generation X and millennial. I'm in between both of those. I'm not exactly Generation X, but I'm not exactly millennial. I'm both, yeah. Because I was born right on the cusp. Yes, I was. Generation X is not very liberal. You notice that? How many Generation X actors are there? They make up a small percentage, don't they? Generation X, I don't think has a ton of actors, do they? I think it's more baby boomers, isn't it? Than anybody or younger. But I don't think Generation X has a lot of actors. I'm not positive, but do they? Like how many actors does Generation X have? Because I haven't really heard much about it. I just know the boomers have a whole bunch. Like Bill Murray, Steve Martin. It's not Gen X. Gen X did not make it, did they? Because I don't think I find there's not many Gen X good actors out there. I don't think they're the conservative generation more. They didn't go to Hollywood in high numbers. It doesn't seem like exactly. So where I'm on the cusp, I'm probably a more perfect fit, aren't I? Because I'm not. I'm more millennial too in some ways. Yeah, but Vlogger still encourages people to not do content. He suggests people to be trolls, Spirit Assault. He doesn't. He advised against showing your face. Technically, he advised against anything that could have got you to stardom. Like if I didn't put myself out there and expose myself and my personal information, the talent executives in LA would never find me. Spirit Assault. Apparently, they would have never had found me if I had done that. So apparently, I went against the grain with that, and now people are looking at me. Apparently, so I don't think that advice is always good advice, Spirit of Salt. I don't know. But it'll stop people from getting, because I managed to get out of the point also by showing my face. I also managed to get out of the point in my own way. Hey, we come to LA to work in the business. You had a kid out there. You still want to. So your son made it to LA, is that correct? You had a son who was making it in acting? Hey, Karen's old man, I'll tell you what. Contact me at meltonjohn@gmail.com. I'd like to get your phone number and I'd like to talk to you in private. Can you do that? But just email meltonjohn@gmail.com. I want to have a phone conversation as soon as possible with you. I don't know. I've been up. It's flew by so fast. I don't know what even happened. 6 hours and 21 minutes. It's flown by so fast. I don't even know, to be honest with you. It went by so fast. It doesn't even seem like I've been live 6 hours. It went by very quick. Trust me when I tell you that. It went by so fast. It doesn't even feel like 6 hours. It feels like 3 hours and 30 minutes, maybe. Caught in a big earthquake, and the rest is history. I see. I was drinking a Camo beer, but I got pretty fucked up on it. Then I stopped drinking and I started eating. Certain beers will fuck you up there. Yeah. I'll tell you something, Karen's old man. Not tonight, really, right? But you know, yesterday when I was live streaming, driving around the city, I got some trolls trashing me that were botting accounts. So I may have all this talent, right? But I just want to make you aware that I do have people who do love to troll me. And they like to give me bot accounts and spam my page up. What are your thoughts on that? Because I'm getting the Elvis type trolls now all of a sudden. They're spamming my page and they're saying all this shit to me depending on what hour I go live. They're not in here now, but I saw them yesterday come into my chat. Yesterday too. If you saw yesterday's stream when I was driving, but I noticed I've been getting those people lately, so I don't know what that really means. Why they're doing that, other than the fact they got no lives. That could mean that I'm making it, maybe. Maybe that means that I am making it if they're doing that. What do you think? Yeah, because I'm really that damn good. That's why. They know that I'm too good, and they're trying to fuck me up more. Because it goes back to what you're saying. I am caliber to make it in the big time. And maybe they know that. So they're trying to throw me off. That's a good possibility right there. If I'm getting those type of trolls, maybe that means I made it. Maybe that means I made it. If I'm getting them. That must mean that I made it. Especially off such low views, and those people still come in when I'm low in view count. They still come in. Even when I got 5 viewers, they will come in. I don't even have to have a lot of viewers, honestly. That's what's funny. I don't even have to get a lot of views, and sometimes those people will show up, even when I'm in the low view counts. No one's showing up, but they decide to. I would think if they were smart, they would wonder, no one's commented in here, then I shouldn't comment because I would be adding to the chat and helping the chat, right? Dave who? You mean Noodles? Come on, no, not Noodles. It had to be another Dave. Dave who? You tried to tell Dave about me a couple months ago and he was just totally uninterested. Noodles was uninterested in me. He's always been interested in me as far as I've known him. So, what are you talking about here? Unless there's something I don't know. I hope he stays in there because he probably deserved it. Spirit Assault. He more than likely deserved it. I don't feel bad. If he's locked up in there for the next year, it won't matter. I'd have him off here finally, and I'd have the place to myself. Out of all the old OGs, he's always been around here like a fly. You know? As far as I see it. Well, he sees the light. So are you talking about Noodles? He was uninterested in me 1 month ago, for real? And you're saying he just turned on the switch all of a sudden and I'm exciting to him all of a sudden? It's not like I do anything any different. I mean, I just made a joke about Craig. That's all I really did. I don't do anything any different than I've done. Unless that just hit him at the right time to want to watch me. I don't know. Hey, Bill, at least you're up front with it. That's what's up. I'm just here to drink with people and all. But I do know for a while, seasons, this is what I do know about Noodles, okay? This is what I know about him. For many months at a time, he's always favored Anderson over me, okay? But Anderson had to disappoint him completely for him to start looking at me again. Because he always loved Anderson for some strange friggin' reason. I'm telling you, he always was partial to Anderson, it seemed like. Until Anderson let him down quite a bit. That's one thing I noticed. He used to troll me too, though, but I think as far as who he favored, I think he favored Anderson over me for a while. Does that sound correct, Seasons? Does that sound correct? That for many months at a time, he favored Anderson over me, yes? I just want a confirmation if that sounds correct or not. Because that's how it always seemed like to me, that he put his faith in Anderson for many months at a time at one point. It's just that Anderson kept disappointing him. That's what it seems like to me. But from a talent standpoint, he always wanted to have faith in Anderson, it seemed like. But I'm asking you a question like that, Seasons. Can you answer that if it's actually a fact? So I can have that confirmation for myself that Noodles favored Anderson for many months at a time over me. Yes? For many months. It's just that Anderson had to keep disappointing him for him to change his tone, correct? Is that what it is? It's not even the sneaky gospel. Yeah, I'm not. So I want your answer on that. If you have an answer for me on that, I just want the confirmation on it. He favored an Anderson for a very long time. Correct or not correct? Yes or no? I have no idea. I mean, Spirit of Thought, can you give me an answer if Seasons cannot give me an answer? You have been watching Beef for a while. Have or have not? I feel like I'm talking to a wall because, all right. Right. But Season, I asked you a question about Anderson Henderson and me and Noodles. Has he, for many months at a time, has he or has he not favored Anderson Henderson for several of those months? Is that true or is that not true? I need an answer on that, Seasons. Is that or is that not true? Why? That's what I'm wondering. It seems like he's had this insane loyalty to him, but he keeps letting Noodles down. He lets him down more than anybody. And maybe now he's starting to see that Anderson is very unreliable and hard to work with, possibly. Maybe that's what he's in. Because Anderson, it sounds to me like Anderson would agree to meet him somewhere. And they would talk. And then Anderson would turn around and not show up. That's what it sounds like. He agreed to show up and he never showed up. Moved toward me because of Juice. What do you mean? What's that mean? Because of Juice, he moved toward me. I don't know what that means. Clarify. What does that mean? Why would Juice do that? What would Juice be doing to move toward me? For him to move toward me? I don't understand that one bit. Spirit of Salt, get back to me on that. A lot of vloggers are a real piece of work. Yeah, Vlogger Puppets doesn't like a lot of people. He's extremely cranky, all right? That's something I've known about him for many months and many years, that he's extremely cranky. I've known that about him. Like, literally, for a long time, I've known about that. He's a very picky person. And he always remembers every little thing someone does or says. Even if it's not too harmful, but if it's something he doesn't like, he will remember it for a long time. That's what I find about him. But I thought Juice was along with you, and then a while back, Juice became active in Noodles, so I thought Juice got... I don't know if that's the case. All I know is there was times Noodles wanted to come to my channel more because I kept shouting him out. Okay, because I didn't want to be part of the bullshit or whatever, or when Barter was around him, working with them or whatever. And I thought that it was really a bad thing if I got involved with them, but then I had to learn that some of the other people that, like Craig, were really pretty bad too. You know, like Craig was really someone I would have never had been friends with anyway. You know, so I had to come to that realization to not see Noodles in such a bad light. I guess you could say, if that makes sense. Craig had to come at me the way he came at me, kind of for me to see that. That maybe Noodles was being truthful about Craig the whole time. Because Craig just lost it, like, and I wasn't even going at him or anything. I did it like in the way that I was cool with him, and I was just kind of prodding at him, kind of just to answer a question, but that's about it. And if he it wasn't him, he would have been like, "Nice try, Melton," but no, that's not me. That's all he really had to say, you know. But he got pissed off about it instead. Now that's something he should have laughed at, but he didn't. And then at that point, I kind of thought, huh, Noodles was probably right about him then, if that be the case. Hmm. I don't know. Trump had a disastrous rally, I guess.
We have a voicemail number.
What happened?
To David P. Trump's performance on Saturday at his rally was so bad that I got way more people angry with me for my coverage of the rally than normal. Here's one example.
David Peck, if this is your only friend from Cleveland, Ohio, conservative, responding to your pathetic performance last night. Did you get a pink slip for your performance last night?
No, I mean, I'm in charge. Who's going to fire me?
You want to trumpet your win? Is that what liberals find entertaining? Seriously, did you ever earn a paycheck for that?
Yes.
No, David, Trump's rallies are censored. And
No, they're not. Trump's rallies are not censored.
are limited, have limited exposure because of big tech censorship.
That's completely untrue. All sorts of right-wing YouTube channels and Facebook pages streamed the rally live and had hundreds of thousands of viewers.
Because they fear the truth, and that's why I get stuck with you. And realize that what a classless, shameless, ignorant liberal you are.
Yeah, anyway, he goes on for 2 more minutes, but the worse Trump's performances are, the more messages like that I get. Really, really quite a trend that we see. We have a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about who would stay and fight if Russia invaded the U.S. There's a new poll. And much, much more. Sign up at joinpacman.com and get instant access to the world-famous bonus show, Much Hated by Alex Jones.
Oh, the bonus show where you want to make money. Everybody else who makes money and find themselves as bad.
I will see you on the bonus show. Thank you, Alex.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine has many consequences. On the humanitarian side, the mounting death toll that we've been covering tonight, millions of displaced refugees. On the geopolitical side,
Oh,
Europe and NATO's emerging, plus the Biden
Noodles is a very
Congress agreeing on some key foreign policy goals like confronting Putin
complex individual from the US. He seems to love himself more than anything else.
and weapons while still
Yeah, he loves himself
U.S. boots on the ground. Now,
to a good point, I think.
was not guaranteed in American politics. For one reason, the right flank of
But then again, maybe it was a training that he got sometime. Maybe he had low confidence and was told that he had to do that, maybe to better himself. Someone may have advised him at some point in his life when he wasn't confident, you have to go about like you're confident, even if you have to put yourself on video. It's a guess. I don't totally know, but it's a guess. That maybe you have to go through some kind of training, maybe, at some point.
Now, relatively quickly, this war has isolated
I don't fully know.
the West. It also has some American conservatives and Republicans backing away from their Trump-era praise of this man, as Congress mostly backs Biden policies. Now, anyone can change their minds, but the words and policies of government officials and some of these influential voices really matter. And they really shaped some U.S. policy and public opinion over the past few years. And given that so many of these right-wing assertions were about Putin's supposed prowess, or his strength and competence, or questioning
Rather spend.
the danger to the West,
Oh,
well, because the facts matter right now, we have a
you rather spend time with us as the wish to hear that is referred. I don't know if he hungers for fame or really is behind all this broader
doing over these
business.
3 weeks.
You know something?
Note,
I think Border's a different person. I think Border followed him around and Noodles was just rolling with him, is what I think happened. Like he had a stalker and he always knew Border was a stalker, but he always tried to humor him for the show, maybe, is what I think happened.
Vladimir Putin authorized a special military operation in Ukraine. The Russian assault on Ukraine began with missile attacks on key targets.
Because I don't even have proof that he told Border to commit these nefarious acts. I don't even have proof that he did that ever. And if he did do it, he seemed to have changed and he's not doing it anymore. If he did do it in the first place. I mean,
But on the other hand, who's our real enemy right now?
4 civilians, including 2
I would never pretend like I cared about someone if I did. Well, who's into deception that you're talking about here?
journalists trying to help the casualties.
Okay, I see. Well, yeah, you wouldn't pretend. It's not in me. It's not in you. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Pretending to care about someone is craziness. But I have no proof Noodles did that. I have no proof if he pretended to care about you or not. Until I have the proof, I don't have any, you know?
Our country's so innocent. There's nothing wrong with taking information from Russians. Is he trying to snuff out Christianity? Does he?
What music was great? What, the stuff I played earlier?
No. Vladimir Putin didn't do any of that. So why does President Washington hate
Are you playing my stream back? I don't know what you're doing.
we're trying to escape?
It's late, and I still got the stream on, but it's late.
Putin ain't woke. He is anti-woke. Russians, people still know which bathroom to use.
A barrage of missiles hit Kharkiv. Ukraine says killing defenseless civilians.
Vladimir Putin has been a stronger leader in his country than Barack Obama.
Refugees have fled their homes with scenes reminiscent of World War II evacuations.
Yes, I played music. Yeah, Noodles right here in Person Street. If it was up to me, we would be fast friends and then together. Yeah,
Russian shelling hit this market.
you are meanest to each other. Well, don't you think that song fits you then? Wish Me Well, You Can Go to Hell, the song I was playing, where I said the girl sounded like you. Doesn't that best fit your relationship with him? It seems so to me. Mark Terry lies more than anybody. What are you talking about? Mark Terry lies a lot. Yeah, exactly. That's a joke if I've ever seen any. Mark Terry has copied people and he's lied a lot. Trust. He's probably live right now. How much you want to bet the asshole's still live because he's got a YouTube addiction? Is he still live? Let me see here. Shit. He ended his stream 8 minutes ago. Figures. No, Mark Terry does not tell the truth. That's a friggin' lie.
Not that.
Mark Terry's got such sucky content, it's not even. I can't watch this shit. Are you kidding me? I'm checking on him now. I can't even watch them. He is so boring. It's not even funny.
He came up with everything about my chick. He saved my life. Listen, me and the guy, I can't say his name, he's a musician. He's an OG in the point. He said that I copied everything that he ever did. He came up with everything about my chick. He saved my life. Am I missing anything? What else did he do? All this and all that. All of it's true. I stole every line the guy used. He saved my life when I was in the hospital, like I said. I was fixing to put on a ventilator. I had the C word. And he called me and raised my. Because I got the good food, I reckon. Because I got the good food, I reckon. And raised my blood up. But anyway, I'm not on YouTube to hurt people in any kind of way. I know he wants me gone off YouTube, and there's several others that want me gone. But no chance.
Just think today, with this.
I got some viewers in here quick.
What mean text? So you're that awful to each other, Seasons, that you should be divorced? Because Noodles and you have had a lot of mean words toward each other. I would have never known that. In private? In private, you're saying? Like when you're texting?
Now I'm asking a crazy question. You're out there, please answer.
So is he serious about it or is he fucking around and kidding around? I would say he's kidding around. But he saw how the Jehovah's Witness thing was run and he decided to do that in YouTube, which tells me that he knows exactly what he's doing. And he's probably screwing around with it. Because Bergs runs his channel like a Scientology channel when you think about it. Bergs knows all about Scientology. He once wanted to become a Scientologist. So do you think he does it to be mean, or do you think he's just doing it kind of to fuck around and to copy them for content? What do you think he's trying to do out here? But I could say Bergs is trying to run his channel kind of like a Scientologist would, as he knows all about them. He said it several times. He studied the Scientologists. So if it's something like that, maybe. I'm not sure. And let me tell you something, Seasons. Jasmine Star probably wanted to become a Scientologist, but she couldn't, and that's why she started going against them. Seems like with everyone who goes against Scientology, they've always been potential Scientology members. Do you ever notice that? The people are just mad that they didn't get in. That's really all it is. Jasmine has the absolute personality for Scientology. It's just she couldn't get in. She has done videos against Scientology, but I think it's because she wanted to get in and she was mad that she couldn't get in. Or be a high member in it or something. And maybe that's the case with Bergs as well. Yeah, well, I've never known that. What does Seasons want to really do? I mean, she met Noodles in real life. In Seasons, when I was close to you, you never met me. I offered it to you one night. When I was closer to where you lived, I said, I'm right here. You're what? 25 minutes away from me? And you were in my stream that night. So, I don't understand either, really, honestly. And if it was done over again, and say I was at that same spot in this present day, there's no guarantee Seasons would want to meet me still. Even if I was at that same smoke shop that she used to go to and she saw me on camera. Going there, even today, something tells me it would not happen all the same. Everyone thought I was a move for him. Everyone thought you were a dude and you were fine with that. Okay. Yeah, I thought you were somebody named Pete, like some troll named Peter or something. That's what I thought. But Seasons, you can't forget, you once, I was at this place and you did have a chance to meet me on live stream. You chose not to do it at one time. You chose not to do it. And you were making every excuse under the sun to not. At that time. That's definitely what I remember about it. So do you feel bad in any way that you didn't take the opportunity to meet me that night, or are you not? Because every once in a great while, that crosses my mind. Every once in a great while. For those who are fully aware, Seasons had a chance to meet me about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. Maybe 2 years ago at this point. She had a chance to meet me and she made every excuse under the sun to not meet me. You're not talking about me there, Was G Mango's live? Let's see. Anything big happened tonight? Saturday night, something had to have happened. G Mango's was live. I'm sure he talked about something tonight.
Yeah.
So, Seasons, how come it's taking you so long to answer my questions? I mean, do you agree that you were making every excuse under the sun to not meet me that time, that I was not far from your house? And you were on the live stream right as I was out at that place. And you didn't want to meet me. But Seasons, you're not answering my question. I'm getting increasingly annoyed because you're not answering my goddamn question. I'm increasingly annoyed right now. Do you feel any bit of regret that you did not meet me that night? Yes or no? Because I would be feeling tons of regret if I were you. To know that I'm not even coming back anywhere around there anytime soon. But I'm getting very annoyed because you're not talking to me. You're talking to Street Life. You ain't talking to me. It's my chat. I'm addressing you, so you pay attention to me right this instant. You fucking pay attention to me or you can get out of here. I'm addressing you. You answer to me in my chat. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you not looking at me when I'm talking to your fucking ass? Why are you not paying attention to my fucking questions that I'm asking you? Do you feel any regret that you didn't meet me and get some of this back when you had the fucking chance to get some of this? Because I'm about to fucking boot you if you don't come forward within the next 10 seconds. Fuck off. How dare you do that? You're in a timeout. You can't answer my fucking questions, then fuck you. It's my fucking chat, and you do as I say when you're in my fucking chat. Don't come back. Don't fucking come back, Seasons. I don't need you in here. The bitch was just fucking ignoring me. Not even answering any questions that I had for her. Key questions. That she would do it again if she had the friggin' chance. Yeah, well, it's not a game that I play, and I'm against playing that game. That's not my style of trolling. That's a pretty disgusting style of trolling. That's pretty close to the Jasmine Star level of trolling. But got me very angry about her. So, Seasons, you can take a fucking hike and don't come back, alright? You didn't answer my question in a timely manner. You kept ignoring me, and you're out of here. Go cry to someone who's gonna fucking listen, because it ain't gonna be me. You can take a hike. It just reminds me that my thoughts were correct, what I originally thought about you. So stay out of here. Just to be funny. Just simply be funny. And maybe piss a few people off, but be funny. Get on video. Troll as yourself. That's the only thing that I can say for anybody. Troll as yourself. Don't be stupid. Wish I would have met you. Was that really Seasons? Come on, why would you call yourself a super spreader if you were? But now you answer my question. It took you a long time to answer my question. But my point is that it's too late now. I'm not coming back. That's my thing. I'm not coming back. Uh, well, people make choices in life and they have to live with them. Is what this comes down to. So, no, he didn't. If you're the real Pete, I kicked you. I put you in a timeout. If you are her, think Berg's noodles don't treat her nice. This isn't a game to me. You understand this isn't funny to me. I come on here and I do my thing and I hope some people see the talent that I bring here. Just like I got people who have ties to Hollywood and they say that I have talent. That's what I come here for. That's what I come here for. I don't come here for any of this other bullshit. I come here to be seen. I come here to hope that someone does discover me. Or possibly I could get a connection in my local area who sees me on video as well. That's all I come here for. I don't come here for any of this other nonsense. So we're not on the same page with any of that. Yeah, because I mean business. That's why my show is all about real life. It's all about just me living and, with some humor, yeah, but all this other lame troll shit, I'm just not in the mood for it. But Carrie Bridges is fat, apparently. Carrie Bridges is fat and overweight, according to him. He's trolling. He has to be absolutely messing with you. Because I don't believe he likes Carrie in that way. I don't. And he's not going to go there and meet any of these women. He's not going to go to meet Carrie. Don't be ridiculous. It's never happening. He's playing a game with you if that is what he's doing, but you've also played games as well. So win stupid games or win stupid prizes or whatever. Well, maybe that's what should happen. Whenever people feel they have the reason to leave a place, then maybe they should leave. I've even had people tell me the website would be better off without me. I've had people say that to me before.
stop is here. What's up, Turtle? What? You never did so. That's our little half-plate.
I'm mostly so for Mark.
Responsible for someone else's actions and do. Forget about me. We're trash.
Minnesota. Can you have his name in your Can you
You always use G's name. You don't care when he tells
in your titles? I'm just
You
saying.
know what I want to know? You know what I want to know? I don't use it in the titles. I tag it on Twitter. How come every
No, I
time
saw
Mark
it.
Terry? How come every time Mark Terry does something, I'm held responsible for what he does? I'm getting emails. I'm getting no. Fuck no. Fuck you. I'm getting emails. I'm getting emails. Oh, you lost me. I lost all these people. I'm responsible for your actions. Why? I'm not talking to you, Mark. Why am I responsible for his actions? Why? Is fucking Turtle or Ace or Voodoo or are they blamed? No. Well, why am I blamed? Why?
I don't believe for a minute Noodles likes Carrie Bridges in that way. I don't know anyone that would if she's tied down and doesn't even go out.
For someone else's actions.
He's always going out and doing stuff. I don't see Carrie Bridges on that level at all. That's only in your mind. I think you're just saying that. I don't think it's true, Season.
Yes, Mark.
I don't think it's true.
You're not hurt, dude. I don't care who leaves. God, I mean, it is what it is.
Until I see him go out to meet Carrie Bridges, I don't believe it for a second.
Are you here for me or are you here for Mark?
Border, why do you keep coming around here?
I do what I do.
Not many people like you besides Craig or Anderson.
I'm not gonna be held responsible.
Why do you keep coming around here for, huh?
That's like you being
What's your real
responsible for shit
reason for coming around here?
And you always get fucking, the birds.
You haven't, unless you're who I said you were, then yes.
What would you do? I mean, seriously, what would you do if it was hurt?
You're expanded Celt. That's why you know me for years, because you're expanded Celt. That's exactly why.
Would you say, gee,
I'll run with that from now on. Forget that whole story that I met you or whatever, you know? Carrie is not Barter. For the record, Carrie might think like Barter, but Carrie is not Barter. I love this, that G Mangos and Mark Terry are fighting. I like to see this a
When
lot.
did he do that, Mark? I said notify him. You done it yesterday. I mean, does it notify you and say, Mark, your transactions have been changed? I'm just asking a question. I'll show you, so there's no doubt. Yes, you can show me.
I don't get Carrie. She's got kids, but she never leaves the house. And I'd imagine it's still the same way. She gets her groceries delivered to her. She has her groceries delivered to her because she hates to go out that much. That's one thing I know about Carrie, right there.
Keep scrolling down, Mark. Mark, can you scroll down? Slow down, son. $99. That was from Jody at Drama Rehab. Hold on. All in all, look, that's old.
anything.
I'm showing you. Oh my God, we just forget
He's
it.
showing us the super chats and the dots, man. They're right there.
I'm not showing anything. I'm just
He is showing us.
But he said you're not gonna see it because he charged it back. So that's not really showing
That's a
you.
fact, Jim. That's why I was showing it.
Okay, but the furthest back you went was
It's
March
later. There's
11th.
no Norm F on there. If Norm F gave me money,
Yeah, but Norm gave him money, Mark. Mark,
took it back.
yeah, Norm was paying him back then. And if he was, he would have shown. It would have been said.
The furthest back was March 11th.
But what I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying is, in March 11th, that's when Norm was giving him money.
I'll go back to March 11th.
No, I'm not. Sorry, my mistake.
That's what I'm saying. March 11th, Norm F was giving money.
Yeah, Barter.
I know.
What motivates you to do all this?
So that.
Answer me that. Because I don't know why you keep coming around. Honestly. I don't know why.
Mark, I'm asking you a question for Christ's
You're like that fly that never goes away.
When they charge you back, does it say, Mark, this transaction has been charged? No, it doesn't. Okay. That's all I was asking. What's up, JK? You should have been here last night, JK. You missed it. Your boy went ballistic.
And in your own words, if you want, list me all the things Noodles has done that's been very horrible to past people. What has he done to make you follow him around like this and everybody else around like this?
So did Anderson really get locked up?
Oh,
What's his
Anderson.
name said he got locked up? No, I said Anderson.
Yeah, I know, but Carlos Martinez is
Yes.
seeing it.
Well, here's the deal. When you made that pact with me, you stuck to your word. And it's been over, it's been a while now. And I appreciate you sticking to your word, because I told you, if you flip-flop on me, motherfucker, you'll never see me again. Ever. And when you called me and I answered, I said, Mark, what do you want from me? You said, I want to be your friend. And I said, what? I said, okay. And then you told me what pissed you off the most was that I shut you out. I basically ghosted you. So what I'm telling you is, when you make a pact with somebody, like you're never going to speak about someone ever again, do me a favor. Please stick to it like you stuck, like you did with me. Can you do me that? No, and you're not going to say that name. But you're not going to say that name because you vouched, and your word is your word. Because as soon as, because
I said her name.
I know you have, calm down, son.
Never say it again.
Thank you. There's no need to talk bad. Make things better. Actions speak louder than words, right, Mark Terry?
That's right.
There you go.
So I've been trying to be on my best behavior, and I am crazy, but I'm trying to do my best, and I will never, ever utter her name again.
Thank you. Hey, Quine, much love to you. Now, what's wrong with you and Allison? I thought you guys were friends.
Yeah, I did too. She came up and started telling me off, so I put her off the panel, and then she went.
Was she telling you her opinion, or did
She started talking to me in a real condescending tone that I didn't like. So I told her, I said, Allison, I'm sorry you feel that way. Why? And I put her, and then she went immediately and went live instead of trying to reach out and talk to me. And she said, her and Kimberly Starr was up there, and she said, oh, I'm glad his wife finally left him.
she didn't leave you?
Yeah, I know, but Allison
Said that she's happy.
how glad and happy she was that my wife left me when I've been taking up for her with other people who I won't mention their
No,
names.
I know you have.
And Allison is just stabbed me in the back something.
Allison said, tell the truth, Mark.
I did tell the truth.
yes or no?
I mean,
I'm just asking. Are you leaving it?
it gives it a harder feelings real bad. I'm trying not to have any drama.
Speak the truth. No, go ahead. Fuck it. Doors are open.
Yeah. Here's what happened, dude. She came up and started being condescending about me and my wife, and she started siding with my wife.
What do you mean condescending to you and your wife? That's not what Allison. She doesn't. She's always supported you. No, I believe you. I believe you. I
Hey,
believe.
I'll play the video. We'll just play it because it's up right now.
Play it. Let me hear it. How long is it? How long is it? It ain't fucking 20 minutes, is it?
And she said you did.
Huh?
She said you did not boot her.
Much love, Cody.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say, here's all I'm gonna say. Allison don't like me now, and I'm a son of a bitch.
Well, Kimberly.
You're a son of a bitch in a lot of people's eyes. Oh, Kimber, oh my God.
Yeah, that's
Oh, much love to you. I appreciate you,
That's
Kimberly.
lots of hope, Jay. Yeah, much love, Kimberly.
wow. That's all. Wow.
Tell G how you treated everyone in your chat room today.
I think when he said a comment before that, Mark, why did you call
It gets more than exhausting. I can't imagine
I'm big and bad in your chat room.
what it's like to be doing all that all the time to anyone.
But people don't like being called trash. Yeah, I know, but people don't like that word. People don't like to hear that. I'm just being real. I'm just being
So
real.
what
I
did
call
Noodles
myself-
really do to get you to follow him? Was it anything that horrible by himself? What made you follow him that badly all these years to where he got people thinking that he did all this terror, but you were with him all this time that he was doing it also? And now that you haven't been with him, he's clearly not doing as much. So, what got you to follow him around the way you did? What did he do that was so awful all by himself? That's what I'm asking.
No, I know, Mark. I just said.
All trash when you compare us to Jesus Christ.
Oh, stop it, Mark.
Hi, Sean.
I'm sure I don't like brother. What's up, Waffles?
Yes, I hear you.
Who sang you Randy Travis song?
Hey, some reptiles.
Oh my God. Who else sang you?
You did.
Thanks.
Let's do a poll. I want to do. How do I do a poll?
You hit that little poll button. Oh, you ain't. That's right. You
They have to still be together.
What?
They have to be.
What do you mean I'm not monetized? What?
You said some right.
Yes, Mark.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. So,
I didn't call shot.
If she's really against Noodles, then it took a long time for her to be.
so I am.
But I think that they're still together, yes.
No, you've done a poll before.
No, I did a poll before. No. I done a poll before.
Well, they were certainly in this chat earlier like nobody's business.
How you feeling, bro?
Even if she wants to make people think she's going over Craig's to not be around him, then. But this shit all gets so old. It's like, how?
Hey, what's up, Sean? Hey, Turtle, how's it going, brother? Just chilling, bro. Just chilling.
Mark Terry got triggered at Kingbone because he saw him at Allison Stream and called him trash.
Well, Mark blocked and kicked out 482 people today.
Dude, Mark, Kingbone's good people, man.
My God, that's a lie too. You want me to show you my block list?
I'm just reading what he said.
Blocked
Well, which people want to hurt him in real life besides the second A people? Who wants to hurt him in real life? Until it happens, people just need to shut up because I haven't seen anything happen. So until it happens, until I see total activity that he's pissing up people off that they're willing to drive by his place. And none of them have lived in New York and New Jersey, supposedly, right? Wouldn't someone have come to his place by now in his local area that he pissed off? But it hasn't happened, or it would have happened close to his house. It hasn't happened, though. So, I need proof, or it's really nothing, but unless I have proof. He's good at what he does. That's what it comes down to. He's good at riling people up. He's good at what he does. But I don't see the evidence that says people are actively trying to find where he lives and take him out. Because it would have happened by now, close to his house, and it hasn't. That's what I'm trying to say. It would have happened by now. Unless something's going to happen in a week and it's being orchestrated, I don't have any proof that it's going to happen. I think it's just wishful thinking on your behalf because you want it to happen, but it isn't.
It's 2:23. Yeah, it's Sunday.
Oh, it's Sunday right now.
Yes.
Oh, that's what I thought. Today was gonna be Sunday.
Turtle.
Turtle doing it on. So today's Sunday. So Monday, like Rosie. I do not come here because of turds like Martin. Do not give me a wrench. Thanks, bye. talking to you as a friend. It hurts me when I. Okay, you're not letting me speak. Now you're being rude.
It hurts you personally when I talk about my illnesses because you're in worse shape than me. That's what it is.
And Mark, sometimes you just gotta put that to the side, brother. Deal with it the way I do, and everyone else does. And you know what else I say to myself, Mark? No matter how bad I have it, someone else out there has it worse than me. I'm lucky that I can wake up and smell the fucking air. Because there's some people that fucking fake arms, fake legs, wheelchairs, they got it worse than me. And I say if they can do it, I can do it. That's all. That's what I'm trying. There you go. There you go. So when you talk about your medical issues to people, it pisses people off that are in worse situation than you. Does that make any sense, or am I fucking talking sideways here?
Making excuses with my medical condition and own my shit. And let me say this.
Yes, sir.
Like I have owned everything I've ever done on this platform. Like what Marty said the other night. He's a war dog. He tried to set Allison up. Yeah, that happened. I did do it. I've owned everything I've done.
Yeah, I remember you said it. Yes, you're right. I remember you owned up to it.
When you show people, they'll say, "Oh no, he didn't go to the doctor. He faked that." You know what I'm saying? But I will stop that bullshit with the medical because I'm just like anybody else. And by God, you can fall out of your bed and die tonight.
And just like Lenny said, homeless. What's up, brother Andy? You say that you're homeless. You're not homeless.
I am right now.
Mark, stop it. You're not homeless. You're at someone's house. We'll just say it's a whatever, and you'll be back home tomorrow or whenever. You guys are taking a little break. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But Mark, there's people that are homeless that don't have anywhere to go, don't have shit, while you have a home. The home is in your name. You've got a fucking home. She's not going anywhere. Everything is all good.
Exactly.
Come on.
He could piss
What's
people
up, Chubster?
off.
Good to see you.
What's up, Chubster?
Well, you can.
Chubster's here. No, you're not. Stop doing that. Don't bring something up and say
You
never
could
mind.
make it better with your wife. I'm just saying.
I'm calling for it. No drama.
Oh, got it.
Well, let's not talk about him and Tracy. Let's not talk about him.
Well, I'm saying he's in there like a big.
I know.
I don't want to share. I'm not a victim. I do not want to share any more of my personal business with anyone.
And I appreciate you talking to me and not screaming and yelling, Mark. I really appreciate it. I said I'm thanking you. I said thank you. I appreciate it.
Last night I was burned out, man. I don't know what happened to me last night. I went crazy. Well, yeah, I've done it before. Not that bad.
Don't worry, people would have paid me too. Easy with the KILL people. I get it that you don't like the man, and people wish me off too. People fucking text me and say, "When's your funeral, bitch?" Trust me, I get it. I got fucking troll accounts with IRP mangoes, believe me. I'm trying to make this man better. I'm trying. And that's what I do. But maybe it's just me. But I like to try to make things and people better. And it's a challenge to me. And I get off when people actually do change for the better. I know everyone's not perfect. But goddamn, you gotta look in the mirror and say, I create a lot of this drama. And I need to end it. End it. I got motherfuckers calling my ex-wife. I got motherfuckers calculating my fucking day, what I do, when I take a shit, when I take a piss, when I'm in the fucking tub. People fucking are all over. I got van 4 in front. I got van 5 over here. People on fucking binoculars, all in my shit. I get it, dude. But you don't see me fucking going crazy, responding to every fucking hater I have. Fuck them. If they're not happy, don't watch, unsub, and I'll see you later. That's it. No hard feelings.
I'll tell you what he's dealing with. He's dealing with being an Italian American as a 41-year-old. That's what he's dealing
Just
with.
be open. Just say it.
I agree, Holly.
Even in New York.
I'm sorry, Sarge.
His social life at work is pretty mundane. I didn't have a great social life at work also. When I used to go.
Alright, I will. Give me 1 second.
There's a science to everything, but you're obsessing on his lifestyle also, it seems like. Too, to me.
I'm not gonna be 100, Mark. I'll be lucky to live. I'll be lucky to be alive at 50.
But I don't think there's any way out of how he's living now. He's just so accustomed to it. He's just gonna stay there and he's gonna keep doing it. That's all there is to it.
I'm not steady. Hey, Lindy, do me a favor. Check your email in a minute. How you doing, Dave? Hey, Mr. T. Oh, I can even answer man. Sure. Oh, well, you know, I thought it was something a little laid back tonight. Yeah, it's laid back now. Yeah.
Halfway to it, go swimming in that pond. Sure. Was that that fine?
No, because you call the lions and you put them in the barn and you want to make everything look peaceful out the lawn. How nice.
Yes. And I figure put them up.
Again, I don't get deeply involved with him, all right? And I don't intend to. But the bottom line is that Craig has a bad problem too. Craig's got an anger problem. There's no way around it, and he was totally correct about that. And it sounds like he was trying to give sound advice to his friend before his friend didn't listen to him anymore or whatever and didn't take his advice too good. And Craig has made a mistake thinking all those other people are his friends in the side chat when they're really there to watch him get pissed off. They might be being friendly and cordial to him, but they're there to watch him go off, is what I think. Some people are.
Lindy, do me a favor. Can you look at your email? I sent you a message. Thank you, Lindy.
What's up, Paige?
Oh, jeez. Sorry, Chubby.
Alright, Lindy, I sent it to you.
I like that headset, man. That headset looks comfortable. Is that the one you showed me the other night? Is that one?
No, that one's still in a box, waiting for you. The world falling apart. There is space for everyone, except us. Just don't go over there if you don't like. Crystal says so.
Burns is the best steam maker of all time. I agree, Waffles. And I unblocked you, Waffles, on your main account so you can come in.
Can somebody let Miss Lindy in, please?
Got it.
Thank you.
You won't believe what I did today, T.
Well, hold on, Marks. You asked for it. You asked me to do something for you.
No, I didn't. What
What do you mean, no, you didn't? You just.
What?
No, I thought it was a nice gesture, Mark. I thought it was a nice gesture, Mark. Hello, Miss Lindy. How are you, hon?
I'm good. How are you all?
Okay, how's your day? How was your day? Slow down, Turtle. How was your day?
It was good. And Mark, you can thank me for Boris's donation because he was pissed off that I defeated Bergs.
keep your end of the bargain, Tyler. You're gonna keep, yeah.
No, no.
No, don't say nothing. Yes. Mark, don't say nothing about her.
I learned one damn thing in all of this. If Noodles left the Boyd, it would be no better. I'm going to tell you that right now. It would still be the same fucked up community that it's always been. And this is something you got to be honest about right now. It would be no better. If anything, other people would come back out again. That were probably put in hiding who are really no good. As it is, they're already still around, some of them. But if you're going to try to get me on a Noodles hate agenda, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, buddy. You're not going to get me on this hate train that you have or whoever else has on him. It's not going to work. And I've had my issues with him. But at the same time, Craig, who I thought I was cool with, overreacted to me. And now I'm convinced there's hardly anyone around here that's really any worse than he is, honestly. So good luck. Good luck trying to convince me now, because he could leave the community tomorrow and it wouldn't improve. It would not improve. I'm telling you right now. Especially when he's all by himself. How much damage can he do all by himself as far as ruining people's lives go? He's just very good at being an agitator in certain groups, much like I used to be when I was young. He's just doing it at 41, and I don't have the energy to do it like that right now. Imagine it's being 1980. Anderson has been bad to people too. Are you fucking joking? Buddy, you can get the fuck out of here with that shit right now. Anderson Henderson is a scumbag too. You're going to use that? The poor Anderson got used and so forth? Anderson has been scummy for a long time. And more since he got to the Boyd even. More. He put Liz on the streets. Look, I'm not even going to fucking argue this. You better come up with something better, or as far as I'm concerned, you're as good as gone right now. You're as good as gone. This place would not improve overnight if Noodles had left. It would be the same damn fucking place that it used to be, and it wouldn't get better. It would not get any better. I'll certainly say that. But you're not going to get me on your stupid little hate train that you have going. You can try to do it to other people, but it's not going to be me. So, again, it's too late right now. I don't know what the fuck you're still doing up. You haven't gone to bed yet. I'm trying to wind down. I'm not here trying to talk about this fucking bullshit with you. You can do it somewhere else, all right? I'm not. Just go somewhere else and just get the fuck out of here, all right? I'm not dealing with your stupid shit. Serious.
She gave me shit for being your friend. That's why she started hating on me. I got so much shit for being your friend. And I didn't do nothing wrong to this lady. Ever.
But
Nothing but
you have to understand. A lot of us were hurt. Because
I
he swore
know.
he would never be
I
my
know.
guy.
I know. See, Mark? So, and I told him, but if he goes against his word, I'm gone. No more. I can't take it.
But he may have held his word to you, but he didn't anybody else.
Well, yeah, let's see what he does. But Mark, I'm telling you, you better hold your word with Lindy, like you did with me. I'm telling you
And Mark Terry should have had his ass beat by now. With how many people live near him, he's definitely someone they should have came to take care
I'm
of.
not going to get in the middle. I'll let her email you. I'm not going to get in the middle.
I mean, there's a lot of people in the side chat here saying that, you know, Mark is the reason that I left.
I already know.
No, it wouldn't. No, it fucking would not. Listen, he's the only one I watch around here. I don't watch anybody else. I watch Noodles primarily, and it's been that way even when I hate watched him. I watched him more than anybody else. There's nobody else who has anything going for them right now. Who's putting out live streams? Nobody. Miss Wonderful's gone. Who do you have? CJ? Who else do you have? G Mangos? Knock the fucking shit off, will you? This place would be boring. This place would totally be somewhere I would officially leave. It's only Noodles that makes me watch. That's all that's keeping me here. Watching him is what's keeping me here. Watching any live streams at all. Honestly, whether I like it or I don't, the facts are the facts. His live streams are the reason why I still pay attention for the most part. So, until you can say something better than that, I cannot entertain you anymore here. Fuck that. No, I'm putting you in a timeout. I'm not listening to that shit, because that's bullshit. No, if I'm siding with Craig and siding with all those other people who don't do any content or don't do anything, I'm doing a disservice to myself by watching them. Assuming Noodles goes away magically like you want him to go away, and then the community's left with everybody else, I wouldn't be watching. I would be long gone. I don't watch Rosie. I don't really watch G Mangos. Unless Mark Terry's fighting with them, maybe. But that's about it. So, but then Mark Terry's a newer person in the community, too. Who's overall boring when he's got his other people on there. Let's face it, there is nobody else to watch. Noodles 1980 is all there is at this point. Whatever happened, he did it. Elvis Travels isn't here anymore. Rich Life is trying to make a comeback. Miss Wonderful's gone. Truthfully, Trish is gone. Right? Who would be left? This community is dismantled, and that's how it needs to be. And if Noodles help dismantle this community, then it's fine by me. Okay? Because the place really had nothing going for it to begin with. And that's really what's going on here. But he is the only one that I watch. Well, I watch him and I don't watch anybody else really. So I guess I'm in that minority of people, I guess, who watches over there. So I guess you could say, because they don't watch Noodles, most of the people don't watch Anderson Henderson either, right? You can make the same argument for Anderson Henderson that only a small handful of people watch him when he's actually here. Who cares about him? Nobody cares about Anderson either. Let's be real. If they don't care about Noodles, they certainly don't care about Anderson. They don't care to watch him, other than a small group of people out here. Noodles came to this community and put a dent in it. Like it or hate it, the facts are the facts. Okay? And he's still around. Alright, he managed to do it, whatever happened. It's not like John Camillo's here, participating and having a good channel right now. It's not like Lolly Cunningham showed her face. There's nobody else to watch. And you know it, and everybody else knows it right now. There's no one else to watch. And if he wasn't here, Craig would have nothing to talk about, and Craig would be a terribly boring channel. So even Craig wouldn't be as exciting if he didn't have Noodles to talk about. And even then, so let's stop the bullshit and let's acknowledge the facts right now.
Well, let me tell you, son, there's 150, yeah, there's 115 people in here, so they'll remind you.
Who's going to replace Noodles? Nobody. That's what it comes down to.
And please don't do that again with the dogs. I know, whatever you did, just don't do that again. You know what shit that cost? I told Bergs not to go off. That's why I'm sorry, everybody. I had to delete the channel, delete the stream. And I'm not a dirty deleter.
And
Unlike
y'all
some.
are like that, I think what you're saying, you know that I'm not one that's to be manipulated, okay? It's not like I am, just following,
Actions speak louder than words, and he's gonna have to earn it. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, because I'm with Lindy on that.
Everybody knows he's gonna have to actions speak louder than words. It ain't gonna be no 1 or 2 week thing, and then you go back to no.
I mean, I told you at the beginning, at the very beginning, I said, there's 2 things you don't do in boys. When you came to me wanting advice, and I said, you don't eat eggs and you don't lie. And you have done those like through your damn job 24/7.
I told him, like a Jerry Lewis Foundation, I already got on him for that. That's why I stopped going to his panel. You can ask him. I'm not gonna go on a panel when it's gonna be a fucking marathon long of donations. Sorry. I don't like that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It
Most
does.
of the people in his side chat are on disability.
I know, Waffles. That's why I love you. And I
I
heard
don't
you.
understand why are you when Miss Lindy came into your side chat today, she wasn't being mean. She was just asking you questions. She was making a lot of sense, and you screamed at her and deleted her, and here we are just a few hours later, and you're making this.
We did send me a
You're
link to try to get me on the panel. He sent me a link to try to get me on panel then.
I know, Waffles.
No, I mean, Mark did.
I think you're full of shit.
Oh, let's not pour fuel to the fire.
I'm
He's
just
trying
saying.
to get better. Let him give him a chance. Give him a chance and let him see what he does.
But G, how many chances did you get?
This is it, last one. This is it, Mark Terry.
I
You
mean,
have to
this is a
understand.
repeat of last year.
I know, I told him, I said that as well.
He's already sexting the women up and talking vulgar to them and doing all that stuff.
You like some Tiger Kitty, don't you, Marky boy? You like that Tiger Kitty? Yeah, sure.
I mean, what kind of a man is not separated from his wife 24 hours
He's
and you're already doing that shit?
He's not. No, he's. Lindy, don't believe that. That ain't happening. He's not homeless and he's not divorced. Don't believe that.
Oh, I know that. I
Okay.
know that.
Okay. Because I already called him out on that.
No, it was him because he called me bitchin'. Because he.
So who makes that makes G Mangos look bad then, Gracie, doesn't it? Doesn't that make G Mangos look evil if he threatened Mark for not going on there? Come off it. Gracie, let's be honest here. Barter is the bully of the community. Barter is the bully of the fucking community. Barter, stop trying to fucking convince people. You're a jerk, Barter. You're a fucking jerk. I'm telling you right now, it's you who needs to fucking die off and go. And so does everybody else at this friggin' point. Because even if I once thought Noodles was bad, you're not going to get me on this hate train to go against him now. The guy clearly made up with me, and he's fine with me now. I don't see what the goddamn problem is. Gracie, it's people who are like Barter and G Mangos and the Craigs of the community. Those are the ones, and the White Tupacs, those are the ones that are poisoning the community. Can we agree on that? That the people who were here prior to them are the ones who are the poison to the community. So let's stop blaming It almost reminds me of when people blamed Elvis for everything. That's what it's starting to remind me of. And Bloody, you've become like the new Jeremy Harper is what you've become. You've become like the new Jeremy Harper, who was against Elvis at the time and didn't want anyone donating to him and all that kind of shit. And now Elvis is gone, but has it really changed the face of everything? Not really. It's just that Noodles came in and became a new person to take the place of Elvis, is really what happened. Elvis left, and Camillo came in, Molasses Murphy came in, but after this, who are you going to have? You're not going to have a goddamn person to watch. You're not going to have a goddamn person to watch. Poon Handler. Poon Handler, that's about it. You'll have Poon Handler. But who else? Who else around here? Nobody. No one. I'm just sick and tired of your endless energy that you're spending to try to hate people on here when they don't want to go with your fucking bullshit, Expanded Kelly. I don't give a fuck anymore. You're getting another timeout. You're gone. Barty, you're out of here. Don't fucking talk to me anymore. Get the fuck out of here now. You're wasting your time on here with me. Go somewhere else. I don't want to see you fucking stalking ass. You fucking bully. You piece of shit. I don't want to see you on here anymore. Fuck you. Just get out of here now. Serious. I'm sick of this fucking guy, and I'm sick of the people he rolls with. Honestly. But that isn't true. That's not true. I don't give a fuck. Is it like I'm going to be getting fully involved with them? No, again, you're not going to talk to me about this. You're not going to try to tell me how to think on here. You're not doing that. All right? He's been doing his own thing. He hasn't been actively trying to make me part of his show 100%. And it seems like he's doing his show regardless if he has Slingshot or he has me. I don't care. I don't want to hear it no more. Get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome. Just go to bed. Go to sleep. Just sleep this fucking shit off and just fuck off for good. If this was face to face, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. Number one. You're not some concerned citizen. You're a bad person. You were a very bad person, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not talking to you again. You show up, I'm just getting ready. I'm not saying another word to you. Period. Yeah, exactly. Don't let these haters try to fucking distract everything. Even if Noodles can be an asshole, it's not the point. It isn't like no one else is a fucking asshole around here. I'll tell you that. Barter's the real terrorist out here. He's the real bully. He's trying to project it. He was behind a lot of it. Was he not the one swatting and calling pizzas to people's houses? Wasn't it him doing it mostly? Come on. He's trying to convince me he's not the bully around here, and Noodles is the total bully around here. Yeah, alright. Noodles proved himself to me enough that I know the real story now. That's what it is, so. It's fucking Democrats like him that continue to exist, but they're not about real change in the world. They're just about keeping the same order the way it's been. And they want to continue the fuckery. Well, there's just some people not standing for that anymore, you see? So, here we go. Why now do I have 15 viewers watching at this time in the morning? Doesn't make sense. I had 5 viewers. Nothing to watch, everybody. Nothing to watch, so just go. There's nothing to watch over here. There.
It's upset that we did burn. I mean, every day of the week, you've got birds on your tongue. Every day of the week.
You gotta let him go, bro. You gotta let him go. You gotta let him go. When he calls me G magnets and all that, I don't care. It's whatever. It's fucking birds. Yeah. What's up, Italy? Well, you gotta let him go. You gotta just don't let him get you. Yeah, don't let him get you so mad. Like, we want the fun. Mark Terry had a good time, laughing. Just, you know.
I mean, do you know how many women that support you that you have pissed off today?
What's up with you and Les? What happened with you and Les? Are you okay? Yeah, that's good. That's good.
You said that you were testing Les to see if she was really your friend.
Were you testing her loyalty? Yeah, I was. Thanks for being honest.
You know, and you know damn well that she's loyal to you.
Les is a good lady. She's
And even if it was a joke, you think that your wife would appreciate you singing a pussy song, Tiger Kiss?
Slow down. See, I think you were singing a what song?
That he was going to touch her kiss pussy. Ladies, Les, were you not there when it happened?
Touch her.
I heard it, Lindy.
Okay,
Terry.
Kim heard it too.
Yeah. I'm just gonna not talk.
Mark,
Cause I can't sit here. No, I'm just saying I have a hard time sitting up here when I know you're completely being full of shit right now. Sorry, it's going against this YouTube thing or whatever's going on, but you don't tell me to get off this panel. It's
He's
not
owning up to
Mark
it.
Terry.
Hold on, Jules. He's owning up to it.
I don't give a shit, G. I'm sorry. I'm not with you on this one. No?
Well, listen. He understands what he's done. He knows what he did. I hope. And he understands. He got one chance. That's it. You're not going to talk bad about this Lindy. You're not going to fucking eat that, which I think that's bullshit. Mark, you do you, brother. You're given so many chances. Yes. I don't want to have to do that, Mark. That's what I don't want to do. I'm not going to do that because I know you're going to do it. All right, $100 million question right now. And please don't bullshit me. Are you ready? Why? Why do you want to make things better? Why do you want to keep your end of the deal with Lindy? Why do you want to stop D-bagging? Hold on, why do you want to stop D-bagging? What is making you do this? Oh my God, you're smiling me over there, Miss Gary. Much love to it. And that's Is that a fair question?
Thank you, Rick, yes.
Much love to you. Thank you, Karen.
First reason why I'm gonna leave Mindy alone, because I genuinely like her. She's a very intelligent person.
She is.
Always tells the truth. She does not lie. She is the queen of the point. I have disrespected her. I have lied to her. I have done everything dirty under the hood. And I am truly mortified.
Are you embarrassed or ashamed of what you've done to Miss
I
Lindy?
am embarrassed and ashamed of it. I really am. Because she had to make at one point about 40 or 50 videos in a row about me. It's awful. I don't ever want to go through that again.
One thing about Lindy, when she gets triggered, and I beg her to stop talking about you, Becky, but she listen to me. When she gets fucking triggered, nobody tells her anything. She don't care. She's gonna
Now,
do
I'm a
her thing.
redhead. I don't.
She's gonna do her thing, and she's gonna smash your fucking floor on the gas pedal, and she's gonna go. That's it.
Okay.
You don't believe I was distracted.
That's how she is. That's how she is. If she gets something on her mind, that's it. It's game over.
Okay. You had two questions. Let me finish. the
Yes,
first
yeah, I'm
one.
sorry, yeah, yeah.
Lindy, I picked up on that Sig and JP were using me to get
Stay away from them, Mark. Stay
I
away.
am. I'm staying far away from them.
Stay away.
Wants to manipulate your mind, and you don't even know what's going on.
This has been going on, Mark, well before you got here with Lindy and them.
I
Just
didn't know what started it. He just is always paying attention to
this
this
has been going this has been going on for years, Mark. Just don't even get in the middle of it. Just let it go.
Hey, Blue Waffles is out there. I got mad at Blue Waffles one time and told him he couldn't find his way out of a wet paper bag, getting up the steep.
Oh my god. Come up here, Blue. You got the link. The link's in the room.
Hello, Rose.
And also about the e-bagging, it's not a good look for me, G. And be
No, it's not. No, it's
quite
not.
honest, let me finish. To be quite honest to you,
Yeah.
my mentor, and I consider you and Lindy a mentor, because if I would have listened to Lindy in the first place,
But you gotta listen to us. But you gotta listen
I
to
know,
us.
that's what I'm saying. If I would have listened in the
Just
first
like Turtle. Turtle doesn't listen. But sometimes he does.
it all comes down to money, T-Mangos. And listen,
Not for me, brother. Not for me.
let me explain the difference between me and you.
Money is root of all evil, Mark.
Well, the love of money is the root of evil.
That's not what I do this for. I'm here to hang out with the people. I got people that have been here since day one, man. I'm not gonna stop now, regardless of the haters or not.
You cut me off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just say shut up, G. Just say shut up, G.
Now, what it is, G, it's that you're my mentor. And so, if something is embarrassing you, it's gonna, if I embarrass going on there and emailing people like a piece of trash.
That's honestly why, Mark, I didn't come to your panels, Mark. To be honest, I told you it made me feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
Right, I understand that, dude. That's why I don't want that anymore to come between our friendship. Because your friendship means a lot.
But hold on for 1 second. Bergs, you're not gonna come on my panel and ruin my show like you did last night. Last night, no.
No, I'm not saying a word.
No, last night, Bergs, you disrespected me about the K word, the R word, the M word. I told you not to say these words, and you made me delete my stream. You yell and you scream. I don't know if I should give him a link.
Is it the real him? Because,
Yes, he's texting me right now, Lindy.
okay, because I had a fake one that tried to get off panel with me.
Oh, wow.
Bergs, you better not ruin it. If you ruin it, I'll never let you back up.
This is dangerous.
Can I say one thing?
quick before you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, everyone gets to speak. You wait, Bergs. You wait. Go ahead, everyone.
Mark, don't ever tell me to leave this panel again, ever.
Please do not say that.
I'm sorry, Julie. I didn't mean, what I meant was,
Just think before you speak. Let's just cool out before there's the move
that's
on.
all you have, Frank, though.
Yes.
No.
All right, Nick. Hold on. Who else wants to
Only
say
friends
before
we call
Bergs?
her half.
What's up, Ace?
I just amount of hours that you put into YouTube a day, you spend half of it apologizing, half of it doing shit that you're going to apologize for the next day. You could work half as hard if you start doing the shit that makes you have to work the other half by apologizing. It's simple matter.
Yeah, work smarter, not harder.
You're working twice as hard because you're posting what's wrong.
Whatever. I know how to do it.
He doesn't listen to anybody does. He doesn't care.
Kim Fisher. This is an attack on.
You know what? You can just call me Kim.
Okay, Kim. This is an attack on God, please.
I'm sorry, I can have an opinion about you any night of the week. How about
All right,
that?
guys, here we go. I thought it was no drama tonight. That's what I thought. I'm trying to respect the channel whole. Thank you.
No, you're trying to
And
manipulate.
myself, I'm trying to. No. Hold on, let me finish. I'm trying to respect myself. I'm trying to respect everybody on this panel. And when Mertz comes up here and goes crazy, I'm gonna be over here quiet.
Well, I did have a question for you, Mark. I mean, I'm looking at the side chat here. There's a lot of women in this side chat that supported you. But over the last week, you banned a lot of people that belong to your membership and people that have given you a good bit of money. How do you rationalize that?
What did I miss? What did you do, Mark Terry? Well, what happened was I made a bad mistake today. Yeah, what'd you do? Let me tell you, I went on my panel and bad move when I went on there. I should have never logged on today. I should have stayed on the YouTube. Yeah, that's what you said. You're not going to go on for 2 days when you get back.
All right, hold on. Can I just say something and then I'm out?
Yes.
All right, here's the deal, folks. And mute him if he starts fucking talking.
He's not going to.
I'm gonna talk about. I'm not all worked up like I was last night.
Thank you.
Right? That what it had to do about my mother. Okay. Bottom line is this: he is straight up lying. Norm F gave me thousands and thousands of dollars. He's giving Holly $100,000.
I told him.
Not gonna listen to me. Norm F does not charge back.
I know.
And that same thing would happen to me, Mark. Because I've been around here a lot fucking longer than you. Okay? And he would give me a lot of $100 fucking planning all night. And then the next day I would go on my analytics page. And for whatever reason, all the other donations would show up, but Norm F's, sometimes little amounts would, but those big honeys, they would never show up. But he didn't charge back. I don't know what it was.
I told you, Mark.
Well, let me tell you, but by the 21st of the next month, all that money would fucking get deposited in my account. You're a fucking liar. For everyone, folks, who he keeps on saying he's homeless. If
And what I got to say to you, I don't know all the things like you do. I'm not an OG like you. I'm just a bush league over here. G Mangos has been nice enough to try to help me. And unlike you, I listen.
Oh, bullshit. He's been giving to you for months, man. He's been giving you for months. When Normal fucking lights you up, it never shows up on the analytics page. He was lighting me up for fucking over 3 years.
Birds, let him finish. Like
No, but I'm speaking from a place of truth.
okay, Birds, I agree with
He
you.
always told us, not the truth, Terry, you're fucking a liar. Okay?
Birds, I agree with you.
Everything I'm telling you is fucking real.
Oh my God, you think I'm a liar, G Mangos? I have no
Of
lies.
course you're a liar. Everything that comes out of your mouth is a lie.
I never said
I never thought I would say this. I'd rather have Elvis back than you. Okay? I'd rather have fucking lying, crying, dying Dave have a fucking channel
Really?
again than you.
Birds.
I would.
All right, you know.
I'll tell you that.
I'll mute myself.
Be yourself, Birds. And let Mark finish the way he let me finish. Go ahead, Mark.
You're mad because Norvell's left your channel and come to mine and started lighting me up. But you got lit up $600 last night, dude.
No, it wasn't 800.
Over $600 last night.
That was $400 from fucking Joshy Bingham, and that only happened for one second.
It was 800, Birds. Stop.
Well, not 800. He gave me fucking two $200 donations.
Now, Birds, you better go.
Yes, he did. Don't fucking tell me.
Don't fucking tell me.
Don't fucking tell me, dude. Dude, next time it was $800, I would tell you it was $800. I made $100. Listen to me, G. I made $100 on an earlier hangout. I made $100 from Barbie Girl, and then I went live again on Mark Terry thing. Okay, I made $400 from fucking and then Joshy Bingham. Norm F is a regular on your thing. He's there like every other day. Joshy, that's like a once every 3 or 4 months.
I said it.
Okay? And yeah, I was fucking jealous. I was jealous that fucking Norm was riding and dying with me for over 3 years, and all of a sudden he fucking goes to you, a fucking piece of trash. Okay? I did the fucking Canadian plan over 2 years ago. I was talking to him on the phone for years.
got to the store, Jules, and this old dude was trying to light up a cigarette, and he was struggling. He got so fucking mad, he blew up the lighter, he just smashed it on the sidewalk. You know, when you smash a lighter on the sidewalk, it blows up if you look into it. That bitch
Yeah.
blew up like a can. So I gave
Well, yeah,
him,
because
I went in my car and I gave him a big lighter.
Was he making that noise? He was like,
Yes.
did
Yes.
you think of me?
I did.
She thought about you that time. Hey, we don't like your attitude.
Call her that. You don't have to call me that.
What's up, Jojo?
I think you're doing
Norm has smoking a Cuban with a hot woman on his cheese lounge. What? Cheese lounge. So let's talk to some people. Schwan, Mark, let's talk to some. We have 9 people on the panel.
Yeah, I'm on see, I think I've accomplished everything I wanted to tonight.
All right, brother.
And I want to thank all the panelists, especially Mindy and Julie and Kim and all the lionesses, Karen, everybody on the panel.
Just call them the women. No more line action. Just, they are who they are. They're not, they're individually known.
I'll just say all you ladies.
There you go. Make things right, Mark Terry.
Karen, always remember that you're always welcome on my channel. You're still, you can come up anytime I'm using StreamYards because I'm leaving you on there. No one's ever going to put on there that you. Have a great night.
Have a good night, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
What's going on, Colleen? How are you? Oh my God. It's like G's daycare, man. It's like a fucking daycare center. Hello, Tawana.
that one almost went over again.
No way. No, you weren't here last night. Last night? Were you? Yeah, that was calm, dude. That was calm.
Yeah, Berg was already drunk by that point.
Let's just pray, you know, for the best. That's all we can do. But I tell you what, you can't write this shit up, man. This is like fucking Vince McMahon can't even script this shit.
I'm about to go see if we can get a 30-minute reality TV show.
You know what I say, Lindy? You don't need fucking cable television. All you need is fucking Wi-Fi. And you got the
You know,
point.
I was told that yesterday that we should have a reality show that's got a little bit of everything here.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine, you guys know the shows that they take a bunch of people, they like each other, and even if they don't like each other, they put them in one house, like the real
Yep.
world.
Oh,
Can
I
you
just
imagine,
love
Lindy?
that show.
Me too, Lindy. Can you imagine all of us, all men, in a house for like a week? A week. 1 week. And oh my God, it would be. I mean, people. I mean, if you get people that don't like each other, do you like? I mean, just.
Well, I'm not having Martin in my house, okay? I'll take Dave Fisherman over that.
Oh my God.
Wendy, that's a lot.
Did you hear yourself?
I will. I mean, Dave is not that boisterous. I mean, he will pretend to be, but when you call him out, you know, he calms right back down because he knows that he can't. Well, Steve is the one that does everything for him, or most of it. So Steve.
Come on up, Luke.
I just can't stand people
I
that
don't
try to
like this.
manipulate you. I mean, that just.
No, Colleen, I have not seen what he does, and I don't. He does what he does. I got my own shit going on. I can't babysit him. He's his own man. But I'm tired of being fucking dragged in with the shit that he does. I don't fucking agree. I yell at him all the goddamn time. You all don't know what goes on behind the scenes. That's the thing.
He had a lot of loyal people, you know, a lot of women that are in the right.
So yeah, what's up with him and this women? What did he do? What did he do tonight to these women? What did he do? Was nasty with them, or blocked them, or took their rent? What did he do? Exactly.
Well, I've only heard bits and pieces, but I mean, he was just, accusing him of things and just, taking riches, giving riches back, and all kinds of stuff. Oh, and now Marcus Live. See?
The problem, Lindy, I'm not surprised. The problem, Lindy, is that he's got too many voices in his head. Trust me when I tell you, behind the scenes, just listen, he's got this person, that person, and I called him out last night. He says, I agree. He says, that is the problem. I don't know who. I don't care who. But there's voices in his fucking head. And when you got voices, and you're going through whatever, you get fucked up, man. And I'm tired of it.
The voice he needs to listen to is right.
And the second voice is mine. Because the medication shit, I'm tired of that. You have no idea my situation, but guess what? I will talk about it because it's a Debbie Downer. Who wants to talk about my condition or no? It's my shit. I gotta deal with it. But I tell you what, it just pissed me off, dude. Just blaming everything on his mayonnaise and sativa and this and the gummies and goddamn. If you know that's what it makes you act like, don't do it. Bottom
Many
line.
of us have, issues like that, and we don't blame our stupid shit on it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Some people are in wheelchairs every goddamn day for the rest of their lives.
I mean, when we came home tonight in the woods, back far from where we live, there's homeless people in tents.
Wow.
And to come in and see that he's saying he's homeless when he's at a family member's in a nice
Yes.
warm house, in a
Yes.
nice warm room,
Thank
that's
you.
not homeless.
No. No. I called him out on it. Believe me. And sometimes you just gotta call people out and just be honest with them. I don't hold back. I'm a little bit too goddamn forward. But that's just me. That's how I am. I get to the point. I ain't gonna sugarcoat shit.
The truth is the truth. The truth is.
You know why I don't lie, dude? Because you always forget what you say, man. And you'll never, you always remember what you said. If you tell the truth, you'll never forget it. That's
And
the
you
truth.
never lie on board.
Fuck no. Did you hear what I told him? I said, do not come to the point. I tell everyone, we will smell your shit from a
And it'll
mile
be
away.
recorded, and
It'll be
it'll be proven to you.
Yeah, yes. And how many times have people been exploited by their bullshit? And you know what, Lindy? It's not gonna stop them. It ain't gonna stop them.
Oh, no, it's not.
It's not. There's gonna be others that are gonna be worse. There's gonna be others that are gonna try to come in here like noodles and try to break up the community, but it failed. It failed. And when you start hanging out with shit, you start smelling like shit. And I told them, stay away from that group. Stay away.
Colleen, that's an excellent statement. The truth is not hate. And every friend that Mark had that tried to talk to him today and be straight with him with the truth,
He got shitty with them.
yeah, they blocked him.
Well, hopefully he'll learn from these. I mean, I'm sure I know goddamn well that Karen has disciplined and Karen crushed him by him losing her. That's his own actions. sorry guys, my city's twisted.
I know it was tell you about it, yeah.
They probably have fight just like they did last year at this time. She thinks that it, and she's right.
Right. He'll go down as someone who tried to break up the community, but that's why people don't watch him.
Exactly.
Because they know he's a new face. Right.
No, you think it's fake?
Boyd doesn't care to watch
It's not
him,
fake,
is what
but
it
he
comes to.
stays on.
But a lot of them don't watch me either, so it's not that he's unwatchable. It's just that Boyd deems people like Noodles and even me now as unwatchable, because I'm not putting them down.
You asked for it.
Is it burnt?
Yeah.
Yeah, first I was trying to get him on the panel. He doesn't get
Hey, nobody can hear me?
That doesn't mean you're not watchable, it's just they don't watch. They
Where do you think he's going?
There's a chance.
alive.
Yes, they're probably looking at
He's
me.
alive.
But nobody in Boyd's being looked at by Hollywood. You're on a greater level. Turns out the soy has more talent than the boy. Yeah, it ends up being that way after all, doesn't it?
You like to stir, Caesar, you like to stir shit up, dude. I mean, you're like the National Choir. I'm not, CJ, before you talk to me a lot, I'm not gonna go on your show, I'm not gonna be here while you, I hate him.
You were saying, you said you wanted to murder him. Is that real?
Hey, whoa.
My bad. Anyway,
Can you hear me? Where's,
Because you're greater than Boyd. That's why.
where'd Mark go?
Right. Yeah, if you're greater than them, then they don't give you the time.
He's alive again?
He's alive again.
he's addicted to live stream and he has withdrawals. They have to $5.
What's wrong with this guy?
I don't
I
know.
thought you guys worked it out. I thought everything was good with Vern.
What?
What, are you and him really beefing? What's up?
Ethan? Well, I never even told him. I hate him.
You were saying, you said you wanted to murder him. Is that real?
Hey, whoa.
My bad.
He likes to stir, Caesar, you like to stir shit up, dude. I mean, you're like the National Choir. I'm not, CJ, before you talk to me a lot, I'm not gonna go on your show, I'm not gonna be here while you.
What? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
never gonna go on your show, never gonna be here.
You know, I find
And
that.
if you want,
That's
you
not nice. That's not
gotta
nice.
pay pound $100.
He doesn't know you.
Well,
CJ, hold on. I'm talking. If he doesn't
1 hour interview, $100.
Bert, shut up. If he doesn't know you from back in the day, he's not gonna fuck with you.
That's crazy.
He does know me. He's a little pest. He's a little pest.
There's nothing wrong with CJ, dude.
Yes, he is. He's a little rat.
No, he's not. Hey, Gary, he's not a rat.
Fucking rat string news.
Why am I a rap? What's that?
Because you're like a little, you're like a little paparazzi. Like you're one of those guys who has a camera up to.
They make a lot of money.
Alex.
Okay, no, listen. I run a channel and I try to get people on there to talk about things.
Yeah, it's all drama. I'm not into that.
All right, well, you just had drama, Bert, so.
Yeah, because Mark fucking brings it on to me because he's talking
Listen,
about my mom.
you have your own thing going on.
That's not gonna happen to one.
Because of the last name.
I do my own type of show. Okay.
Okay, well, I don't know why you would act
I
like
rant to other people. I play the guitar. I will be doing them.
You never know.
But you know
There
what?
could be a whole new beginning you'd never expect. But it's good you're in Nebraska, because at least you can get somewhere if you need to.
Didn't I tell you?
It's good that you're here, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if paddles are good for my health.
Time out. Let me finish. God damn. You said, gee, the only reason why I'm not gonna do it is because I want to get more. That's what you told me.
Well, yeah, well, that's another reason.
I knew too. We spoke about this a year ago.
Russ.
I know, but I don't want to be constantly watching my thing like a hawk and like saying,
I'll show you what to do.
who's in the backstage, hold up your fingers to your face.
I'll show you how to do it, Burns.
I understand. I know, yeah, you put like the fucking Simpsons thing there. I get it.
It's easy, Burns. You
That
can do
part.
it.
I get it, but
You can do it. You can
I don't want to be constantly. I like to just. Like, I want to.
You need a panel, Burns. You need a
I don't even read my side chat when I go out.
Burns, are you still running off your phone or are you using that laptop?
I run it off the Chromebook.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't even read the side chat, Lindy. I mean, I just like rant and play guitar. I'm not into, who's backstage? Oh, okay, put up 3 fingers.
Yeah, I hear you, Gracie. Yeah. It's true. It's a whole different stage right now. Who's watching? I don't even have a show going. I'm just playing shit. I'm not doing a damn thing. Now I don't want these people watching because it's early in the morning. And what the hell are they doing up anyway? Not speaking. So this is gonna end. I'm not entertaining this. All I'm doing is I'm just talking to myself, and I got a fucking stream going on. Right.